Now, today, we're going to see what if Saiyan Harry Potter and other wizards from Hogwarts landed on DC Universe. In this story, there will be two-op Harry, cosmic-level Dumbledore, and many more. Also, this is Omin's alternate universe Harry Potter story. Please try it and leave a comment. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. This is part 1. Let me know if you want part 2. Harry watched as his father was beaten down in front of him. Lord Grimshade was a nightmare. For so many years, they thought they were the strongest beings in the universe. Unfortunately, Supreme Kai held out on them because he thought the god would stay asleep for another 100 years before awakening from his slumber. Dumbledore, the strongest being in the cosmos, or so they thought, was at full power Super Wizard 3, trying to even phase Lord Grimshade. Lord Grimshade smirked, easily sliding through Dumbledore's defense, giving him a flick to the forehead with close to no effort. A shockwave sounded out as he was blasted out of the sky and into the ground. He quickly composed himself and charged his magical energy again before using instant transmission to zip behind Lord Grimshade. The Destroyer God glanced behind him with a somewhat amused expression. "Oh," the cat deity said. "You know the technique of those purple beings in Sector 3716. You surprise me, son Dumbledore, but not enough to spare your world," said Lord Grimshade as he caught Dumbledore's fist and squeezed a little hard. Immediately, a snapping sound was heard. "However, I do commend you. You very well may be the strongest mortal in the universe, possibly even in the other world. You managed to force me to use 1% of my power, which is a feat not many mortals can do. If you give up your life, I might spare your world," said Lord Grimshade. He could see the surprised look on the strongest wizard's face. Sensing disbelief, the cat god continued. "I am not lying. You have a family, yes? Do the smart thing, or you know what happens," Lord Grimshade threatened as he stared down at Dumbledore as an immovable object. With nothing but the wind blowing, Lord Grimshade could hear the ants yell in protest. He could see Dumbledore's mini-clone yelling at the top of his lungs with tears in his eyes. He clenched his fist in frustration. He fought the Destroyer because he was loom magical energy for some wizard god. A super wizard god? What a joke. This cat just wanted to magical energy them. He doubted they would be spared. Loom magical energy at his eldest. Dumbledore's jaw clenched. His son was graduating from West City College. From what he heard from Hermione Granger, that was the hardest and the best educational center in the world, and his son was at the top. Wouldn't that make Harry the smartest graduate in the world? He had a bad feeling in his gut, which was terrifying because he had never had one before. Was everything they fought to protect about to become space dust? Dumbledore looked at Lord Grimshade as he clenched his fist and powered down, falling to his knees. If Lord Grimshade was being serious, then at least they would live. Silence ensued after the act. Harry looked at the scene with a heavy heart. If he jumped in, he wouldn't be able to make a difference, but he felt he had to try. A single glance from his father stole all of his strength as he dropped to his knees. Ginny Weasley looked at Harry surprised as she hugged him from the side. "It'll be okay," she said, although her hands were sham magical energy somewhat. Even Harry's father can't beat him. She had heard all of the stories from Harry, the legendary son Dumbledore. He was strong enough to defeat a tyrant that could destroy planets with a flick of his finger, trained Harry to the point where he could defeat Cell, and even defeated Mage and Bew. Ron Weasley growled and charged forward. "God or not, you will leave or die," said Ron Weasley with fury in his voice as he powered up and punched as hard as he could, focusing all his energy into a single point. Lord Grimshade grinned as Ron Weasley approached. "You don't even have the strength to wash your own back. Where do you get off trying to hurt me?" challenged Lord Grimshade as a heavy thundershock reverberated, damaging the part of the ship Lord Grimshade was floating above. The ocean behind Lord Grimshade split 10 miles wide, and the clouds parted before dispersing. Everyone held on as a bright light shone from the release of energy in a single point. When everything had calmed down, the boat was rock magical energy slightly, and Ron Weasley was panting heavily as he dropped out of Super Wizard. "Cocky bastard, he definitely felt that one," thought Ron Weasley. Hercule looked around in shock at the sight, and Ginny Weasley mirrored his reaction. Incredible. Not bad. A cold feeling sunk in as the voice spoke. I'd say you might be able to wake me up with that punch. I was wrong, son Dumbledore. Unless you can punch like that, I'd say Ron Weasley is stronger, said Lord Grimshade, and the expression on Ron Weasley's face was priceless. Go sit down before I decide you don't need to live anymore, said Lord Grimshade as he flicked his finger at Ron Weasley. An air pressure unlike anything he ever felt before hit him in the chest and launched him onto the ship. If you seriously cannot find this super wizard god, then I will leave and make this planet a memory, said Lord Grimshade. No, we never knew before, and we won't know now, said Dumbledore. A deep purple hue covered them all as a sphere appeared in the sky. Harry stared at the divine power. Powerless. Is this just how it ends for us? After everything we overcame, he thought as he glared at the sky. Ginny Weasley. Harry gained her attention as she turned and looked at him. I'm sorry, he said as she bit her lower lip. You can't give up, she said weakly as she tightened her grip on him. Can't you wish for him to be gone? Asked Ginny Weasley as Harry gave her a sad smile. It doesn't work like that. Fox can't just wish. Harry stopped mid-sentence. There is a way, said Harry as she nodded. Wait, exclaimed Harry as he floated up and spoke, loomed magical energy at the Z-fighters. Guys, we could ask the dragon if he knows anything about the super wizard god, said Harry as Dumbledore's expression changed. They were all out of options. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Said Dumbledore as he looked at Lord Grimshade, hoping against all odds that Lord Grimshade would give them a chance before, connecting the palm of his hands and bowing. Please, Mr. Lord Grimshade, give us time, and we might be able to deliver the super wizard god, said Dumbledore as Lord Grimshade let his magical energy dissolve and return to his body with an interested look. You have a way to deliver, he asked. Maybe, but we need time, at least 30 minutes, said Dumbledore. Very well, you have 30 minutes, said Lord Grimshade as he looked at Hermione Granger. You human, bring me food, said Lord Grimshade as Hermione Granger slowly nodded and looked to one of the waiters. Hurry up, get the best food we have available, said Hermione Granger as the waiter nodded and hurried away. Hermione Granger quickly ran and got the Dragon Balls to quickly summon Fox. Do you think this is going to work? Krillin said out loud, although no one answered. He glanced up. It has to, 18 answered. The sky darkened as a large green dragon materialized, and golden thunder rocked the sky. I am the eternal dragon, Fox. You have awoken me from my slumber. Speak your wish, so I may return to my slumber. Fox's voice shook the sky. I can never get used to this, Ginny Weasley muttered as she stared at the mythical creature. You are trying my patience. State your wish so that I may leave, Fox said, frustrated at the silence. We would like to know about the existence of the super wizard god, Lord Grimshade said as Fox looked at him. Lord Grimshade. What a surprise. Fox almost squeaked out. Fox, are you okay? Dumbledore asked. He had never seen the eternal dragon react in such a way before. You wish to know of the super wizard god? Fox asked to make sure, completely ignoring Dumbledore. Indeed, and make it fast. I do not like to be left waiting, Lord Grimshade said as he glared at Fox. Of course, at once Lord Grimshade. Fox answered and immediately explained how to create a wizard god. Is there anything else you would like to know about your greatness? Fox asked. That is all. You may leave, Lord Grimshade answered as he turned and looked at the gang. You now know how to make one, said Lord Grimshade as Professor Bin spoke. Lord Grimshade, could I have a moment of your time? Something has come up that requires your attention, Professor Bin said. Lord Grimshade paused and thought. The premonition he had of the super wizard god was terrifying. He defeated Lord Grimshade and magical energized him and took his title, something Lord Grimshade would never allow. Do not do the ritual, said Lord Grimshade as they all nodded, and Fox disappeared. Once Lord Grimshade was high in the sky, telling magical energy to his attendant. Harry quickly spoke. We should do this now. I think he has no intention of letting this super wizard god actually be born. If you think about it rationally, why would a god want a challenge? Said Harry as Ron Weasley nodded. The brat is correct. Lord Grimshade is up to something, and I feel we won't be alive much longer if we wait for him, said Ron Weasley. As much as it pains me to say this, I can't do this ritual. We only have one shot, and I used all my energy on Lord Grimshade, said Ron Weasley as Dumbledore nodded, and everyone looked around. All the wizards immediately looked at Harry, who felt like sure magical energy under all the stairs. Me? Asked Harry, as everyone nodded. You're the only wizard that can match Ron Weasley and me in a fair fight, so it's only natural. Besides, Ron Weasley and I are exhausted. A super wizard god that is at a handicap against Lord Grimshade might not make it, and we can't take that risk. Our power levels are too low to even phase Lord Grimshade, so he won't notice if we power up to the max, said Dumbledore as he transformed and tried to keep his transformation stable, even with the lack of energy. Ron Weasley took a couple of seconds to activate the form, and soon Fred Weasley and George Weasley followed suit, and Lord Grimshade never noticed. I never thought I would be so weak to someone that they wouldn't even notice when I transform, said Dumbledore as Ron Weasley grunted in irritation. He didn't think Lord Grimshade wouldn't notice, but he was relieved the god hadn't noticed. For a couple of seconds, nothing happened until Harry felt something bubble within him. He could feel his body start to change as a blue light enveloped him. Lord Grimshade was so deep in thought that he hadn't noticed until he felt a divine power surge to absurd levels. He saw Dumbledore's sun start to glow, and a look of dread passed over his face when he realized Lord Grimshade had spotted them performing the ritual. You lowly mortals dare to disobey a god, yelled Lord Grimshade as his magical aura burst to life, charging towards the wizards. Dumbledore was the first to respond. You can do this, Harry. Defeat Lord Grimshade when you're ready, said Dumbledore as he charged to max and charged towards Lord Grimshade, who just punched a hole through his chest and threw his body towards Ron Weasley, who dodged the flying corpse only to have his head slowly fall off his shoulders. Enough games. Your lives end today. Fred Weasley and George Weasley fused and charged Lord Grimshade at full power. You wish, you purple asshole, George Weasley yelled. Crack! A sickening crunch sounded out as George Weasley's head spun in a circle as Lord Grimshade slapped him across the face. No! Goten, Father, Trunks, Vegeta! Yelled Harry as tears streamed down his face. Lord Grimshade charged towards him, but the rest of the Z fighters got in his way to buy time. Molly Weasley and Hermione Granger were crying but furious. Hermione Granger threw a pan, and Chi charged forward with Kaioken activated. She didn't get close as Lord Grimshade destroyed her, and she slowly vanished in purple sparkles along with Hermione Granger. Harry, in tears, felt the transformation start to climax. He watched his mother disappear as she looked at her eldest son. Harry, you can do this. Her last words echoed. He clenched his fist as he yelled, no, he roared. The cruise ship beneath him bray a magical energy under the pressure of the power. Harry! Ginny Weasley yelled as she was jumped away and took flight, catching her father in the progress. The light around Harry intensified, and the sky turned golden. Lord Grimshade looked on, covering his eyes from the light, as he felt the power spike to high levels. Beerus! Yelled Harry as the blue light dimmed, and his hair had turned bright red, and his magical aura resembled fire, and his GI a darker red and black. Lord Grimshade felt the heat of the magical aura, and for the first time, he took a step back accidentally. Lord Grimshade growled and charged at Harry and attacked. Harry's eyes widened as Lord Grimshade seemingly appeared in front of him. He quickly gathered his thoughts and blocked the attack, and the force of the attack forced him into the sky and through the moon, and further beyond. Ginny Weasley was stunned as she stared at the sky and saw the moon split in half at the attack before crumbling. Unreal! He could feel Lord Grimshade chasing him. He quickly turned and Snap vanished, but instantly regretted it. He lost track of where he was and ended up high, above the surface of Mars. He couldn't register he was moving until he was near Mars. He marveled at his power as a fist made contact with his face and sent him through Mars, vaporizing the red planet. Harry quickly corrected himself to find himself near Neptune. No, I have all the time in the world to figure out my limits, but I need to magical energil Lord Grimshade, or this will never end, he thought as he crouched and started chanting. His magical aura burst to life, acting like a supergiant for anything within a 1,000-mile radius. Lord Grimshade floated there, unaffected, and clasped his hands. It didn't take Professor Binns a second to appear next to him. Lord Grimshade, if you fire back, you will destroy this universe, said Professor Binns as Lord Grimshade nodded. Create a barrier with him and me in it. I am sure you can contain us both, said Lord Grimshade as his purple magical aura burst to life. Professor Binns nodded and vanished just as a barrier spanning around a 10 million mile radius materialized. Ga, me, ha, me, chanted Harry as the energy around them started to become so strong that the vacuum started to buzz and heat up to unbelievable levels. You know, fledgling god before creation is destruction, said Lord Grimshade as a sphere of destruction appeared and glowed vibrantly. Harry wasn't intimidated. He channeled all of his newly found god power that kept surging at a ridiculous rate into his Kamehameha wave. HAA! Harry yelled as he thrust his palms forward and felt the power surge out of him. Lord Grimshade grunted as he threw it forward. For a second, it was complete silence as the energy raced towards one another. But once they collided, a vibration echoed in the vacuum, vaporizing everything in its path. The vibrations became more and more intense as they grew into a stalemate, but the vibrating started to become a visible phenomenon as they kept bouncing back on each other because of the barrier. Reality started to warp ridiculously, and the power just kept pulling it further open. Not good, thought Harry. He could feel something was not right. Far out in space in the DC universe, the Justice League was returning from a mission. Do you think the Lou and Eve Empire will be able to stay at peace? Asked Flash as Superman shook his head. Never. They're only war magical energizing together now because of Apocalypse. If Darkseid wasn't a problem, they would be at war now. One so big we might be forced to join when they start to conquer worlds in our sector, Superman answered. The problem isn't even the Lou Empire, it's those Eve bastards. All they have on their minds are conquest, said Green Lantern. I'm not too worried. If they even sneeze this way, we will send them magical energizing. We have 3 Kryptonians, Flash said with a grin as Batman shook his head. You would think so, but from what Hal tells me, their commanding General Strix is on an entirely different level. Same goes for the Lou Empire. Together, those two can hold back if not defeat Darkseid, Batman said. You don't think Darkseid already tried to destroy the largest empires in our neighboring galaxies? Strix fended off Darkseid by herself, and so did the Lou commander. As confident as they are, they would never risk complete annihilation. So an alliance was formed to deter Darkseid, and so far it's worked. That would mean that there are at least 3 Superman-level threats out there. As strong as Karen and Kara are, they aren't quite there yet. We would be at a large disadvantage. They wouldn't attack like Darkseid either. They would descend with thousands of intergalactic warships. We would be hard-pressed to stop that. And even if we did, the loss of life would be staggering, Batman explained as the ship went quiet. That got dark real fast. Green Lantern said, Friends, why think about what could happen? If the time ever did come, we would fight regardless, so it matters not, correct? Asked Diana. They all nodded just as the ship started to go crazy. A giant gaping hole ripped open right before their very eyes. Holy smokes! What is that? Exclaimed Flash as Batman narrowed his eyes. No idea, said Batman as he stared at the giant aberration. It can't be a black hole. These readings... He stared at his monitor. A white hole? How is that even possible? White holes theoretically spit out. This shouldn't even be reachable. Superman explained. The hole just kept getting wider until they started to feel incredible heat coming from it. We are too close. Move the javelin away, said Batman as Diana nodded and turned the ship in the opposite direction. By the gods! What is that? Said Diana as they could start to see 2 beings. They seemed to be in great conflict. Harry was so deep in concentration He hadn't even noticed that the wormhole was open. You won't win, Lord Grimshade. You magical energilled my entire family, everyone I knew and loved. You are going to die by my hands. The universe has been terrorized enough, said Harry as Lord Grimshade glared at him. You think I care? I am the god of destruction, boy. I can do as I please. You may have been reborn as a wizard god, but don't let delusions of grandeur start to cloud your judgment. This universe is my jurisdiction, and you and your family are the last beings capable of even dreaming of challenging me. You may be a god now, but you have no idea how to control the vast power dwelling within you, said Lord Grimshade as he increased his power and pushed Harry back a little. You are forgetting, Lord Grimshade. I am my father's son, said Harry as he flared his magical aura, increasing his power as well, pushing the struggle to a stalemate again. The League was so caught up watching the struggle and listening to the conversation that they hadn't noticed Harry was slowly being pushed through the dimensional tear. This is dangerous. I can't control any more of this power. If I dig any deeper, I don't know if I would survive the explosion, thought Harry. Lord Grimshade, if this power goes unstable, we could both die. If we add more power and it goes off, neither of us will survive this, said Harry as he felt himself losing control. Are you reaching your limit, boy? Asked Lord Grimshade as Harry winced. His arms started burning. If you are, then get ready to be vaporized from all of creation, just like I did to the rest of your family, said Lord Grimshade as Harry frowned in anger as his family's faces flashed through his mind. Shouldn't we stop this? Martian Manhunter asked as Superman was about to get up when Batman grabbed his arm. We can't. The energy being thrown around by those two is far more than even Clark can handle. That amount of power could nuke our entire universe, and that's just from the one. The overall energy output is tremendous. We can only try and escape before they notice us. Those are gods fighting. We have no right to interfere, nor should we, said Batman as Superman was about to protest. Clark, can you confidently tell me you can withstand an attack that can destroy our universe? Keep in mind that's only half of the power being flung around. Superman clenched his fist as he stared at the fight. But we can't do nothing, Bruce, said Superman as Bruce grimaced. I am aware. If that energy does go unstable, it could leak into our reality and destroy a large portion of our galaxy, said Batman as he started typing. Give me a few moments. I need to think, Batman spoke. No, I can still feel my power rising. I just don't know if I can control it, said Harry as he grinned at Lord Grimshade like a maniac. But what I can do is take us both out, said Harry as he dug deep and unleashed everything he possibly could. Fuck. You crazy son of a dash. Lord Grimshade didn't finish his red and purple collided in a brilliant display. The energy knocked Lord Grimshade away. Harry noticed Lord Grimshade was still alive, but he had taken the brunt of the blast and quickly raised his power to guard himself and screamed. No, as he was enveloped in bright light, just as he was forced back by the Force and flew out into a foreign universe and through a few planets and into a nearby star. He tried to fire off another blast at Lord Grimshade to magical energill him, but the combined energy of the blast blocked his attack and caused the dimensional tear to shut. He clenched his fist in anger as he flew out of the star, covered in red plasma. Lord Grimshade was still alive, and he didn't know what the heck just happened, but he couldn't sense Lord Grimshade anymore. He yelled in anger, activating his magical aura in a crimson blaze, and the shockwave shook the entire galaxy. The star behind him became unstable before exploding, the feeling of heat blowing past him as his anger soared again. Fuck magical, energy, irritating star, he yelled as he aimed his palm at the star, vaporizing it. The Justice League watched in silence at the angry deity. Someone has anger issues, am I right? Barry said as they all glared at him. What? I'm not wrong. He muttered the last part. And what if he heard you? He just vaporized a star like it was nothing. We definitely can't fight something like that, said Green Lantern as he ironed his will. We better get out of here before he notices us, Green Lantern said as Batman nodded. Whatever that is, whoever that is, we want nothing of it. Batman said as the ship turned and was about to fly away when they suddenly saw the red-haired anger issues being floating in front of the ship, staring at them. Surprisingly, the god seemed to take a deep breath and smiled at them. "Mind letting me in? I need help," he said as they all stared at one another, not too sure about it before Batman nodded. "All right," he answered as Barry's jaw dropped open. "Bats, what are you doing?" he yelled. "How about you say no to him, Flash?" Batman said as Barry stared at Bruce before staring back at the god. "No, I think I'm fine, just let him in," said Barry as Batman nodded. The fact that he asked for permission instead of barging in gives me the idea that he isn't as unstable as he seemed a few moments ago. Bruce thought. The hatch opened, and soon Harry entered the spaceship and stared at the funny-dressed individuals. "Who are you?" asked Harry as Batman stared at him. Superman was about to talk when Harry's hair suddenly went from bright red to jet black, and his eyes rolled to the back of his head. "Wow," said Hal as they all looked at the unconscious deity. "Well, that was anticlimactic," said Barry as he stared at Harry, who was face first on the floor. What if Harry landed in DC? Deity? The League stared at the downed deity. Guys, now what?" Barry asked as Green Lantern shrugged and stared down at Harry. "We should bring him back with us," Martian Manhunter said as Green Lantern shook his head. "That is not a good idea. If he wakes up and goes on a magical energy-killing spree, then what?" Green Lantern explained. "Besides, it doesn't seem likely that he will use blasts that destroy cars and small buildings," he finished as he stared at the dispersed star. "He could nuke our entire planet. On the flip side, though, we have no idea what abilities he has. If we just chuck him into space the moment he wakes up, he could come loom magical energy for us. He isn't hostile now, but he could be," said Superman as Diana nodded. "Does it matter? We are the Justice League. Justice is in our name. Would we be doing him justice if we left him in the vacuum of space?" Diana countered. "An even worse scenario will be if he gets caught by either of the empires and they anger him," Diana continued. "You said the energy readings were strong enough that they could destroy a universe, correct?" she asked Batman, who nodded. "We will vote. Do we bring him back or leave him here?" Batman said. "All in favor of bringing him back with us, raise your hand." Batman raised his hand along with Superman, Diana, Barry, and Martian Manhunter. Green Lantern sighed. "I understand all of them, but why you bats? Aren't you like the most paranoid out of us all? What is your reasoning?" he asked. "Simple, the energy readings from the sector will be off the charts. Both empires will arrive soon to investigate, along with nations even further beyond. They will find him here and use him, which he will eventually break free from. After seeing the power he was capable of exerting, it would only be a matter of time. And as Diana says, we will all die if he decides to just up and destroy the universe in retaliation. It would be better to have him with us, so that we can keep him as calm as possible and happy until he decides to leave," Batman said. Green Lantern nodded. "Okay, solid reasoning. I guess I can get behind that. Although the moment he wakes up, I hope he doesn't go berserk." "None of us want that," Superman answered as the ship took off, leaving the space sector empty. Harry slowly opened his eyes and looked around. "Hospital?" he wondered absent-mindedly. "Ah," he whined as he held his head. "Well, look who finally decided to open his eyes," said Flash as he walked up to Harry's bed. A minute earlier, he got the notification that their visitor had finally awoken from his sleep. Harry turned his head to see a man in a red suit with a lightning emblem on it. A thought crossed his mind as he briefly wondered if Lord Grimshade knocked the sense out of him. "Beerus!" yelled Harry as he jumped out of bed, loom magical energy around frantically. His hair turned red and started glowing, and he closed his eyes, trying to sense his surroundings before expanding out beyond Earth. A few minutes ago, with Batman, Wonder Woman, and Superman. "You got the notification as well?" he asked as they nodded. "He is one magical energy up. It's now or never," said Batman as they entered the special room in the hospital ward. They entered just as Flash spoke. "Whoa, calm down," said Flash nervously as Harry opened his eyes to see a man loom magical energy like a bat. His cowl gave Harry the shivers as more and more people colorfully dressed entered the room. "The deity has awoken," said the woman who Harry quite frankly thought was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. Losing his ability to speak for a few seconds, Harry cleared his throat as a decently large man walked in. The magical aura this man gave off made Harry stare at him. The presence this man gave off felt like he could match Harry in a brawl of pure strength, maybe even overpower the young wizard. "Hello, I am Superman, and we are the Justice League," said Superman. "We came across each other not too long ago. We magical energized have found each other," said Superman as Harry slowly nodded. He does vaguely remember that, but not completely. After all, he was locked magical energizing horns with the Destroyer. He didn't have time to worry about those around him. "My name is Son Harry. Where am I?" asked Harry as Batman stepped forward. "You are in our secure base. After your dramatic battle in space, you passed out in our ship," said Batman as he stared at the glowing red hair before Loom magical energizing at Harry again. "You are above planet Earth," said Flash as Harry nodded. "Did I ever hear of a Justice League? Can't be. I would have sensed this super guy. Everyone would have," he thought as he tried to piece his memory together until he remembered his battle and his family and friends' sacrifices. Lord Grimshade was still alive. "None of you are safe," Harry spoke frantically. "The god of destruction. He will come for Earth again. So he is worried about our safety," thought Batman. "He isn't hostile. Hopefully, it stays this way." "Doubtful. It's been nearly a year since then, and I don't think you remember, but the result of your battle launched you out of your universe," said Batman as Harry felt lightheaded and slowly fell back, only to catch himself on the bed. "You mean I am no longer in my universe?" asked Harry as dread filled his mind. "My Earth is in danger. The Destroyer will turn it to dust." "I didn't magical energize him," said Harry in frustration as his vision blurred. "I feel so weak," said Harry as he stood up. "What did you do to me?" asked Harry as Diana spoke. The eyes in the room looked at Harry's hair as it turned black again. "We did nothing bad to you. We just made you comfortable because your wounds healed rapidly on their own. By the time we returned to our Earth, you were fine but unconscious. This god of destruction you speak of, who is he?" asked Diana as Harry slowly clenched his fist, Lord Grimshade's face flashing through his mind. "He destroys worlds. I was never going to let him destroy the Earth. But I didn't have the strength to stop him. He flies through the universe, destroying worlds he comes across if they irritate him or put him in a bad mood," said Harry as tears started to cascade down his cheeks. "Are you all right?" Superman asked as Harry remembered his mother's face as she died. His tears kept rolling as he remembered everyone. Mother, Father George Weasley, Ginny Weasley, everyone. "I'm sorry. I couldn't get revenge for you," Harry thought. "Is something the matter?" Diana asked with a concerned voice. Harry just shook his head slowly. "My family. I lost them to him," Harry croaked out. It hurt him even more because there were no Dragon Balls. He would never be able to see them again, and the worst part was that he was now in an entirely different universe. A silence came over the room. "I guess even gods cry," thought Barry as he stared at Harry with eyes full of pity. The next second gave everyone a fright as a low rumbling noise sounded throughout the room. Harry's cheeks turned red as he cried. Diana gave him a small smile. "The deity is hungry. He needs sustenance." She spoke as Harry looked at her, surprised. "Deity? Me?" asked Harry as Batman gave him a look before Superman spoke. "Yes, when we found you, the power you were giving off was ridiculous, and the other purple cat being you were telling magical energizing to you referred to him as a god, and he referred to you as one as well, and we assumed. Plus, you were asleep for plus minus 300 days, answered Superman as Harry's eyes widened. 300 days? Harry couldn't believe his ears. He realized they were confused before he looked at his hands and felt the depth of his power. His entire being felt different, like the power of the super wizard god was still dwelling within, but it felt natural, like it was always there. "That's right, a deity," he said to himself. The League looked a little confused, but Harry shrugged them off. "It's nothing. I forgot the last fight took a lot out of me," said Harry. "I'm no longer normal," he thought. "No doubt the energy readings were astronomical. Universal level stuff," Barry said as Harry nodded. "Well, When you fight the Destroyer God, you can't hold back. Worst part is he took the explosion to the face and was just knocked away, Harry said, as he clenched his fist. Next time I won't hold back, Harry said as the tears on his face evaporated. I could still feel so much power rising. There was no way I could have unleashed it all, he thought before deflating. But with the way things are loom magical energy, I might not even get a chance to. I have no idea where they all are, he thought. The League members looked at one another. They were to magical energy a gamble. This god just admitted to holding back in a fight that was basically on a universal scale, possibly even more. Do you maybe want to talk about it? Diana asked. This was a good way to get information on him. Harry shook his head. It's fine. It's not like it matters. They are gone, and I am stuck in a foreign universe. I can only move on. I couldn't stop Lord Grimshade before, so it doesn't matter, he said as he held his stomach. If he was asleep for 300 days, then it was highly unlikely Lord Grimshade would be coming. This destroyer sounds powerful, but you were here for almost a full year. Your Earth may not exist anymore, and your only way home is gone, said Batman as he walked up to Harry. Flash's jaw dropped down as Batman spoke. He knew he was to magical energy a risk. You are strong. I don't think you're League material, but it would be best if we had you on our side. I am sure you know a being of your caliber would leave us nervous, said Batman as Harry nodded. You could also be a talented liar, but we wouldn't know that. I think it would be best if you stayed with us until you feel comfortable again. We wouldn't want some unknown organization to grab a hold of you and use you against your will, said Batman as Harry slowly nodded. Flash will show you the food court, said Batman as he motioned to Barry, who nodded before quickly staring at Batman with wide eyes. I don't want to be around the unstable god, Barry thought nervously. Also, would you be willing to undergo a simple test of your abilities tomorrow? And our friend Martian Manhunter will confirm your story tomorrow as well, said Batman as Harry nodded. He didn't mind. Batman nodded and walked out of the room, leaving the Leaguers speechless. Superman being the first to respond. Well, that's all for now, Harry. I hope you recover soon, said Superman as Flash nodded. Diana smiled and left the room. Until we meet again, Lord Harry. Her voice echoed, leaving Harry somewhat speechless. Lord Harry, he wondered to himself. Flash cleared his throat to try and catch Harry's attention as he motioned for Harry to follow him. This way, Lord Harry. So anyway, my name is the Flash, but most just call me Flash, said Flash. Harry nodded before cringing. How about you just call me Harry? Lord Harry sounds weird, said Harry as Flash shrugged. Whichever you prefer, he answered. But if it was up to me, I would like to be called Lord Flash every time, Flash said with a grin as Harry chuckled. Okay then, Lord Flash, said Harry as Flash cringed. No, I changed my mind. Flash is fine. Flash changed as Harry chuckled. Now you understand. As they entered a large hall with the smell of food everywhere, Harry's stomach made another loud sound before Flash burst out laughing. Come on, let's get you a plate, said Flash as Harry just chuckled. A plate? He doubted that one plate would satisfy him. After all, he did technically not eat for a year. He might finish this entire haul and set a record even among wizards. He was starving, and filling his empty stomach might take a while. What if Harry landed in D.C.? The Watchtower. The growing crowd of observers gasped as the newly born god just kept eating. It had been nearly an hour, and he was inhaling food at a pace that was just quite frankly disgusting. Flash had stopped eating about 20 minutes ago, but Harry just kept on eating. You sure know how to pack food away, don't you? Said Flash. Harry just chuckled as he briefly stopped. When you haven't eaten for over a year, it happens to you, said Harry as he felt his energy reserves. Although I must say the food here really is good, said Harry as Flash nodded. As each plate was finished, a robot would just carry the plates back to the magical energician. One particular robot walked up to Flash. Food reserves at 67%, the robot stated. Flash nodded. He had a feeling the food supply would drastically drop after seeing Harry devour his food at a speed similar to him. Wow, you dropped the Watchtower's food reserves by 20%, Flash revealed. Is that a lot? Harry turned with a chicken wing held tightly in his left hand and soup in the right. The scene was somewhat comical to everyone who just laughed. 4 weeks of food, to be exact, said Flash as he stifled his laughter. Harry tilted his head to the left curiously. With the way he is acting, you wouldn't say he could wipe the universe out of existence. Honestly, he doesn't seem bad, only weirdly down to earth for a god. Flash thought as he stared at Harry. I don't feel hungry anymore, said one guy who was watching on the sidelines, snapping Flash out of his thoughts. Well, duh. He just ate for us all, for today, tomorrow, and well, the day after that, another female leaguer joked, which got a good laugh out of everyone present, Harry included. You are all part of the Justice League? Harry asked the woman wearing a bat costume, obviously somehow related to the Man-Bat. Or was it Batman? Whatever. She looked a bit confused at the question, but nodded anyway. Yeah, I mean, this is the Watchtower. The better question is, who are you, Mr. Mysterious? She asked, unable to hold her curiosity back. The League is very serious about who they bring here. And if you are here, you must be a leaguer or a villain. She continued. Villains tend to invite themselves unannounced as well. She added, clarifying for Harry. Well, they wouldn't be villains if they said they were coming, right? Harry said with a chuckle. Touché, she replied. Not to rush you or anything, but are you finishing any time soon or… Harry looked at her while leaning back and sighed with satisfaction. Finished, he said as he relaxed his muscles. To answer your question, Batgirl, this is Lord Harry. He is a highly esteemed guest of the League, said Flash, although he somewhat stressed the esteemed part. Oh, nobility, or is it royalty? You must not be a human with the way you eat. I knew it, she said as Flash glared at her. Ahem, highly esteemed, Flash said with a passive-aggressive smile. She realized her mistake. My bad, I didn't mean to offend you, she said as Harry chuckled. It's fine, besides, I'm not royalty or anything of the sort, he said as he glanced down at his hands. His mood noticeably dropped before Loom magical energizing at her with a smile and answering. Just a god. I knew it, Zatanna exclaimed out loud before covering her mouth like a deer caught in headlights when everyone turned to look at her. I mean, clearing her throat before continuing. I could sense you. We're an immortal being. Your entire existence, your very presence, makes me want to bow down. It feels divine, like close to the highest level. She slowly came to realize who she was Tau magical energizing to, or more specifically, what she was Tau magical energizing to. If Zatanna says so, that's cool. A real god? No way. Such comments circulated the group. Holy shit, she said as she backed up slowly and turned to Flash with a distressed look. An actual god. You brought a god into the Watchtower, she said as Flash quickly spoke. He could tell Harry seemed a little confused. Calm down, Zatanna. He isn't bloodthirsty, just magical energized of lost, said Flash as she stared at him like she didn't believe a single word coming out of his mouth. Almost every single god I have come across is greedy, bloodthirsty, a perverted bastard, power-hungry, or a scheming snake, she said as she readied herself for combat. Harry spoke as Flash tried to calm Zatanna down. They both looked at him. I am neither of those, Harry tried to point out. See, Flash said nervously. Harry here is a nice guy. Not some maniac, but we don't want to provoke a god that you yourself said is on one of the highest levels, Flash insisted. Zatanna calmed down somewhat. He seems pretty normal to me, Batgirl said. I know he has a reason for being here, but I haven't met a god before, so that's pretty neat, Batgirl said. I guess he isn't a dark god, Zatanna continued. She was a powerful sorceress and had fought with lower-tier gods before, but the amount of power hidden inside the person she was staring at was just mind-numbing, and she knew it was just the tip of the iceberg. She knew lower-tier gods could control minds. If the amount of power behind this being was any indication, if he wanted to control the minds of non-magic users, it would be as simple as a snap of the finger. Hell, even powerful magic users might not be able to resist. Calm down, Zatanna. Batman spoke in her mind via Manhunt. Do not provoke him. He is a Celestial Plus level being, possibly Mobius level, not something we can realistically handle. The voice explained. Why is he here? Don't gods on that level look down on normal people? How did you guys find him? She asked in her mind, calming down. That's not important, Zatanna, Batman said. She grunted and lowered her guard. Harry sighed in relief as she dropped her hostile magical aura, although he could tell she was still on guard. How about we leave? Flash said as Harry nodded, and they left. Harry waved at Batgirl, who waved back. Yeah, he replied as he turned and walked away with Flash. Sorry about that. Zatanna has come across a lot of gods who are just plain bad, but none of them are on your level. I am sure that stuff is beneath you, Flash said nervously as he patted Harry's back. No sweat. I would be wary of me too. I felt her poke at my soul to find information. I gave her small insight, hoping that she would see I am not evil or something, but I guess it backfired, he said as Flash chuckled. She had weird energy. Felt like Babetti's must be magic or something. Harry thought before blushing lightly. But man, this universe has some beautiful women. He thought as two blonde females walked past him. They both spared him a glance as they passed one another. New guy. Zatanna stared at Harry's back as he walked away. She had a curious look on her face. You don't like him, do you? Batgirl asked. She wasn't worried. She knew Bruce knew he was here, and Bruce was probably the most paranoid person on Earth. He must have Harry on 24/7 surveillance. It's not that, quite the contrary. He is actually not bad, both in the looks department and the personality. But you can't sense what I'm sensing, she said as she turned and looked at Batgirl with a smile. I guess since I am the only one able to sense his power, I feel so uneasy knowing someone that powerful is here. She thought. It doesn't matter. Batman seems to know what he's doing, she said as Power Girl and Supergirl stopped in front of them. Hey, Kara greeted. Who was that? Some god, Batgirl answered. God? As in a deity? A real one? Or? She asked. A real one, Zatanna said. Darkseid wishes he had that much raw power. He doesn't seem all that strong to me, said Power Girl as Supergirl spoke. You don't seem all that strong either, but we all know otherwise, said Kara as Power Girl just shrugged. Whatever, she said as she turned and walked away. I won't be stood up by some wannabe god, said Power Girl as Supergirl just sighed. Zatanna stared at Power Girl. Yes, wannabe god if only. Zatanna thought just as Diana walked past. You all waste time telling magical energy about someone you don't know, said Wonder Woman as Supergirl shrugged. We're curious, said Supergirl as Wonder Woman smiled. Well, I am sure more will come to light in the future, she said as she walked away. Soon, the crowd dispersed, and news of a real god being in the Watchtower spread. Harry put his head down on the pillow in his room. Flash had shown him the room and left, telling him to enjoy his sleep, and the magical Energition was always open. Mother! Harry thought as he clenched his fist and buried his face in the pillow as he cried again. The pain hurt more. It stung him deeply. I will never see you again. I will never see anyone again. This death is permanent. He had no idea how long he had his face in the pillow, crying his heart out, but the sound of an alarm clock caught his attention. 5:09 p.m. It's late in the afternoon. He turned in his bed, Lord Grimshade filling his mind. With Earth's defenders gone, the planet was either gone or most of its people dead from the cat god. Somehow he felt like the destroyer wouldn't waste his time mercilessly slaughtering people. He seemed more of a blow up the world and be done with it. Magical, energized of guy. The Earth had to be long gone by now. He clenched his fist and thought of Ginny Weasley. He and her were just starting to get close. She was his first friend his age. He also liked the girl. I mean, who wouldn't? She took jack shit from no one. Not even Ron Weasley. Harry chuckled at that as a lone tear slid down his face. She was fierce and had the drive to fight and get stronger. Harry wasn't much of a fighter, but his wizard blood was drawn to her drive, and it made him like her spirit and tenacity more than he cared to admit. Yawning, he closed his eyes and pictured them in his mind. He never even knew it, but he had fallen asleep. A soft snore could be heard as he rested again. Batman stared at his screen that showed the wizard asleep as Flash spoke. I guess the next few weeks are going to be stressful, said Flash as Batman grunted as he walked away. Well, you don't have to tell me, Flash said sarcastically as Superman walked in. I am with you on this one, Barry, said Superman. Either way, we will know what he is capable of tomorrow, said Superman as the Watchtower's alarm sounded off. Batman was already back and frightened Flash. After typing and kept magical energy, he saw the problem. Metallo, said Batman as Superman clenched his fists. Doesn't he ever learn? Said Flash as Superman was about to turn and leave. But Batman stopped him. You can't go, Clark, said Batman as Superman was about to say something, but Diana cut him off. Then I shall. Metallo's kryptonite cannot affect me, said Wonder Woman as Batman nodded. Flash, you go with and evacuate civilians. Make sure no one gets hurt, said Batman as Flash nodded, and Diana walked away. Batman glanced at the monitor and watched as Harry made his way towards them. He turned the corner and walked past Diana and Barry as they headed to the invisible jet before flying down to Earth. I saw red flashing lights, and a siren woke me up. What's going? Asked Harry as Superman answered. Some bad guy is destroying the South District of Metropolis, a city on Earth. Wonder Woman and Flash have gone to stop him, said Superman as Batman just continued typing away. Harry nodded and watched the screen that displayed Metallo about to destroy a car, just as a blur of gold and red knocked the Metal Man back on his ass. Flash, said Metallo as he got back up. I am surprised to see you here. Is Super Bitch too scared to face me? Asked Metallo as Wonder Woman landed behind him and magical energized him, blasting the Metal Man forward. He smashed into a building before he stood up and scathed. Is that all? Asked Metallo as Wonder Woman smirked. Seems you have gotten stronger, Metal Man, said Wonder Woman as Metallo smirked. Of course, upgrades were in order. Right now, the only thing that can tear me apart is nothing short of God himself, said Metallo as Flash spoke. Never took you for a religious guy, said Flash as Metallo scoffed. Who said I was? His arm morphed into a gun firing off bolts of energy. Flash dodged them and ran up, punching the Metal Man before howling in pain. The same attack doesn't work on me, said Metallo as he looked at Flash. I upgrade as I fight. Now you dumb fuck, said Metallo as Wonder Woman rushed him and punched him in the face. Metallo could only fly away into a building. Flash grinned and spoke to Diana. Well, you have things under control here. Flash gave a small salute and sped around the district to loom magical energy for people and evacuating them. Okay, I won't lie. I felt that one. For a woman, you punch nearly as hard as Superman, said Metallo as Wonder Woman was already upon him. You flatter me, but that wasn't anywhere near my full strength, exclaimed Wonder Woman as she threw another punch that made Metallo bend over. She then brought down her elbow on his back, effectively smacked magical, energizing him face flat on the concrete, creating spider web cracks on the ground. Metallo groaned as he tried to get up, but Wonder Woman grabbed him and smirked. Tell me, Metal Man, do you think you will be awake after this? She asked and pulled her fist back. Her arm bulged slightly, and the ground cracked beneath her as she decked him across the face with enough force to shatter the windows of the buildings and vehicles around her. The ground trembled as Metallo fell face first into the ground, unconscious. I guess not. She stared down at Metallo in disgust. Flash appeared next to her, grinning. Guess you didn't need my help. Diana smiled as cheers from the people could be heard. You saved the lives of those in the car he was about to destroy and evacuated everyone in immediate danger. I wasn't fast enough, but you were. You helped stop Metallo as much as I, said Wonder Woman as Flash just smiled bashfully. I guess you were right, said Flash as Wonder Woman wrapped Metallo in her lasso and let the police restrain him. The two League members headed back to the jet. Harry watched the fight and was impressed with Wonder Woman's strength. She was definitely strong, and she didn't look serious either. He could tell she was a warrior. The way she moved was calculated. Flash was just very fast as far as Harry could tell. He sensed them dock back on the Watchtower before returning to Batman and Superman. Good job, Flash, Wonder Woman, said Superman as Flash nodded, and Wonder Woman just smiled. Wow, your form is amazing. You're a warrior. I can tell, said Harry as Wonder Woman nodded and stared at Harry curiously. You know martial arts? Of course, my family is comprised of masters, the best of the best, he answered with a smile. Masters, you say? Diana was now interested. Perhaps we should have a spar sometime soon. Harry nodded. Of course. Although it strikes me as odd that gods would bother learning how to fight, Diana said. Do you care to explain? Harry shrugged and nodded as they all stared at him. I'll try and keep this short. When my father was a baby, he was taken in by one of the greatest martial artists on Earth who taught him how to fight. He came across more masters on Earth who taught him. As he grew up, he was eventually trained by a low-tier god called King Kai. From there on, He trained and fought in a tournament in the afterlife for a chance to be trained by the Grand Kai, a mid-tier god. By then, he surpassed the Supreme Kai, the highest authority in our universe, and defeated an ancient demon called Majin Buu. At that point, no other god could teach him anything else. He trained me when I was younger, and all of the people we knew were practically on the same level. Flash whistled. So your old man was trained by a bunch of gods? And he dropped all that knowledge on you? You could say that, Harry said with a smile. Diana nodded and smirked. I look forward to our fight then. Although I take it you have rested. She continued as Harry nodded. Yes, a little. I am still not at 100%, but this is a good spot, I guess, said Harry as he examined himself. Will you be able to do a preliminary testing of your abilities? Asked Batman as Harry nodded. It shouldn't be a problem, Harry answered. All right then, follow me for now. We will just test how strong you are physically. I don't think testing your energy output is necessary, said Batman as he turned and walked. Flash, Wonder Woman, and Superman looked at each other before following. They were curious about what Harry was capable of. They knew his energy level was quite literally god level, but right now, he felt and looked like a civilian. When his hair changes color, he seems to become stronger. Perhaps he is only strong when he changes red, Diana speculated. As they made their way to the training room, they passed quite a few members, and many saw the core members escort the demi-wizard to the training arena. As luck would have it, the Young Justice group was in the training arena with Supergirl and Power Girl. They were currently beating the living crap out of one another when the wizard walked in and noticed them in the air with scrapes and bruises. Supergirl sported more than Power Girl, while Zatanna was magical energizing with the Young Justice group. Batgirl spotted the wizard and smiled and waved at him. Everyone noticed the demi-wizard and stopped what they were doing. Most of them were wondering who he was, and curiosity got the better of them. They watched as Harry walked up to a weight-lifting machine. The members who had seen Harry with Flash were now excited because they knew he was an actual god. Was he stronger than a Kryptonian? Well, they would most likely find out now. When Harry walked in, he saw quite a few people in the training area, and it made him nervous. He wasn't expecting all these people. He watched as they all followed out of curiosity, and he couldn't blame them. Technically, he couldn't blame them. He was a stranger in their base after all, and after his little incident with Zatanna, he was sure they knew he wasn't normal. All right, we will start with a simple test of strength, said Batman as he tapped on the control bar and reduced the weight to nothing. He motioned for Harry to stand under the block, which he did. To him, the block was weightless. Is this supposed to be heavy? Asked Harry as Power Girl spoke. Only if you're weak. Harry looked at her before blushing a little. He realized that this didn't weigh much, probably about 10 magical energilograms. I will increase the weight to 100 magical energilograms. Tell me if you start to feel it pushing down on you, said Batman as Power Girl scoffed when Harry suddenly buckled under the weight. Him? A god? Yeah, and I'm blind, she thought. Whoa, you weren't magical energizing. The weight did increase, said Harry as Batman nodded. I assume you're still suppressing your power? He asked, and Harry chuckled and smiled. I mean, who goes all out at the very beginning? He countered. Fair enough. I suggest you power up in small increments to avoid damage to the Watchtower, although that's if you can. I don't know how your power works, Batman advised, and Harry just nodded. Can't be that much stronger if he struggles with 220 pounds. Power Girl mocked as she smirked at Harry, who frowned at the comment. The look on her face was screaming, bite me. As beautiful as she was irritating. I ignored the first comment, but it sounds like she has a problem with me, he thought. I can already feel a headache forming. No, I just wouldn't want to hurt anyone. After all, some of you seem magical energized of fragile, said Harry as he glanced at Power Girl, whose eye twitched at the comment. Supergirl looked away when she heard the comment to try and hide her laughter. Don't worry about anyone. All you need to do is give us an accurate display of your strength, said Batman as Harry nodded before he looked at them. You might want to take a step back. It might take a short while. I haven't accessed this power for nearly an entire year, said Harry. Everyone stepped back besides Power Girl, of course. Superman and Diana stepped back, not because they were worried, but it was better to just heed advice at the time. Harry crouched with the block over his head before he started to growl. Grr! Everyone watched for a couple of seconds, wondering if he was fine before the ground started to spark and a small breeze picked up. "This is cool," Flash commented as he watched a white magical aura burst to life and lick the air like a flame. The Watchtower started to vibrate as the temperature raised in the area. All the weaker members had to cover their eyes. A couple of seconds later, Harry stood with his magical aura calmly magical entering his body, and he had a very serious expression on his face as he stared at his hands, confused. "I feel stronger?" Harry mumbled to himself. He wasn't even holding the block up anymore. It was being pushed into the ceiling of the room. "We will proceed," Batman continued. "So it seems my theory was correct. He has different levels of power. The red hair is the highest level," Batman thought as Barbara spoke. "This is cool. I can almost taste the power," she said. "Well, it feels like pure life energy," Zatanna spoke as she stared at the burning magical aura. "And this is just the tip of it." Power Girl stared at the display. "Impressive. I'll give him that. I don't think I've been around pure energy like this before." "All right," said Harry. "You are right. It's my life force you are sensing. As for whether this is the tip..." Harry stopped and grinned. Batman increased the weight again. However, it didn't move down. "My bad. Let me erase my magical aura so that the block can drop." As his magical aura vanished and the block dropped down, Harry caught it with one hand. "I'm moving it to 1 ton, said Batman. Harry just smirked. His wizard blood wanted to test the limits of his strength now. Superman watched with growing interest, along with everyone. "Okay, 2 tons, said Batman as he doubled it. With no visible reaction on his hand, Batman nodded. "For tons," as the weight increased again. "I've always wondered how much weight I could handle. I haven't trained in about 8 years, so I expect it won't be as much as before," said Harry as Batman spoke. 8 tons. Again, no reaction from the demi-wizard. "Not bad," said Kara as Power Girl continued watching. She wasn't worried. She could lift far more than that. Most super-strength beings would tap out around that area. "Still a weakling," said Power Girl as Flash chuckled, Loom magical energy at Superman and whispering. "You think she feels threatened by him?" asked Flash as Superman looked at him before he looked at Power Girl. She was staring at them both, and Clark smiled and looked at Flash. "You know she can hear you, right?" Superman asked as Flash paled, which prompted him to look at Power Girl and wave awkwardly. She just glared at him before Loom magical energy back at Harry. 16 tons, said Batman as Harry felt his arm buckle, but he could still hold it up with noticeable effort. "See, weakling," said Power Girl as Harry just chuckled. "Wow, maybe I shouldn't have been passive-aggressive with her. Either way, she's a headache I'm going to avoid like the plague," thought the wizard as he raised his other hand, and the weight felt a lot lighter. "Can you continue?" asked Batman as Harry nodded. "I won't be doubling the weight anymore," said Batman. 30 tons, said Batman as Harry felt it push down on him. His knees buckled, but he kept it up. 40 tons, said Batman as Harry felt the thing bring down the weight, which caused him to drop to his knee and struggle to push up. It took him a couple of seconds, but he could finally lift it and stand straight. Harry nodded with a content look on his face. "Nice. I can handle 40 tons at this point. Not bad." Harry patted himself on the back. "Although my father could hold 40 on each limb before needing to transform," said Harry as Batman raised an eyebrow in question, which he noticed. "Yeah, like I said, my father was the strongest," said Harry with a reminiscent smile as Power Girl scoffed. "He couldn't have been. A measly 40 tons on each limb is not amazing," Power Girl stated as Harry's jaw clenched at the comment. Sighing deeply, he responded, "You don't know anything," said Harry as he crouched. Power Girl was about to give him a piece of her mind, but stopped when there was an electrical discharge off of him. "Here goes nothing. This might take some time. Bear with me." "It has been a while," said Harry as he grunted before yelling this time. "How?" His white flame-like magical aura burst to life again, and the Watchtower started to shake again, but it was more violent this time with more electrical discharges. "What's he doing now?" Power Girl thought as the Shaw magical energy increased. Harry's hair, to everyone's amazement, flashed gold, and his pupils flashed teal before disappearing. His shirt bulged before tearing apart due to his body mass increase. His pupils reappeared but were teal. His muscles were sculpted down to such a degree that he looked like an Olympian god, His white magical aura turned golden, and his body started to steam from the heat it was producing. The now fully transformed Harry stared at everyone who was completely dumbfounded at the display. His hair was now a brilliant golden color that glowed ever so slightly with one bang over his eye. "Well, you definitely look like a god," Kara said absent-mindedly as she stared at him, her mouth slightly open. Most of the females in the room had, dare I say, pervy expressions on their faces. The pressure in the room was also a lot heavier, and it was magical energy. Them weak in the knees as they stared at the young god who in the current moment was unknowingly glowing with sex appeal. "Is this what you meant by a god?" asked Batgirl as she bit her lip. Superman shook his head, and Diana smirked at the wizard as she could feel the frustration build up in the females. The only thing that changed was his appearance along with his energy level. "He was never not a god. He was just suppressing it," said Batman as he made a mental note of the new golden form. "It's strong, but the energy levels are nothing in comparison to the red hair." He finished his thought process and glanced at Barbara. "She is certainly acting like a teenage girl." Harry exhaled and relaxed as he caught the block again. "It has been a while since I tapped into this power." His voice now somewhat deeper and raspier. "I need to sit down," a voice in the room said as she took a seat. "He was cute before, but now the things I would do to him." The woman thought as she tried to relax. "What is wrong with me? I need water. I am thirsty." She thought as she opened her bottled water and chugged the whole thing down in one go. "It's almost like my instincts want me to whore myself to him. I'm not an animal in heat, damn it," she thought. "By my calculations, your energy level just shot up by 5,000%. Batman finished typing on his machine and looked at Harry. "Correct me if I'm wrong, but to use more strength you have to change like this?" he asked, and Harry nodded. "My strength is linked to how much of my life force I draw out," he answered back. "Rather impressive, Lord Harry. I look forward to our fight even more now." Diana smirked as Harry sheepishly chuckled. Power Girl stared at him and scoffed. Sure, he was super attractive, but she wouldn't let that change her distaste for him. Besides, she hated people who lusted after her body. Why would she now lust after someone's body? "Still a weakling," said Power Girl as Harry ignored her. "All right, I'm going to increase the weight to 800 tons, said Batman as Flash choked on the air. 800? You sure? Asked Flash as Batman shrugged. If my calculations are correct, then this should be child's play to him if his strength increases proportionally with his energy output. So if it did increase his strength by 5,000%, we have nothing to worry about, said Batman as he increased it, and Harry still held it up fairly easily. 1,600 tons. The weight increased again, and he felt the sudden weight increase. I think my limit in this form would be 2,000 tons, said Harry as Batman nodded and increased it to 2,000 tons. Harry buckled and held on to the weight, visibly struggling. Yep, definitely 2,000 tons, said Harry as he held on to the weight. Is it just me, or does he look better with a struggling face? Batgirl asked, and Zatanna laughed. It's not just you. Zatanna watched him. I mean, 2,000 tons is still magical energized of impressive, although by the league standards, it's mediocre at best, she said. No offense, of course. She added and looked at Harry, who just started chuckling. Supergirl can probably lift somewhere in the range of 100 million tons, probably more. I mean, I did see her shift the moon once, if I'm not mistaken, and she is physically the weakest between her, Power Girl, and Superman. Zatanna said, magical energizing Supergirl blush as some league members stared at her in awe. Harry looked at her surprised. Holy hell, what are they? That's a ridiculous amount of weight. Harry thought, how much weight I can lift is not important. It's not a competition, Supergirl said as she tried to shift the attention from herself. Even though 100 million tons is magical energized of nothing. That's not the point, she thought. See, still much weaker than me. For all the flashy lights, he isn't all that strong, he's no god. Brag Power Girl as Supergirl just sighed. She just said it wasn't a competition. Hold on, Power Girl. You may have him beat in the strength department, but that's not what makes him strong, Zatanna said. I am sure Batman knows why as well. It's his energy level. It's quite literally on another plane of existence. I don't know by how much, but I can feel a portion of it, and Right now, if he snapped his fingers, he could probably nuke our solar system. The power I sensed earlier was just planetary level stuff. That's why I was so wary of him. But now, Power Girl turned and stared a bit at a loss for words at the claim. That's not pos dash, she started but was cut off. Batman nodded. Indeed, while it seems his physical strength is not that impressive, his strength comes from his life force. I still have 2 more levels above this one, Harry explained as he dug deep. Again, with one heavy push, he transformed into a super wizard too, his hair spy magical energy more, and his eyes a cold jade, and his body increased, slightly in mass. This is my ascended form, said Harry, his voice deeper and rougher as he relaxed and looked at Batman and spoke. Just double the weight of this, said Harry as the weight increased, and he held on to it, visibly magical energy and effort. For 1,000 tons, said Batman. Next, asked Batman. Harry nodded his head. Do you have to do this every time you want to power up to a higher state? Most villains would end you while you try and power up, said Wonder Woman. Well, no. I can always just jump to max instantly, but I was asked to power up in smaller increments, said Harry as Wonder Woman nodded. That's good. I envy your different levels of strength. I wish I had a way to limit my power in more than one way, said Wonder Woman as Harry nodded. We can end the test with the next level. This one is especially difficult to transform into, said Harry as he started to power up and his magical aura burst to life. After a couple of seconds, his hair turned black and his eyes turned black too. He grew in height by almost a full foot before his magical aura turned white. Now that feels good, said Harry as he just cracked his neck. To everyone else, he looked normal. Okay, now I am curious on what my weight limit is, said Harry as he looked at Batman. Double the weight to 8,000 tons, said Harry as Batman nodded. Harry just nodded as he felt no increase in weight before lifting it with one hand. Okay, double that to 16,000, said Harry. Batman nodded and increased it. Harry felt the weight increase, but it wasn't too bad. Okay, now I will increase it to 25,000 tons. Harry, think you can handle that? Asked Batman as Harry nodded. Harry buckled as he caught the block, but shrugged. I can still lift it, said Harry as he demonstrated by pushing it up and letting it come down repeatedly. Okay, up it to 40,000, said Harry as Batman nodded. Harry's knees buckled as the weight increased, and it brought him to his knees. He struggled before he could slowly push it up nearly a minute later. Okay, that's my limit, said Harry. Wonder Woman spoke, still curious. And the red hair? Batman looked at Harry. He hadn't shown that form. You mean you have another transformation? Asked Barbara as Wonder Woman nodded. Yes, I think his true form is with red hair, said Superman. Harry nodded. Yeah, it's supposed to be the pinnacle of wizard power, the super wizard god. That's when I truly ascend to godhood, said Harry as most nodded with bewildered faces. I'm curious, seeing as you're a god and all. How did you get so strong? Were you born this way, or what? Asked Kara. I trained, believe it or not. I was just a little stronger than the average human when I was 3, but things happened, and I have been fighting my entire life to defend my home, and each threat was much stronger than the last, so we had to become stronger as well, said Harry. In the end, we were looked for by a destroyer god. He was in a league that was too high up for any of us to reach. Did you defeat the god of the destroying? Starfire asked innocently. Harry sighed and closed his eyes. Here goes nothing. He inhaled and exhaled as his presence disappeared, and the pressure vanished. The entire room was suddenly tainted in a red hue as his hair started glowing. There was a silence as they watched him concentrate. His magical aura turned to fire as he slimmed down. When he opened his eyes, they were glowing red. Zatanna stared at him as the hair on her neck raised. This is Mobius-level power. What makes this different from the gold hair? Supergirl asked. If you could sense what I am sensing, you would know if he snapped his finger now, a whole lot more than the solar system would disappear. She answered. What is the max weight this thing can exert? Harry asked. 10 million tons, Batman spoke. Any more, and I risk the Watchtower. Raise it to the max, he said nonchalantly, although the tone in his voice sounded emotionless. You think you can jump from 40,000 tons to 10 million? Power Girl asked, almost magical energingly. I wasn't magical energing to you, he said as he glanced at her, and back to Batman. Why you? She started but stopped as the weight increased and the block dropped down. Harry turned and stared at her as he caught the block with one hand and spun it on his finger. Is the test done? He asked, and Batman nodded. He could tell Harry was in a foul mood, and it was Power Girl and the talk of the Destroyer God. If you need me, I'll be in my room, he said as his red hair turned black, and he disappeared into the hallway. To answer your question, Starfire, no, Harry couldn't stop the Destroyer God. It magical energized his family before forcing him out of his dimension and has probably already destroyed his Earth. That's what he told us and what we saw a year ago, said Batman as everyone was silent. Starfire felt a little sad for his magical energizing him. It made sense why he didn't want to answer. Power Girl calmed down at the mention of it. She could relate. Her world was also gone, and she couldn't go back, but she still didn't like him. Show is over, everyone, get back to work, said Batman as everyone slowly scattered. And this goes without saying, don't tell anyone about this, said Batman as they all nodded. As Harry laid on his bed, his mind trailed back to his family. He missed them already. What use is this god power, anyways? It wasn't enough to stop Lord Grimshade. Harry clenched his fist in frustration. What if Harry landed in D.C.? New Earth. Opening his eyes, he stared at the ceiling of his room. Sitting up, he looked at a TV displaying a woman in purple formal attire reporting what seemed to be a bank robbery in progress. The crime rate in this world is ridiculous. Back home, crimes were a rarity. If they did happen, Ginny Weasley would clean them up fairly quickly. If something big happened, Simon would stop it. But most issues came from accidents, Harry thought as his mind drifted back to his Earth. He could only assume it was gone, along with any method of going back. The thought of not returning home was painful indeed. He would never hear his mother scold him, see his father's carefree smile and naivety. But worst of all, he wouldn't see George Weasley. He loved his little brother, and now all of it was gone. Despite all his power and strength, he wouldn't be able to return home. I was planning on as magical energizing Ginny Weasley out on a real date after Hermione Granger's birthday, but I guess that's not happening anymore. Knock, knock. Harry looked at his door. Flash was standing there, getting up slowly. He opened the door and was met with the speedster's smile. Hey, Batman, wants to talk to you, Flash informed. Harry just nodded and followed Flash. I stopped fighting years ago. I only trained a little for the tournament. I didn't want to disappoint Dad. But now, maybe I won't need to fight again, Harry thought as he glanced at Flash. I just wanted to live a normal life and become a scholar. But Lord Grimshade showed up. I was going to settle down eventually, hopefully with Ginny Weasley when I worked up the courage to ask her out, who knows, maybe she liked me as well. He thought and chuckled a little. Oh man, I was so happy. If I had to choose between fighting for my life or just growing old without worrying about that, it would be a one-sided decision, thought Harry as his family flashed through his mind. Mom, Dad, and everyone else wouldn't want me to crush myself with guilt and struggle to get over what happened. If Dad's death at the Cell Games was any indication, they would want me to move on, and I guess this time it wasn't my fault, so I can't even blame myself. I won't forget you guys. I promise, he smiled fondly to himself. Flash turned around to show Harry another room with Batman and Wonder Woman standing there. In the corner was a large treadmill. Noticing Harry's curious expression, Batman explained. This treadmill is Flash's. He trains on this thing. It's specially designed for individuals with super speed, said Batman as Flash nodded. But that's not why I called you here. Yep, it's still too slow for me, but it is good practice for Superman and the rest, bragged Flash as Harry chuckled. Yeah, I'll bet. You moved so fast against that metal guy, I didn't even see you, said Harry with a grin, an obvious lie. Flash, on the other hand, just smirked, knowing another being of godly strength couldn't keep up with him. Wonder Woman just smiled at Harry. Keep Tal magical energizing like that, and Flash won't be able to run with the size of his head, said Wonder Woman as Flash chuckled. Well, he isn't lying, responded Flash as Wonder Woman just chuckled. Of course, Flash. We all know you are the fastest man alive, said Diana, before she suddenly moved behind Flash, who got a fright when she spoke into his ear. But I am pretty fast myself, said Diana as she started laughing, and Flash looked at her. Just so we are clear, I saw you. I was just surprised. That's all. Flash said with his finger up. Harry was chuckling at the banter. He could tell they were friends, but he was taken aback. His power level was still pretty high right now, but he hadn't seen Wonder Woman move. She just popped up behind Flash, and it honestly gave him more of a fright than Flash, who was the one she intended to frighten. This world was not short of superpowered beings, and for a brief second, he wondered what she was truly capable of. He saw her fight, and he knew she was magical energilled. But to what extent? That metal guy was a walk in the park for her, magical energizing his head to clear his thoughts. His wizard blood still did thirst for a good fight. What are your plans? Batman asked. You are a superpowered being that can destroy the Earth at any moment. Do you plan on joining the Justice League or leaving? If you do choose to join, you will be on a probationary period. Harry chuckled. As fun as that sounds, I think I will say no, he answered. Oh, don't get me wrong. It sounds like a lot of fun, but I just don't want to fight anymore. Before my most recent fight, I was going to settle down. Plus, being a hero is more than just saving people. He answered. A looming veil of sadness fell over the four as he smiled sadly. Perhaps Harry was more qualified to be a hero than he thought. The heroes gave each other silent affirmation. Just maybe he would become an ally when they truly needed him. Flash just looked at Batman with a look that said more than he ever could. He hadn't spent a full day with the wizard, but he seemed all right. And I can't settle down and live normally if I have duties like yours, said Harry. I lost my will to fight a while ago. I just had no choice when the Destroyer God came. There was silence for a few good seconds. So you want to live a normal life? Batman confirmed. Yes, on Earth. Or will you be leaving to travel the cosmos? He asked. Well, I would prefer it if I could remain on Earth, but if you guys don't want me here, I can understand that, he answered. It's not that we don't want you here. Like I said, you can destroy the Earth at any given moment, but having you roam the stars could lead to an even more catastrophic situation, Batman said. The League wasn't against the idea of having Harry turn Earth into his new home. Harry nodded. He needed to find a meaningful reason to sway their minds. That is true, but don't you think I would have done that by now? If that was my intention, there is absolutely nothing that can stop a blast of mine if I charged up one that can destroy Earth. Batman said nothing. He couldn't argue with that logic. Besides, compared to my Earth, yours is magical energized of primitive, and you were the only people to take me in and not conduct experiments on me while I was defenseless. I don't bite the hand that feeds me, he said. Batman and Harry had to stare down until the bat finally nodded. All right, under a condition, he said. Harry nodded. Which is? You have to at all times have a tracker on your person, he said. Harry nodded. Deal, he responded. Silence ensued as Diana sighed. Well, I hope the life you sought after makes you happy, Harry. It is rather unfortunate we won't have our spar, said Wonder Woman. We can eventually. It's not like we're going to fight to the death. She nodded. You speak the truth. Now that you have chosen, you cannot stay here, as I am sure you have. Assumed, said Batman as Harry nodded. I will help get you an ID so you can join society, but you need qualifications to get a job, said Batman as Harry nodded. Are you perhaps well-versed in some field? Batman asked. Well-versed is an understatement. I nearly had a PhD in my world and was a postgraduate in 2 other fields. Like I said, my world was far more advanced. I'm sure I can make it. The history I will have to catch up on, though, said Harry as Batman nodded. I will have a test set up after your ID is ready, said Batman. You cannot jump straight to the top for obvious reasons. You need to start at the bottom, but because you already know all of this, you can do the tests back to back. It will all be ready in about a week. You will take a test every month, said Batman as Harry nodded. Well, Harry, I will keep in touch. Not every day you meet a god from another dimension, said Flash as Harry chuckled. Sure, Flash. Call me Barry. All my friends do, said Barry as Harry nodded. Would you be willing to let me show you the nightlife in Central City? Asked Flash as he and Harry walked away, their conversation growing increasingly softer. It is a shame. He could have been a valuable teammate, and it would be reassuring to have someone as strong as Superman, said Wonder Woman as Batman nodded. Time will only tell if he decides to change his mind, said Batman as he walked out, leaving Wonder Woman to her thoughts. Harry was on the Earth for the first time in what felt like forever, sporting black jeans and a red shirt that hugged him quite tightly and had a leather jacket on. He gave a deep inhale before he felt a hand grab his shoulder. He looked to his right to see Barry. "So, what do you think?" Barry asked as Harry smiled. "It's different from my world. My world had a more futuristic look with flying cars, and the air was cleaner," said Harry as Barry's face lit up as they got in his car and drove off. "You had flying cars? Man, that's amazing. I bet Cisco would get a magical energy from that," said Barry as Harry chuckled. "We had flying cars and capsules. You could store houses in them. Trust me, if you wanted to move somewhere, you could literally take your home with you," said Harry as Barry just listened in amazement. "All of it was created by my dad's friend's father, the CEO of Capsule Corporation. They monopolized the market. They had their hand in everything," said Harry as he thought about it. "How so?" asked Barry as he turned. "Think about it. Construction companies had to pay Capsule Corporation for the tech to turn their buildings into capsules because people only bought capsule homes or buildings. No one wanted a house you couldn't carry in your pocket. Car companies had to pay Capsule Corporation as well. Furniture companies, everything that was big and expensive to move, Capsule Corporation had the tech and were willing to do business. I'm sure I heard Hermione Granger say something about the company's annual income being around $60 billion and steadily increasing," said Harry as Barry whistled. "And the business was around for about 60 years. I'm sure Hermione Granger was close to becoming a trillionaire." Harry said he couldn't help but just run down memory lane. Barry didn't mind either. The young wizard looked incredibly enthusiastic about it as well. I mean, Capsule Corporation was leading the space program as well. They could build ships that could travel into deep space. If I had to tell you all her accomplishments, you would think I'm lying," said Harry as Barry nodded in understanding before Lou magical energizing ahead at the club approaching in the distance. "Try me," he challenged. "She perfected time travel, learned an alien language, and then reprogrammed a spaceship, somehow made a universal translator, reversed engineered android technology, became the lead scientist on DinoCap. Microtechnology, figured out how to artificially increase gravity. My dad told me of the time when she made herself smaller with a watch, and that's just what I remember," said Harry as Barry just stared at Harry in slight disbelief. "I don't know what I was expecting, but it definitely was not that. You must have felt really dumb around her. Not calling you an idiot, but come on, you have to agree she sounded way too smart. I bet a lot of people around her felt stupid," said Barry as Harry laughed. "You know how many times Krillin said, 'English, please?'" said Harry as Barry smiled. "I can only imagine," said Barry as the car stopped at the club and they got out. Barry locked his car before heading to the front doors, Smagical energizing the line and greeting the bouncer. "Sup, Jason?" Jason, a tall, buffalo-magical energizing guy with black hair, looked at Barry. "Hey Barry, how's Iris?" asked Jason as Barry just smiled. "She's good. Nice seeing you, man. Harry here is new in town, going to show him Central City's nightlife, so I figured why not Purple Moon," said Barry as Jason eyed Harry. He looked a little young in the face, but he was pretty tall and quite built too. Jason nodded. If Barry vouched for him, then why not? "Nice to meet you," said Harry as he held his hand out. Jason, after eyeing Harry, gave him a handshake, a firm one, and grinned at Harry. "Enjoy yourself in there," said Jason as Harry nodded and walked in behind Barry. The club's lights were mostly purple when they entered, and the music was becoming louder as they walked. They passed a variety of people, everyone either Tal magical energizing or Sma magical energizing. But once they entered the club completely, the music was pumping, and Harry could feel his clothes vibrating from the bass. He lowered his power level even more and started to feel his chest pounding from the intense sound. He shrugged and left his power level low. He rather enjoyed this feeling. The dance floor was full, and people were either dancing or magical energizing out, but mostly dancing. There were so many beautiful girls there, it was magical energizing of overwhelming. But after being exposed to the likes of Wonder Woman, Supergirl, Power Girl, Zatanna, and a variety of other female League members, he magical energizing of expected to see a bunch of attractive women. He followed Barry through the crowd of people before sitting at the bar and Lou magical energizing over the dance floor. Barry looked to the bartender before hollering to him, "Joe, Kevin, get me and my buddy here 2 glasses of vodka mixed with some cranberry soda," said Barry as Harry looked at him. "Trust me, it tastes like heaven," Barry yelled over the music, and Harry just copied him and yelled as well. "You know everyone, don't you?" Harry asked as Barry chuckled. "What can I say? I'm a people pleaser," said Barry as Harry realized something. Hold on, alcohol isn't that effective on me. You know, super fast metabolism. I destroy your wallet if I wanted to actually get drunk, he explained, but Barry waved him off. Don't worry. I came prepared for me and for you. How do you think I get drunk? Barry asked as Harry shrugged. At first, I had this really potent alcohol that could make me drunk but would magical energy a normal person, but it tasted like crap. So Bats went ahead and did me a favor and created a pill that would slow down my metabolism for 2 days. He could make it shorter so I don't have to deal with, the hangover. But he told me if I want to get drunk, I should be prepared to deal with the consequences, yelled Barry as the music volume somehow got louder. Harry laughed. Sounds like him. But my problem is different from yours, Harry reminded, but Barry just swallowed his pill and waved Harry off with a grin. The glasses arrived, and Barry beckoned Harry to just drink and not worry. After he downed the drink, the flavor just exploded in his mouth and burned his throat. He coughed before Barry laughed. You ever drink alcohol? Asked Barry as Harry nodded. Yeah, I did, but we never had this vodka, or either our alcohol was much weaker. Harry wondered aloud as Flash nodded and grinned. Listen, tonight's on our sponsor, like I said. I'm a people pleaser, and I know the right people, so drink until you can't stand. It's not like you have anything valuable on you, but don't go showing your abilities when you get too drunk, said Barry with a grin before pulling out a black bank card. Harry focused on the card as Barry gave it to the bartender so he could open a tab. He saw a name, but wasn't sure whether it was the first or last name. Wayne. That's all he saw. I'm not that stupid. I know how important that part is, said Harry as he took a deep gulp of the vodka in front of him, feeling the liquid scratch his throat as it went down. He just shook his head before finishing it calling to the bartender. Another one, said Harry. He could get used to this. It made him feel alive. And perhaps for tonight, he could drown his sorrows like a human. Barry quickly finished his as well before doing the same, the two silently in a competition. About 40 minutes passed with the two of them magical energy about the city, and Harry just enjoying himself. Was this a normal life? And if it was, did he miss out on it because he had to protect his home? But he felt happy knowing he could keep the world safe so that people could enjoy themselves like this. A few women even made some heavy eye contact with the young wizard hybrid, although he couldn't help but think of Ginny Weasley, which saddened him, but he quickly snapped from it. Maybe the alcohol was warm magical energy a little too well, but for the first time in his life, Harry felt so much pride. If his sacrifices brought smiles and happy times to everyone like this, then he felt it was all worth it. Right now, Barry was magical energying him feel really welcomed in this dimension. Things could have gone so differently if everyone was hostile, but now he felt like he was getting a pat on the back for doing everything he could to keep peace. Holding down his emotions, he turned to the Scarlet Speedster. Barry, Harry called. Thanks, I mean it, for the magical energying me out here. I haven't done this before. Between school and protecting the world, I never had much time for anything else, said Harry as Barry smiled. No problem, man. Glad to be the one to show you a good time, said Barry as he got a refill. Harry felt someone bump into him. He turned and saw a girl had come to sit down. She had bumped into him as she sat down, being somewhat drunk and all. She had black hair and was wearing white magical energy jeans and a green tank top with sneakers. She had a blue band around her left ankle, but he couldn't see her face. Her back was still turned to him. She was magical energying to her blonde friend, who was wearing black jeans with a blue top and was wearing boots. She turned her face, and Harry felt his heart's magical energy a beat as her friend called her name. Belle, what are you going to drink? Asked the friend with the blonde hair, as she also took her seat. Harry looked forward again, before ordering another drink, before magical energying at Barry again. She looks a little like Ginny Weasley, he thought to himself before magical energying his head. No, he must be losing his mind. Maybe another drink would help him? Well, what else is there? Asked Harry as Barry grinned. Well, we can always have some shots, said Barry as Harry just grinned back. Bring 'em on, yo, Kevin, said Harry. The alcohol magical energying the young wizard lose his timid nature. The bartender who had just served the two girls next to Harry walked over to him and Barry. What magical energina shots? Asked Barry as Harry shrugged. Whatever makes this night better, I'm game, said Harry as Barry chuckled. What do you suggest, Kevin? Asked Barry. I'd buy some tequila shots. That's one way to get the night moving, said Kevin with a smile as Harry grinned. Then tequila shots it is, said Harry as Barry nodded. Harry looked back at the girls and saw the one with black hair, who he heard was called Belle, Magical Energist, another guy who sat down next to them. He felt a tinge of disappointment at the sight, and it was also uncomfortably close to him, so he looked away. Geez, Harry, I have work tomorrow, you know? Barry said magical energingly as the wizard just grinned. Should have thought twice about this then, replied Harry as the tequila shots were poured. The guy who sat down next to the blonde noticed Harry and walked over to him. Yo, I don't recognize you, said the guy. Harry just looked at him before responding. I'm new in town, said Harry. The guy nodded before magical energing Harry's glass and downing it. That's compensation, he said, and his buddy, the one who magical energist Belle, looked at Harry before laughing. You gonna buy me one too? The guy asked. Knock it off, Matt. Belle reprimanded as Matt just smiled at her. Come on, babe, it's always fun to mess with a new guy, said Matt. Plus, he bought Liam a drink. Why not me? He asked as Barry spoke up. Well, I'm not a new guy, lay off, said Barry as Matt scoffed. Whatever, Matt replied, and Liam laughed at him. LOL, you're such a lil bitch, laughed Liam. Just do what I did and take the next drink. He won't do shit, he said, and Matt laughed and nodded. I was going to, Matt taunted as Belle hit his arm. Quit being an asshole, Matt, said Belle as the blonde girl just shrugged. They are boys. It will never stop. The blonde spoke as she magical energized Liam on the cheek. Frustration building up within, she continued sipping her drink. Harry couldn't help but feel slightly attracted to her. Despite her being with such an unpleasant guy, she didn't seem like a bad person. Harry shook his head. He didn't want to fight humans. It would be too pathetic. A song started, and Belle suddenly got excited. I love this song. Matt, let's go dance, she yelled over the music. Matt grumbled but followed her, and Liam and Mia joined them as the beat dropped, causing everyone on the dance floor to lose their minds. Harry's glass vibrated as he started bobbing his head to the song. Barry noticed and started laughing. Who would have known a Mobius-level deity likes Future House? He said as Harry just scratched the back of his head, downing his shot in one go. He felt the strong, warm liquid assault his throat, but forced it down before Loom magical energizing at Barry's grinning face. I don't know whose song this is, but it's definitely a vibe, Harry bobbed his head. Barry put his glass down as the beat dropped again and made the rock on hand sign. That's black for you, he answered as Harry coughed. It's strong, ain't it? Laughed Barry as Harry nodded. The next shot came. Come on, the night is young, said Barry as Harry just nodded and downed that glass as well. Didn't you say you have work tomorrow? He questioned before they burst into laughter. By the way, what is Mobius level? Harry asked. Flash shrugged. Just a term for gods we have. The higher it is, the more dangerous they are. But we've never actually come across one before. We know that you guys exist, but your pantheon tends not to come down to our plane because it would be pointless. Mobius is very high up there, but not the highest. The list is a little long, but you rank somewhere in the top 3. Weaker gods do wreak havoc because they can gain power by siphoning it from the universe or ancient artifacts, Flash explained. Maybe, but how much power can they even draw from a universe? Sure, it's renewable, but it would be in drips and drabs, Harry answered. You'd have to go from star to star, planet to planet. Well, that's because while it may be drips and drabs to you, it's enough to rule certain sides of the galaxy or dominate the will of all sentient and sapient races, Barry replied. Harry nodded. That sounded horrifying. When the song ended, Belle, Matt, Mia, and Liam returned. Matt walked up to Harry. Did you fuck magical energizing drink my shot? He asked angrily. It was never your drink to begin with. Harry replied. This guy was certainly entertaining. Well, I was pretty clear earlier. You were getting me a drink, said Matt. Harry smiled and let out a small chuckle. Why? Am I on a date with you? Harry asked as Barry burst out laughing, and Liam accidentally snickered. Belle looked at Matt and then suddenly found something interesting in another direction, holding back her laughter. Mia, on the other hand, just let it rip, turning blue with laughter. Harry picked up the next shot as it was placed in front of him. He didn't want Matt to magical energizing it. Matt furiously tried to smack the drink out of Harry's hand, but failed miserably. Instead, he hit the edge of the table, smashing a glass. The alcohol made him a bit drowsy, but his motor function still worked, albeit barely at this point. Regardless, Harry would never have to worry about a normal human being faster than him, no matter what state he was in. Barry grew a little anxious as he watched the interaction. He had no idea how Harry would handle the situation. "I think you should calm down," said Barry as Matt yelled. "I wasn't magical energizing to you." His eyes were almost bulging from his head. "You and me outside. I will teach you a lesson you won't forget," he said as Harry looked at Barry, who slowly shook his head. "A fight is really not worth it," Barry said. "Fight?" Harry wondered as he tried to imagine fighting this guy with even a tiny fraction of his strength. The end results looked like scorch marks or splats. With the magical energized of strength I have now, do I even need to move from my seat to level this solar system? He stared at his hand and turned to Matt. He needed to de-escalate the situation. This guy was only human. He needed to be the bigger person. "Just relax, buddy. Come on, I'll even get you a drink. I can tell you with certainty that a fight is not in your best interest," Harry offered as he downed a glass of tequila and offered another one to Matt. "Matt!" Belle started. She didn't know why, but she had a really bad feeling. "Shut up," he said as he smacked the drink out of the way and threw a punch. It happened so fast that the group didn't even see it happening. Matt's punch was parried, and Harry was on his feet, leaving Matt borderline unconscious on the floor. "Matt!" the group called out as Liam looked at him angrily and froze in place. They looked at Harry, who was staring at them with red, glowing eyes. "Take your friend. He's just unconscious." "I made sure not to hurt him," Harry said as he took his seat again and drank another glass. The music didn't stop, and no one in the club seemed to notice either. They just stared at him as his eyes returned to normal. Barry breathed a sigh of relief, but was now trying to figure out how he was going to explain this to them. "You're a metahuman?" Liam asked as Barry decided to step forward and take this opportunity. "He is a victim of the particle accelerator accident," Barry answered. "Please just leave. No one was hurt." He looked at Matt. "Kind of, but he had it coming." "Sorry about this," Liam said. His expression seemed to hide a deeper layer of pain after having heard of the particle accelerator incident. "Are you all right?" "Please be all right," asked Belle as Matt groaned before slurring his words. "I am a fret," said Matt as she sighed. "Thank God," before glancing back up at Harry, who seemed to be in deep thought. "Who is he?" she thought, as the glowing red eyes that seemed to stare right into her soul echoed in her mind, her left hand trembling slightly. When the group of people left, Barry sat next to Harry. "You good?" he asked. Those eyes of his were still on replay, even in his head. "If you're worried that I might nuke everything in sight because of some normal people, then you have the wrong idea about me," Harry smiled at him. It was funny to watch, though. He chuckled. "I can imagine it feels like an ant yelling at you," Barry joked. "Not an ant. I do value human lives, so I don't see humans or living creatures as insignificant," Harry answered. "I am part human, after all," Harry revealed. This caught Barry by surprise, but he opted to just let the moment be instead of interrogating the young wizard hybrid. Barry nodded. "You know what, Harry, you're all right." Harry chuckled. "I better be." He laughed. "Besides, if I had to put my power to scale, then an ant is way too big for a comparison. More like a quark. You know what that is, right?" Barry nodded. "Well, I'm a scientist. I would be embarrassed if I didn't." The two grew much closer after that little showdown. Barry seemed to gain an even deeper understanding of the wizard, and Harry liked Barry even more. Once the night was over, Harry was back in the Watchtower, trying to walk straight. He smelled like alcohol and looked like he had gone through a shredder. Superman, Green Lantern, and Green Arrow walked past Harry and Barry as they flip-flopped to their rooms. "That's the guy?" asked Green Arrow as Superman nodded. "Hard to believe," said Green Arrow as Superman shrugged. "Well, he is, but Bruce told me he isn't going to try and join the League. He wants to become a civilian," said Superman as Green Lantern raised an eyebrow. "That's new. Usually, they would be sent magical energy or they try and join the League," said Green Lantern as Superman nodded. "He can't be left out in the universe. We could die, and not even realize that it was his blast, said Superman as Green Arrow just couldn't wrap his head around the idea that a single individual could end their lives so easily. They just continued their walk and conversation. So, he has that much raw energy? Crazy, I know. Green Lantern answered. Harry dropped on his bed before falling asleep. One thing was certain, he sure did have fun. Maybe, he thought, I can start again here. What if Harry landed in DC? Assimilation. Harry groaned as he opened his eyes. He turned and instantly regretted it. God, my head, he whined as he slowly sat up. He magical energized of liked it, sitting still, blankly staring at the wall for about 10 minutes, recalling his night. Finally, he stood up and walked to the bathroom, splashing his face to wake up some more. But he regretted that decision. The cold water was like a punch to the face, triggering his gag reflex. All that alcohol was now battling the super wizard god, and it was winning. He couldn't remember how many glasses he downed, but it was definitely far beyond 500 glasses. That's when he blacked out. Sniffing the air, he gagged slightly. It was god-awful. He continued sniffing around before determining it was him. Where is the shower? Thought Harry as he started to undress, and turned on the shower before dropping down and letting the water do all the work. At least I can get cleaned up. Harry spent about an hour in the shower before brushing his teeth and washing his hair. Once he was done, he donned a white vest, brown long pants, and black sneakers. He exited his room and started his walk to the cafeteria. Thankfully, his wizard biology was greatly assisting his human half. When he got there and picked his meal, a few moments later a robot made its way over to him and placed the plate in front of him, which he happily took. Soon, more and more plates came, but his stomach started protesting, as if the food was warning him of its resurfacing capabilities. Just as the idea of more food made him dizzy, a blaring siren went off in the tower, catching his attention. Lou magical energy around. He spotted multiple League members running past him and heading towards the control room. Warning! Warning! The tower AI went off. Harry got up and made his way towards the control room, just in time to see Batman typing away at quite an impressive speed. Deep space anomaly approaching at calculating, error, information overload rebooting systems, calculating, error, information overload, rebooting systems. The AI kept going as Batman's frown got deeper. What's happening? Power Girl asked as she entered. One of our deepest satellites picked up an object traveling in a white orb. The AI is struggling to compute the speed of the object, Batman explained. That shouldn't be possible, said Power Girl as she stared at the screen. It's state-of-the-art. I thought your man-made machines could do anything, Diana said as she joined the conversation. It has its limits, Superman answered. I heard the alarm down in Metropolis and made my way back, he said. I think it can't figure out the speed of the object because it's staring at the trail, Harry chimed in as he stared at the numbers on the screen. I think you're right, Harry, Superman answered, and Power Girl slowly nodded and started using her Kryptonian mind to crunch the numbers. Indeed, you are very correct, a new voice said. Harry's eyes snapped to his left when he felt a hostile magical aura to his side. In fact, everyone was taken by surprise. How did this person enter the Watchtower? That shouldn't even be possible. Harry's hair flashed crimson as he transformed. He put up his defense and backed up, but it was too late. The being was already in front of him and dismantled his guard like it was child's play. Try as he might to muster a defense, his master-level martial arts and god strength could not defend him as a jab landed right between his solar plexus. He had never felt a blow so strong, delivered with such precision. His strength left his body as he dropped to his knees, and his hair reverted to black again. He had been paralyzed by a single blow. Unable to breathe anymore, Harry just sat slumped on his knees as the being smirked down at him and waved his fingers slowly in a no motion. Who are you? Superman asked as he stared at the being who had just one-shot a literal god. The tension in the room was thick as everyone was on edge. Now what? Green Lantern asked as he stared at the unknown being, his ring glowing green before his eyes widened. That's not possible, he muttered as he clenched his fist. Karen growled and charged forward, pulling her fist back and letting out a heavy punch. Let's see you stop this. Her bravado quickly disappeared. She could only stare in shock as the being blocked it with his little finger. "Careful with that strength of yours, Kryptonian," he said as he placed his hand in front of her face and finger flicked her forehead. Her head rocked back as she flipped continuously until she finally smashed into the wall in the back and flew out into space. "No way," Supergirl muttered before assuming a battle stance. He just took out Power Girl with his finger. That meant that anyone else would be magical energilled if he just touched them. "Just what is he?" Harry defended himself quite amazingly. It was like a beautiful dance, but before Diana could finish her statement, Superman cut in. He was dismantled. "This guy is bad news." With his jaw clenched, he turned to Karen, who had just returned. "You all right?" he asked. He could tell she had a bump on her forehead and was disoriented. "Hold on. I think so," she answered, somewhat confused. She stared at the being. Before anything else could happen, a surge of crimson magical energy burst to life as Harry shot up and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the being who smirked at him. "Faster! Faster! Harder! Harder!" Harry chanted in his mind as his fists became a blur and moved with precision. The Blues magical energized individual sent him into panic mode. This guy looked eerily similar to the guy who came to Earth with Lord Grimshade. Was the god of destruction nearby? He definitely wasn't ready to face off against the god again. He should have trained, even if it was only for a few days. Shaw magical energizing his head. No, that wouldn't have changed a thing. He would never be able to reach those heights in a few days. "Oh," the being said as he defended the attacks effortlessly, even being brazen enough to yawn and remove one hand from the fight to cover his mouth while still defending against the wizard god's onslaught. "You won't have your way here," Harry yelled as his magical aura grew stronger and more intense. "This is insane," said Green Lantern as the Watchtower started Shaw magical energizing uncontrollably from the power. Hearing Green Lantern's voice, Harry cleared his mind and concentrated even harder, not wasting any energy or movement. Harnessing the power of a god, he used all the strength he had available. The Shaw magical energizing became less violent as he broke off the fight and backed up to the League members, who were on alert. Panting slightly, he spoke but never broke eye contact with the being who was just magical energizing. "He is strong, too strong," Harry said as steam rose from his body. "You all need to run." They looked at him. "I can't stop him. We can't do that. This is our base. Too many of our secrets are here. Powerful artifacts that can't be on Earth," Batman countered. "Judging by the fight, he is stronger than even you," Martian Manhunter pointed out as he tried to silently gain entry into the Blues magical energized being's mind. This was clearly not a great idea as he was flung back with immense force, enough to knock him out before he even hit the wall. Harry grimaced. "There is always someone stronger than you." Sensing the feeling of doom settling, Diana stepped up. "Friends, we have no choice but to stand. We will fight like the warriors we are, side by side in camaraderie, and send this being to Pluto's gate and make him regret testing our might," Diana said as she entered a fighting stance. This seemed to remagical energindle the dwindling flame in everyone's heart. They would try or die trying. All of them assumed a fighting stance. The being smiled at them, and before they knew it, he was standing in between them. He eyed them and attacked Harry, who managed to evade in time, just barely, leaving a cut on his cheek. "Impressive," he spoke and nodded. "Seems I was right to stop the Highfather from interfering." He reappeared back where he stood and gave a short bow. "I apologize for my intrusion and rude behavior, ladies and gentlemen," he spoke. This took them off guard as Zatanna and Dr. Fate arrived. "On Nabu, it is you," the being casually said as Dr. Fate just bowed and urged Zatanna to follow suit. "Great angel, may I ask what brings you to the mortal realm? A holy being, such as yourself, rarely graces us with your presence," Fate asked. "I sensed an aberration in the universe a year ago, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I held off until now. The new gods were just as curious of your new friend," the angel explained, pointing at Harry, who had finally caught his breath. Dr. Fate turned and looked at Harry, who was glowing crimson red. "I see, it was you who created that intense disturbance. You even managed to gain the angel's attention. This is not a matter for myself to get involved, Dr. Fate answered and turned to Zatanna. We do not interfere. Zatanna nodded and backed up and looked at the other League members and signaled for them to calm down. She had read of angels in the ancient scripts. They predate even the Tower of Fate. Perhaps even creation as a whole is but an infant to them. He isn't here for us. He wants the Mobius-level god in our care. She explained. A few relaxed while a few tensed up. So will we just abandon him? Diana asked, surprised and angry at the thought. Harry stiffened slightly, but quickly relaxed. Maybe it wasn't too bad. Perhaps they would be spared. You cannot, for a moment, believe that I, Diana of Themyscira, would abandon a comrade. She spoke vehemently. I may have only known him for a moment. However, that moment is all I need. Dr. Fate quickly cut off the foolish Amazonian princess. The angels tend to carry the will of the magical energing of gods. If you block his path, our whole universe will be destroyed by an unbending and overwhelmingly unfathomable power. Fate answered. That includes every timeline to ever exist and will ever exist. Future, present, and past. Certain ancient entities call him by the Omni King or the Presence, but he is the king of gods and he always gets his way, Dr. Fate explained. He is the supreme being, analogous to the monotheistic god in your world religions. Challenging such a force is the most foolish behavior any being could dream of. This revelation really made everyone understand the gravity of the situation. This was way beyond what they signed up for. Green Lantern cut in. He isn't lying. Even my ring is warning me of confronting him. He sounded stressed. It's okay, Harry said to Diana. She could only grit her teeth as she stood down and watched as Harry approached the Blues magical energen being. He stared at the angel. Where is your god of destruction? The angel smiled. Oh, you know of the existence of the destroyer entities? That's to be expected with your level of strength. You must have come across one, seeing as you are alive. The destroyer must have been very weak or chose to let you live, the angel answered. Harry shrugged. Entities? What do you mean? Asked Harry. You come from a different multiverse. I can sense your energy is similar to that of the seventh, the angel answered. But that is Lord Grimshade's domain. Such a powerful deity would have no problem erasing you, the angel said as he examined Harry. Perhaps he has lost his touch. I never said I won the fight, Harry answered back coldly. Really now? That's odd. Destroyers tend to just destroy beings like you, but it matters not, the angel finished. Is there a point to all of this? Why are you here, and what do you want from me? Harry asked apprehensively. Was Lord Grimshade truly that far above him? If so, why was he still alive? He had so many questions. Your strength currently is not great. You can barely call yourself a god, he said as he examined Harry, loom magical energing him up and down like an art exhibition. But I can tell that you are not used to commanding divine power, so it must be a new addition to your arsenal. Tell me, fledgling god, how many eons have you been alive now? Your control of it tells me perhaps a few million years at most, the angel questioned. I am still 23 years old, Harry answered, but this caught the angel's attention because his head snapped towards Harry. You are not even older than a century? He asked, although he sounded like he didn't believe it for a second. That's not possible. He answered matter-of-factly as his staff appeared in his hand. He peered into the staff and verified Harry's claim. As if he had gained a divine revelation, he turned and stared at Harry intensely. Lord Grimshade, you truly... I redact my previous statements. You are coming with me, he said as he snapped his fingers, and he and Harry vanished from the Watchtower and entered his staff. The unsure atmosphere loomed, and everyone somewhat relaxed. That was intense. Superman couldn't hold it in, almost as if they had all been holding their breath. Okay, so maybe he isn't as weak as I thought. He was magical, energized, of hard to follow. Their whole fight felt like an entirely new level of combat. Karen thought to herself as she clenched her fists. I mean, I could keep up, but... Diana just turned and slammed her fist into a wall in anger. For the first time in my life, I felt shame, the shame of not standing up for a comrade. We may have just gotten to know him, but he doesn't deserve whatever is going to happen to him, Diana said. We are all superhuman, but when a stronger force comes, we just bend our knees for them. Dr. Fate quickly interjected. The difference is Diana of Themyscira, this stronger force is not something you can resist even if there were thousands of us. Millions even, Dr. Fate explained. There is nothing wrong with what we did. Angels are natural forces. There are few of them, and only one oversees an entire macrocosm. Ancient scripts depict that they have a father who directly serves the king of gods, Fate explained. My knowledge of them is very limited, but they serve the destruction entities, mighty virtuous beings who strike down those who bring imbalance to creation, Fate ended. You who have never heard of the Endless will never understand the importance of what we just did. The Endless? Superman questioned as Zatanna stepped up. I don't know much about them either, but they embody various aspects of existence, including death, dream, destiny, destruction, desire, and delirium. Each of these forces is immensely powerful and has a unique role in the universe, whether living or dead. All I remember reading about destroyer deities is that those who tread paths against a destroyer cease to exist, Zatanna said. Even other entities can be removed by them. The staff pulsed as Supergirl approached the mystical item. Do not touch that. You might just explode, Zatanna warned. With Harry, you can't be serious, Harry said as the angel smirked. Indeed, the multiverse you are from is quite the distance from this plane. You are not allowed to enter another god of destruction's jurisdiction. Most would see you as a threat to their universe, and they would destroy you on the spot. Luke magical energy for you. This universe does not have a destroyer god. I cannot disclose such information to mere mortals. Even Nabu does not know this, he explained. Before we go on, I think introductions are in order. I am Vermont, angel of the 21st universe. 21st? Does that mean that there's no Lord Grimshade here? Harry thought to himself. He was relieved to hear that. Honestly, if Lord Grimshade was truly far more powerful than he was letting on, then any other destroyer god would be disastrous for him right now. Standing upright, Harry introduced himself. I am Son Harry, a half-wizard, half-human hybrid. I recently became something called a super wizard god, due to Lord Grimshade's insistence, Harry said. The angel nodded and absorbed the information. So that's why he didn't destroy you. He was hoping you would become more powerful. Vermont mused. Perhaps he had a premonition of a great disaster and saw potential in this. Wizard god, and I must say he sure has sharp eyes. I must be growing old to feel envious of my brother Professor Binns for having such a responsible god to serve. But he could also have just been magical energy for an apprentice. Snapping Vermont out of his thoughts, Harry asked, So, how do I go back home? A devious smile appeared on Vermont's face, which sent a chill down Harry's spine. The angel explained, to gain the right to travel the multiverse, you need to be a god of destruction that ranks among the top 4 in your own multiverse. You must possess strength and authority that no other higher-level being can challenge. It's a strength so immense that it earns you the privilege to act as you please, similar to Lord Grimshade, one of the most powerful destruction entities in all of creation. His actions cause quite a commotion in the 7th universe. But most beings won't interfere, either because they cherish their own existence or because a battle of that scale would provoke the great Zeno, the supreme ruler. Such a battle could even lead to the destruction of both parties involved. There are limits, but typically no one would intervene unless it directly threatened the entirety of creation. Most entities protect their own domains with their power, just like what happened in your case. Young god, Vermont explained. Harry slowly comprehended the explanation and asked, So, because there isn't a god of destruction here safeguarding this universe, I was able to create a rift with Lord Grimshade that led me here. Vermont nodded in response. But why are you telling me this? Harry asked. You want to visit your home, correct? He asked. Harry couldn't believe his ears. Are you as magical energizing me to become a god of destruction? He asked. Your strength and control of power are amazing. Your martial arts are top notch as well. And to top it off, you are still younger than a century, not even a quarter of a century. If you become a destroyer candidate, I will become your attendant and train you to reach higher levels of strength. Perhaps over to magical energing Lord Grimshade is even possible. He teased. Clenching his fists, Harry felt a fire ignite in him. There was a way to go home. But how long would that take to achieve? Everyone would be dead by then. Shaw magical energing his head, he cleared his thoughts. What does that matter? He can still visit them in the afterlife. With the power and authority being promised to him, he could do whatever he wanted. The rules wouldn't apply to him. He would definitely be far beyond even the Supreme Kais. It was silent for a few seconds until Harry looked at him. How do I become a destroyer? He asked. Is that a yes? He asked. Harry nodded. Yes. The angel smiled widely. He would finally have a real destroyer god to serve again. Your wish has come true, Perpetua, and to think your greatest apprentice and lover brought hope to the universe. It seems Lord Grimshade still thinks of you, even though countless eons have passed since your death. Vermont thought to himself before smiling at Harry. To be able to travel from this multiverse to our sister multiverse will be required you to climb the ranks of the destroyers. Right now, there are a total of 25 destroyer gods, and you are weaker than all of them. Before you can even think of challenging them, you need to surpass the native gods, Vermont smiled. Your training will be quite strenuous. As you are now, you can be magical energized by almost every entity alive. Had I not stopped the High Father from enslaving you, you would be dead, on the run, or on New Genesis as a battery. Harry nodded, silently thankful for the assistance, but that just made him want to become stronger. If that's what it takes to see my family again, he answered. Excellent. Prepare yourself, because I will be coming back soon. It might be a month or so, but not too long. Breathe a word of this to no one, at least not yet, he said as he snapped his fingers, and Harry was back in the Watchtower. Harry, Diana called when she saw him reappear, perfectly fine. "Are fine?" he said as he smiled at her. Thanks for the concern, Diana. What happened? Batman asked. He told me I am not allowed to tell anyone, at least not yet, but you don't have to worry. It has nothing to do with you guys or the Earth, Harry summed up. Well, that's good to know, Green Lantern said. But how do we know we can trust what he says? He was skeptical, but Dr. Fate turned to him. If he wanted to tell us we are on a path of destruction, he would have done so. An angel will never hold their tongue for the likes of mortals or even gods, Fate explained. Green Lantern shrugged and relaxed slightly. When you put it that way. Also, I thought you were strong, but I never thought I would see someone incapacitate you or Power Girl with one hit, Green Lantern said, and Harry just sighed and reverted from his god form. It's not that I'm weak or that Power Girl is weak, he answered as Karen stared at him. That guy, Vermont, is his name. He was just on an entirely different level of strength. You don't say? Green Lantern said, somewhat sarcastically. Silence ensued for a few seconds until Batman walked up to the wizard god. Harry, your documents will be ready in 4 days. After that, it will take about a week to get the test set up. You will be an American citizen. Where do you want to live? Batman stared at him. Harry just turned to Flash. Barry, you live in Central City, right? Harry questioned casually. Barry just grinned. Central City it is, said Harry as they fist bumped. Batman nodded before wall magical energing away while Karen looked at Flash with wide eyes. You told him your real name? She asked as Barry nodded. I saw no harm in it. Plus, he couldn't exactly call me Flash in public. Flash countered as she rubbed her temple and sighed. Do whatever you want, she responded. Her head was still throbbing from the finger flick. Not wanting to stay around any longer, she made her exit. She is really worked up these days. I think your face irritates her, Harry, said Flash as Harry shrugged and chuckled. Superman chuckled as well before wall magical energing off. Glad that's over. Anyway, I gotta go. Places to go. People to save. See you around, Harry, Superman finished as he disappeared down the hall. I also have to go. Central City won't patrol itself, said Flash. Don't let me stop you, Harry waved. See you later, said Harry as Flash gave him a salute and zipped off. The week went by pretty fast. Harry stayed up in the tower for most of it. He was thin magical energing of Vermont and what was to come, and when he ran out of thoughts, he read up on Earth's history and their advancements in science, so he knew not to accidentally write down something that would cause an uproar or land him in a mental institute. While eating in the cafeteria, Where he usually was, Batman walked up to him with a bunch of documents. "This is all you need. I do need to take a photo of you, and then I will give you your ID as well," Batman explained. Harry just nodded and took the documents. "Follow me. I have set up a room where you can take your picture. By tomorrow, your ID will be ready, and so will the tests. You will be tested on your knowledge of physics, mathematics, and biology, along with your ability to speak, comprehend, and write in English." Harry doubted he would struggle with those, but he was more intrigued by the history of the world. Clearly, dinosaurs were extinct, so he wondered how that happened. What could get rid of dinosaurs? He stopped when he noticed the Dark Knight stop before showing him a chair in the corner of the room. He promptly sat and waited a couple of seconds. A blinding flash shone on him before Batman told him to stand. "All right, that's all. Be ready to take your test tomorrow. Better have a clear mind," said Batman as Harry nodded. "Of course, I will revise and then call it a night. Still, I am not too worried about the papers. I am more worried about the fact that I could accidentally write down a formula that isn't supposed to exist yet. I mean, the tech here is good, but still worlds away from my Earth," said Harry as Batman raised an eyebrow. "You could revolutionize the world," Batman led on. "You mean to show this world tech that should still be another 100 years away?" asked Harry as Batman nodded. "That's not a really good idea. I mean, the tech criminals could make with it would be devastating, to say the least," said Harry as Batman grunted. "We already have 12th level intellects, warlords, creatures with a ridiculous amount of strength and healing factors, machines that can steal power and bring our world to its knees. The only thing keeping them away is the fact that the Justice League is here. We are all that stands between the villains and the citizens of the world." Harry could hear where Batman was going with his proposition. "Let me guess. It would be for the League, and only the League?" Harry mused silently. "So introducing tech, as you describe, wouldn't be a bad idea if you used it to help us protect everyone. You might not join the League publicly, but you can still help us while leading a normal life, start a business, and release tech that the public can handle and create the real tech for the League, and even for yourself," Batman suggested. "And there it is. I mean, it isn't a bad idea." He thought, "We'll have to think about it. He may be human, but he gives me a strange vibe." Harry thought, "Not like I can just trust him even if he is a hero." Harry nodded. "Thanks, Batman. I will definitely think about it," he assured. Batman just nodded and turned to leave. The young wizard god left as well, returning to his room to revise a little. The day went by pretty fast, and soon the next day arrived. Harry, who was now donning men's black chino pants and a white buttoned-up shirt with the top buttons that held the tie open, had a black blazer on and black casual smart shoes. He was being led by Batman to Wonder Woman, who was waiting for him in women's formal office attire while sporting a pair of glasses and a new artificial beauty spot. "There you are. Hurrah! I can already hear the ladies swooning and vying for your attention," said Diana as Harry chuckled and blushed lightly, partly because of the comment, but also because she was extremely beautiful. "I'm not certain if Batman has informed you yet, but I will be accompanying you on your trip today." Harry glanced at Batman, who shrugged. She insisted. Harry glanced back at her. Diana grinned. "Forgive me for being so presumptuous. However, I have never encountered a being such as yourself. You intrigue me, and I would like to understand you better," Diana answered. She had a gleam in her eye that was brimming with excitement. "No way," he thought as he just nodded. "No, she just means she sees me as interesting. I am a newborn god, and she is a superpowered being, that's why." Yeah, Harry thought to himself. "I don't mind, Diana, but won't people recognize you?" he asked. "Indeed, I am well known. However, I believe this is good for you, seeing as you want people to believe you lived on Earth prior to your arrival. What is better than having a known hero vouch for your credibility?" Diana looked hopeful that Harry would accept the explanation. Before either of them could say anything else, Barry zipped in. "Good luck with your test," said Barry as Harry looked at him. "Thanks, from what I have read, it should be a piece of cake. You all live in the Stone Age," Harry teased with a smile as Barry just clasped his shoulder and started grinning. "I have feelings, you know," Barry responded with mock pain. "You have 30 minutes, Harry," Batman suddenly spoke, snapping them out of their conversation. "Let us go." Diana spoke, and Harry followed her to the invisible jet before leaving the Watchtower and heading towards Central City, where he would take the test. You know the tabloids are going to make such a scene of this, Barry spoke. She knows what she's doing. It also seems like she could be interested in him, Batman pointed out as Barry smiled. I can't wait to burst Hal's bubble. Barry rubbed his hands together mischievously. It could be her way of pushing them to be together more often, Batman shrugged. She goes on like she doesn't understand man's world. But right now, she is using it to its fullest extent. You think her mother will get in her way? Barry asked. Her mother wouldn't accept any man, whether it's a man or a god. Why do you think Themyscira is hidden? Batman answered. They hate men. Once Diana landed the jet, they started wall magical energy towards their destination. People almost immediately recognized her with Harry. Well, who wouldn't? She was a tall, beautiful woman, and next to her was a tall man who looked to be wall magical energy with her. Strangely, he didn't look out of place, if his calm, confident, handsome face was anything to go by. People shot shy waves and glances at them. However, some were brave, enough to slowly aim their phones at the duo and record them wall magical energy by. Diana just smiled and waved at them as she walked by. They looked so perfect together. Where'd she find him? She's so gorgeous. Such comments could be heard as they walked by. Does this happen a lot to you? Harry asked her as they walked by, and she nodded. Indeed, although they seemed to be far more interested in the strange man wall magical energy side by side with me. I am usually accompanied by Steve Trevor. Someone else, she didn't get to finish because a pair of little girls approached them with a Wonder Woman coloring book and pen. Once she signed their books, she bid them farewell and was about to continue when her eyes caught a rest magical ornament. Perfect timing, she thought victoriously. Placing her hand on his shoulder, she spoke. I know after your test, I suggest we go there to refill our empty bellies, she asked. Harry smiled at her excited expression, not realizing she had asked him out to dinner. Sure, I would like that. Satisfied with his answer, she continued wall magical energy forward with a somewhat proud look on her face. Soon, they could see a large building with Central City College written on it. I will be waiting in the park across from here, Harry. Once you are done, just wave for me if you can't find me, Diana pointed out, and Harry nodded. Feeling a little brave, he opted to reveal his thoughts. I am sure I'll find you. You stand out in a crowd. By the way, it just hit me, but is that a fake beauty spot? Harry asked. She chuckled. Indeed, suits me, does it not? She asked as she flashed him a smile. Very much so, Diana. Harry almost stuttered. Waving her off, he turned to the college. Where great minds gather. Harry read the motto and glanced around and saw multiple people wall magical energy around. A lot of them were young people his age. He walked towards the entrance and was about to open it when a black-haired woman opened the door and bumped into him. Ouch! Mumbled the woman as Harry realized she dropped her stuff. He quickly bent down to help her pick it up when she spoke. Sorry, I'm in a rush. Late for class, she explained, but Harry just chuckled. It's all right. His words caught in his throat as they stared at one another. You're... They both said in unison as he continued, pick magical energy up the dropped papers. You're that guy that knocked Matt out, said Belle as Harry nodded. That was last week? Questioned Harry as she nodded. Once all the papers were picked up, Harry realized it was quiet. You study here? He asked as she nodded. You? Asked Belle as Harry shook his head. No, I am here for an exam. I'm going to find out if I qualify for 3 PhDs over the next few months, said Harry as her eyes widened a little. 3 different fields? The girl asked. Harry nodded and smiled. Yep, my favorite, said Harry. Which? Physics, mathematics, and my personal all-time favorite, biology, said Harry, although it's only math today. She looked thoroughly impressed and surprised. You look surprised, said Harry as she shrugged. Well, you still look young, said Belle as Harry chuckled. My mother drilled education into me from a young age. She was about to respond when his watch beeped, reminding him he had 5 minutes left to get to the room. Darn it, I have to go. Anyway, it was nice meeting you this time, said Harry as he realized it would be weird if he remembered her name from a week ago, so he pretended to forget. Isabella, said Belle as Harry flashed a grin. Isabella, the name's Harry, said Harry as he waved and started a light jog down the hall before seeing someone and as magical energy one of the staff where he should go. They pointed him in the right direction before he disappeared from her sight. She turned and realized she was late herself before she turned and ran in the opposite direction across campus. The test was surprisingly complex, but Harry didn't study all his life for nothing. He didn't encounter any sort of question that proved to be a roadblock. Plus, he wrote at an above-average speed and finished his papers before leaving. He was told the results would be mailed to the person who made this test possible for him. His mind immediately thought of the Dark Knight and briefly laughed to himself at the thought of Batman having a mailbox or a normal email account and sitting behind a computer kept magical entering his notifications. He exited the institution's doors where he previously spoke to Belle. He just grinned. He was in a good mood. He felt he passed those papers with 100%. He had been doing those equations since he turned 12. Not to mention, it seemed like a beautiful woman was interested in him. Plus, she was a warrior, and his chances of seeing his family were no longer zero. They would most likely be dead, but that didn't matter. He was grinning to himself like an idiot and had a magical aura of happiness. He was starting his first steps of joining their society. While he knew he would leave in a few months, he wanted to enjoy himself and perhaps see if there was something here for him, a place maybe. The moment he reached the top of this multiverse, he would be allowed to travel between multiverses. A few days ago, it all seemed so bleak, but now there was hope. While magical energy down the stairs, he looked around. She said she was on her way to a park, just over there. So I guess that's where I should go and check, he mused, magical energy his way across the campus. He finally saw Diana smiling and tell magical energy to a few strangers. It became very apparent that the strangers were none other than Belle, Matt, Liam, and Mia. While magical energy up to them, Belle was the first one to acknowledge him. "Hey, Harry, how are the papers?" asked Belle as Matt eyed her suspiciously. Mia and Liam looked at her as well. Since when did she know this guy? Was she cheating on Matt? "Good. I think I passed," said Harry as Matt looked back and forth between the two. "When the fuck did you two become so chummy?" asked Matt. "Are you magical energy my girl?" Belle looked at him in irritation. "Shut up, Matt. No, I just bumped into him today in front of the college," said Belle as Matt seemed to calm down before loom magical energy at Harry. "You here to get Wonder Woman's autograph or something?" he asked with disdain. Harry glanced at Diana, who seemed to be trying to understand what was going on. "Do you know them, Harry?" Diana suddenly asked. "Well, strictly speaking magical energy, no. I bumped into them at a club, and I officially met Isabella here before I went into the college," Harry answered, but the looks on their faces were priceless. "I thought I saw you tell magical energy to someone," Diana answered and got closer to Belle. "You attend this educational institution as well?" "Yes, ma'am," Belle answered. "Harry here is new to town. I hope you will treat him well," she said, and they just nodded, almost unable to believe what they were hearing and seeing. Suddenly leaving her side, Diana made her way to Harry and waved at them. "Have a pleasant day," she finished and turned to Harry. "Are you ready for dinner? I already got us reservations." "You know I would love that, Diana. I am starving." Harry answered and waved at them as he walked away with Diana. What if Harry landed in D.C. General Assembly? Harry and Diana laughed as they ate. "Really?" Harry asked, and she nodded. "Of course." Barry's expression was very comical. She smiled as she leaned forward. "Thanks for the dirt. I'm definitely going to remind him," Harry said. "Dirt?" she asked as he smiled at her. "Yes, it means I have embarrassing information on him. So now I will be able to tease him," Harry explained as she nodded. "If embarrassing tales are what you require, then look no further because I, Diana, have all this dirt you speak of. Did I tell you he ran into a wall before, while goading that he would phase through it just to break his nose on the wall?" she said as Harry chuckled. The idea of running into a wall sounded painful. A waiter walked up to them and asked, "Good evening, ma'am, sir. Welcome to Chic Cuisine. I will be your personal waiter. My name is Daniel. Is there anything I can do for you?" he asked politely, well aware of who Diana was. "Not at the moment, no," Diana said as he gave a small, courteous bow before refilling their empty glasses and leaving silently. "The service here is amazing," Harry said as she nodded. They spoke for a while before ordering, but the end of the dinner was quickly approaching. "The food was delicious," Harry commented. He ate normally. The last thing he wanted to do was eat like a wild animal. "Indeed. How about we head back to the Watchtower?" she asked as he nodded, and they got up and left. "Don't worry about the cost." Diana could tell Harry reached into his pocket just to realize that he had no money. I work as a hero for the Justice League. Money is most certainly not an issue, she assured as Harry just nodded. I hate to impose. I promise to properly compensate you when I can, Harry asserted as she nodded and grinned. If that is the case, how about we come back tomorrow again? As long as you promise to compensate me for it with another dinner, I am fine with it, she offered, but Harry was magical energized of surprised. Was she interested in him? No, couldn't be, could she? Noticing her expectant expression, he quickly cleared his throat and answered. Sure, I'll take you up on your offer, Diana, he said as she nodded and smiled at him. Maybe she's just being nice, he finished as they exited the rest magical orant. They made their way to the invisible jet before to magical energing off and arriving at the Watchtower. Today was fun, Harry mused to himself as he wondered what he could possibly do now that he returned until a thought struck him. That angel, Diana started as they got off the jet. He doesn't mean to harm the Earth, does he? She asked, her expression more serious than before as she looked at Harry. Yes, I can say with absolute certainty that he couldn't care less about Earth, Harry assured her as she relaxed. He was only interested in me, he explained. I will take you at your word for it, she said as she was about to walk off but stopped and turned around when Harry spoke. Do you mind to magical energing me to the training room? He asked. I don't want to wander around the tower, Harry explained. Sure, she agreed. When they arrived, a few leaguers were there. Power Girl, Supergirl, Superboy, Nightwing, and Beast Boy. Zatanna was watching from the corner. Superboy, Nightwing, and Beast Boy stopped mid-charge at the Kryptonian duo and looked at Diana and Harry enter. New guy, Beast Boy said as Harry waved at them before magical energing his way over to a mat before sitting down. Diana looked at him curiously. You were going to meditate? She asked, surprised as he nodded. I have a lot on my mind. Besides, I would like to polish my control over my power, he explained as she nodded. She watched as he closed his eyes. My father taught me a very important lesson when I was younger. Harry started as he thought back. And as I grew older, I realized the weakest thing about me was my mind, he explained as she nodded and sat down by a chair and watched him. I hope you do not mind, but I would like to observe, she said as he shook his head. Sure, go ahead, he replied as he thought back to what Vermont said. My control of God magical energy is okay, but he thought I was extremely weak. If Lord Grimshade is as strong as he says he is, then I have a long way to go. I need to learn to truly control this new power. He thought to himself. Otherwise, I will never be able to avenge my family and friends. He thought as his anger rose before he calmed himself. Clear your mind, Harry. Focus and start at the bottom, he thought as he began to float a few feet off the ground, emitting a faint, creamy white light. Incredible, Zatanna commented as she walked over to Diana. You wanted to meditate? She asked, see magical energizing confirmation from Diana, who simply nodded and gestured for her to remain quiet. However, Harry spoke. Don't worry, I won't be distracted by a conversation, he assured them, and they both nodded. Zatanna and Diana observed him for about 10 minutes before engaging in a conversation with each other, while the other group continued their sparring session. After 30 minutes, Harry's magical aura dissipated, and he remained suspended in the air, perfectly still. Zatanna took note of this change. I can't sense his power anymore, she commented as Diana nodded. Indeed, it's almost as if he disappeared. But Harry's hair started changing color from black to gold as a spark of electricity zapped around him, surprising Diana and Zatanna. Whoa, his hair is gold, she commented, her curiosity getting the better of her as she started chanting, and an item appeared before her. What's that? Diana asked as Zatanna grinned. It's a magical energizing device. It can find the soul of anyone I have met before, but gods don't have souls. What it can do is give me a measure of their strength, she said as the item started glowing red. That's odd, she said as Diana looked at the item. Is it doing anything? She asked as Zatanna nodded. Yes, it can detect his power and his soul. But that means he is a mortal being? I wasn't expecting to find a soul, she said as she eyed him curiously. How is he a god and a mortal being? She was honestly perplexed at the revelation, but upon further inspection, she marveled at the power. Hold on, wait, His soul is incredibly strong, but it feels like it's being suppressed just below the surface. It feels tremendous and hot, like fire, but divine, she said as Diana looked at her confused. I do not understand. Is he a deity or not? She asked. Well, magical energized of, but it's almost like he can choose to suppress his divine essence, she answered as Power Girl and Supergirl made their way over after hearing the conversation. All I am hearing is he isn't a real god, Karen said as she scoffed, and Zatanna shook her head. Look, I can't say with certainty, but he is still radiating divine power. I honestly cannot understand why, but it's just suppressed. Maybe it's his doing, she said as Harry spoke. You're right, I have to actively tap into that power, but it has merged with me to a certain extent, he said as he continued concentrating. I'm about to release that power, so please be careful. What you have been sensing is nothing more than the tip of it. Wait, Zatanna said as she summoned another item that was glowing. This will support me. I wouldn't want the locator item to drain me of my life force as it tries to read you, she said as Harry waited. I will use this to power the locator. I am ready. You can release it? She said confused as Harry sat still for 20 seconds as his hair finally returned to black. I thought you were about to release it, Karen asked almost like she was mock magical energizing him. I don't want to harm your friend, so I want to do it slowly. Besides, it's not easy just tapping into divine power, Harry said as Zatanna was quite happy to know he did not want to harm her by accident. Just as a warm flame appeared around Harry, his veins started protruding on his forehead as he clenched his teeth. Doing this with a clear mind is much harder than when my life is on the line, Harry thought as he pushed harder and harder, and finally, his hair started to change to crimson red as the Watchtower started vibrating lightly. I am YEA magical energizing so much power, he said as he concentrated even harder, but the vibrating only lessened slightly. I need a lot of training, he thought to himself as he immersed himself deeper into the super wizard god, even using mental training to help him as he sparred against the only opponent that could match him, Lord Grimshade the Destroyer. At this point, the outside world was nothing to him. He couldn't hear anything but his own breathing as he dove deeper into his divine power. Zatanna watched as the support item instantly turned to ash, as if it burned to a crisp before vanishing completely. Thank God I didn't use myself as a power source. His soul is generating energy that would make millions of supernova stars look like nothing. And it keeps burning brighter and brighter, she said as the locator started to crack, which made her immediately stop using it. That's a first, she said as the item started to repair itself slowly. Great, now I need to be careful with this, she said as they all looked at each other. Harry was still concentrating, not aware of the outside world. Power Girl just turned and left, leaving Supergirl there. Beast Boy, Nightwing, and Connor, at this point, took an interest and stopped their sparring match before coming closer. He looks busy, Beast Boy said as Zatanna nodded. Yeah, he is meditating. Are you sure he isn't asleep? Beast Boy grinned as Nightwing smacked him over the head. Can't you feel the Watchtower vibrating? Nightwing asked, and Beast Boy stopped and nodded. You're right. He was doing that by meditating. Beast Boy asked as his stomach growled. Either way, I am going to make myself a sandwich, said Beast Boy as he turned and walked away, with Connor and Nightwing following. I could go for one as well. Connor agreed as he waved and left with Nightwing, who also said his goodbyes. Soon, Zatanna left, and then Diana followed after. Harry continued his mental training straight through to the next day, without even realizing it. His wizard blood burned for control of this new power, and he had a goal he needed to achieve. When Harry opened his eyes, Diana was in front of him with Batman, watching quietly. I didn't know how we were going to get through to you, but you have an hour left before your next test begins, Batman revealed as Harry nodded, fully aware. He had contemplated sleep, but it wasn't really necessary yet because he wasn't all that tired. He stopped floating and stood. I just need to wash up, he said as he dropped out of Super Wizard God, but a wave of exhaustion hit him like a truck. He almost stumbled forward before catching himself. That was exhausting, but worth it, he said as Diana laughed. You truly are a warrior, she commented with a smile as he chuckled. Anyone would be tired after meditating for a whole day, she added, and Batman approached the young wizard. You are all set for Earth. You now have a credit card. and you will receive $3,000 monthly from the Watchtower's funds for the next year. After this 12-month period, the Watchtower will no longer provide funding, so you should have established a self-sustaining life by then. Regarding your backstory, you grew up in Tokyo, Japan, as the only child of Son Masayo and Makoto. You received homeschooling throughout your life and recently moved to Central City to pursue higher education. Batman explained as he handed Harry his ID, credit cards, and a small black box. I used this ID to set up your tests. Your fake parents are still alive and aware of your existence. They have also relocated to Central City, so I recommend getting to know them. Having living family members is less suspicious than having deceased ones. You will find pictures of them in the box. Make sure to memorize their faces, he concluded. The closest and cheapest hotel for you is highlighted on your phone, Batman said as he handed a smartphone to Harry and then walked away and disappeared, leaving Harry stunned by the fact that Batman had essentially created a life for him out of nothing. Barry suddenly entered the training room. I assume Batman set you up on Earth? He asked when he saw the black box and phone in Harry's hands. He continued, nice. Central City is a beautiful place. I'll show you around. Once you've settled down, you should visit. Iris has been dying to meet you. Barry joked, and Harry chuckled. Will do, thanks, Barry. Barry just brushed it off with a smile. Don't mention it, see ya, he said as he sped off. I like him, Harry said as Diana spoke. He likes you too. Perhaps it is the beginning of a friendship, she said as she turned to leave. I will be waiting for you in the hangar by the invisible jet, she said as Harry nodded. All right, thanks for flying me around, he said as she smiled. Don't tell me you forgot. We still have to get dinner after your test? She asked as he shook his head. No, of course not. Wouldn't miss it for the world. He replied before wanting to facepalm at the flirtatious line. Did he not have a filter? I will hold you to your word, son Harry, she said as she exited the room with a smile and a wave, leaving Harry alone. He finally let a blush creep onto his face before Magical energizing his head and Magical energizing his way towards his room to wash up. I have to sleep tonight, he thought as he washed up. The mental training actually left me pretty tired. He mused as he dried himself before changing into a clean pair of clothes and checked himself out in the mirror. Right? I need to finish this test so that I can go have dinner with Diana, he thought as he stopped and then shook his head. Relax. It's just lunch. She's just being nice. Harry went to the hangar and saw Diana waiting for him. She had a frown on her face as she stared at her phone. You all right? Harry asked as she looked up at him. Ah, yes. Just how magical energizing to my friend Steve, she answered as she put her phone away. He told me the United Nations wants a report on the disturbances and that they are aware of your existence and are as magical energizing questions regarding you, she explained as Harry raised a curious eyebrow. You see, when that angel arrived and attacked, you released a large quantity of energy that was detected by every organization on Earth. They are all curious as to who you are. So, if you do not mind, would you come with me to the United Nations General Assembly after your test? They would like to discern whether or not you are a threat to the Earth, she said, unsure of how Harry would respond. But he just smiled and nodded. Your Earth is far more aware than my own in that regard, Harry said as they boarded the jet. Did your world not care for deep space threats? She asked as Harry shook his head. No, they cared. We just had one magical energizing who just so happened to be an animal, he said, bewildered at the statement, as Harry chuckled. My world was very diverse. Humans were not the only species to evolve, so we had a lot of anthropomorphic people, he explained, much to her amazement. That sounds like quite the spectacle, Diana said as Harry nodded. Yep, and we also had very little crime because everyone was looked after very well, so we only ever needed a normal police station to handle crime. Although, from what I heard, that very nearly backfired with the Red Ribbon Army. Diana nodded, impressed by what she heard. Red Ribbon Army, she asked as Harry nodded, and they took off towards Earth. The closest comparison I can make, even if it's wildly inaccurate, is that they are your world's Nazi regime. They both wanted global conquest, but in terms of military strength, the Red Ribbon Army was far ahead with android machines that eventually reached a level of strength that would be stronger than my super wizard strength. At the time, they were unrivaled. This specific android was called Cell, and he nearly destroyed my Earth and magical energized millions of people. Harry explained as they arrived. Diana listened intently as she was honestly really intrigued. You must have many stories to tell, she said as she looked at him. I would love to listen to them all. I love tales of valor, bravery, and camaraderie, she said as Harry nodded. She was the second person to take an interest in his past. Ginny Weasley, he thought to himself as she flashed through his mind. I never got to see where her and I could go, but now that she is gone, I know she would want me to be happy, and I won't be scared. Not anymore, he thought to himself as he looked at Diana. If that's the case, I am sure you have plenty of your own stories, Harry responded, to which she smiled at him. Of course, I am Diana of Themyscira. I have not just my own tales to tell, but that of my homeland. It is rich with history, she said proudly. I look forward to hearing more of it, he said as the jet landed in an empty alley. Both he and Diana exited the jet and left the alley, surprising two random people standing there. When they got close to the campus, Diana stopped and waved him off. Don't go too far. I'll be quick, he said as she just shot him a thumbs up and smiled. Same as yesterday. I will be waiting, she said as she watched Harry enter. As she turned to leave, she came face to face with Belle, who was surprised to see her again. Miss Isabella, Diana said as Belle just flustered. Wonder Woman, nice to meet you again, Belle said as Diana smiled. Likewise, she said as she walked past her. Harry exited 30 minutes later. That wasn't hard at all, he thought as he shrugged. Oh well. He turned and made his way towards Diana's energy. Diana, he greeted as she turned to him, but another person he didn't recognize was with her. Lord Harry, she addressed him formally. The man eyed her, then visually inspected Harry, who stood slightly shorter than him. You must be the god Diana was telling me about, he said, extending his hand. Harry nodded and shook it. Yes, I am son Harry. And you are? Harry asked with a smile. I'm Steve Trevor, Diana's UN liaison, he replied. Harry nodded again. Quickly getting to the point, Steve revealed, there was an emergency assembly to discuss the recent tremors and minor earthquakes that have struck the Earth. Usually this wouldn't happen, but due to the frequency and the energy readings detected, they couldn't ignore it. Trevor clarified, eyeing Harry before loomed magical energy at Diana. We should get going. They are waiting for us, he said, to which she nodded. The core members of the Justice League will be present during the meeting, and their input on the situation will be very useful, Trevor explained as they made their way towards the invisible jet. At the General Assembly, hundreds of men and women were seated as the head spoke. This emergency meeting, though rushed, is a necessity, so let's stay on the same page. Co-founder of the Justice League, Batman, please proceed, he said, motioning to Batman. This being you speak of? Your report states he is a god from an alternate dimension, engaged in mortal combat with a god of destruction, you say. The man asked, and Batman nodded. That is correct, Batman agreed. As far as I can gather, the League seems to know a great deal about this individual. We need to know whether you think he is trustworthy enough to be left unchecked, the man continued. Your Honor, though he roams freely, Wonder Woman constantly accompanies him, and he remains under 24/7 surveillance. We all recognize the danger of leaving him unchecked. However, we have reached an agreement with him. He will be tracked and escorted at all times while he is here. This understanding is paramount for everyone's safety, Batman answered. Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Commission, along with many in the room, nodded in agreement. You've made efforts, but even with surveillance, how can we be certain he won't unleash havoc? Surely, the Justice League is well aware that they do not have any authority to grant this being refuge on our world, she concluded, her tone laced with skepticism and concern. This is straightforward, Batman stated. He has explained, if he had any intention to destroy the world, it would already be in ruins beyond our control. Gasps and anger rippled through the members in response to this grim assertion. Is he to magical energying us lightly? Even Superman refrains from a magical energying such bold claims, another member fumed. See magical energying permission with a nod from the Assembly's head, Martian. Man on a step forward. In essence, he's not malevolent, but expecting him to heed humanity's opinions is futile. View this from a grander perspective. He's not indigenous to our realm. He's a god. capable of annihilating our world and erasing our universe with ease. We've merely glimpsed his true powers. His presence here was not of his own choosing. As detailed in the report, his world met its end at the hands of a mightier deity. We're not dealing with an ordinary individual. He approaches a celestial entity. Martian Manhunter finished retreating. A profound silence gripped the assembly, leaving them uneasy until a voice disrupted the tension. Wonder Woman of Themyscira, Steve Trevor, and Lord Harry have arrived and are entering the building. The doors opened, and the room fell silent as the trio entered. The head of the assembly cleared his throat and addressed Harry. "Lord Harry, please step forward," he requested. Harry complied, a sense of concern in his demeanor, but he remained composed. "What are your intentions with our planet?" The question was straightforward. Harry cleared his throat before responding. "World leaders and viewers. Worldwide, I am Son Harry. I come from a place too distant to specify, but I assure you that my intent is not to harm your world or its inhabitants. I wish to stay here. It's a beautiful place." Another member inquired, "How can we trust someone we know nothing about? You're not allowed to reveal your origins? Is there some grand secret we're not allowed to know?" Harry nodded inwardly, realizing the fear he invoked in those much weaker. In different circumstances, he could have been the destroyer, but fortunately, he wasn't Lord Grimshade. He could sympathize with their concerns. "I'm afraid there's little room for negotiation," Harry began, his tone somber. "Certain knowledge is bound by celestial law, and revealing the intricacies of creation to mortal beings would lead to far greater complications. I've already consented to constant surveillance, with Wonder Woman as my companion," he explained. Amanda Waller interjected, proposing another approach. "There is, in fact, another way," she stated, her gaze fixed on Harry and the room's occupants. "Many will find this a more acceptable option, as authorizing your stay on Earth might otherwise be impossible." Batman listened intently, his eyes narrowing. Waller continued, "Solitary confinement. We may not fully comprehend celestial laws, but we can gather valuable information about you and develop safeguards should you pose a threat to us. Extensive testing will be necessary, but this can only proceed with your consent. The information will be shared with all allied nations." Her proposal surprised many in the room. Diana disagreed vehemently. "So you wish to turn a god into a guinea pig?" Her disapproval was evident as she stepped forward. Waller responded sternly, "Hold your tongue, Diana of Themyscira. This is not a conversation you can casually enter without approval from the head of the assembly or those with the authority to grant you a voice." Batman silenced her with a subtle shake of his head. Waller turned to Harry, addressing his choice. "If you're thin magical energy of using your lasso, it won't work either. This being is a god and could effortlessly lie through it. Now, Lord Harry, what is your choice?" Harry closed his eyes, reflecting on the situation. "I could agree, but I might end up in a cell situation again," he thought to himself, sensing the malicious energy from Waller. "I would agree to this," Harry began. "However, back in my home, a scientist did exactly what you're suggesting. He created a bioandroid, with my father as the primary subject, without his knowledge or consent. Of course. Would you like to know the result?" Harry wanted them to fully understand the implications. "I'll accept your conditions, but understand the risk of granting such power to an unstable being. Even a sane person would eventually question why they follow orders from ordinary individuals. Beings born with power don't suffer this affliction. As you can see with Superman, Wonder Woman, Supergirl, Power Girl. They were all born with it and protect Earth to this day." Harry continued his explanation. "As for the bioandroid I mentioned, he magical energized his creator and absorbed his siblings for more power, aiming for perfection. He became known as Perfect Cell and massacred millions before being stopped. If you accept the consequences, then yes, I'll become your lab rat," Harry said, his eyes to magical energy on a cold, unyielding look as he stared at Amanda. "But I made it clear to Batman that I won't join the Justice League in the foreseeable future, if ever. If your creation turns against me or you, I won't harm innocent people, but I won't intervene either," he concluded, casting a shadow of silence over the room. Amanda asserted, "That will be our choice to make." She surveyed the room's members, and called for a vote. Those in favor of the movement, raise your hand. More than half of the room complied, and Amanda smiled. You don't mind if we take precautions, do you? She asked. Harry sighed and nodded as officers approached him, placing a box over his hands, effectively cuffing him. This sparked anger in a few League members who watched the sight, but before they could continue, a voice reverberated through the hall. This will not do. Such disrespect towards the future god of destruction will not be tolerated. The cuffs binding Harry broke and fell to the ground. In a mystifying display, Vermont materialized in the hall, suspended in the air. Harry, taken aback, uttered, "Vermont?" The godly figure shook his head with a profound sense of disappointment. I have observed countless worlds across multiverses, but this world displays audacity beyond measure, he declared. I have come for you, my lord. I received approval from my father, the Grand Minister of the Omniverse. Amanda dared to speak. How dare you enter these hallowed halls without notice? Her defiance was met with Vermont's unwavering gaze. Mortal woman, restrain your tongue when gods converse. This is not a conversation you can casually interject. If my lord is not allowed to remain, I have no recourse but to remove him from your world. Even if he harbors no intention of harm, you dare demand that he bend to such disrespect. Your world overestimates its importance. Not even the Grand Supreme Kai, the Lord of Lords, would deny him access to the sacred world of the Kais. Yet here you are, Vermont admonished, landing with a resounding thud. Ordinarily, mortals would erect statues in reverence when a deity chooses their world to dwell in, yet you have spat in his face. He continued, shaw magical energizing his head. The god of creation would be most displeased with your attitude toward the future, celestial arbiter of cosmic equilibrium. You have greatly disappointed the Lord of Lords. However, as Lord Harry has grown fond of this earth, the Lord of Lords will let this affront pass. Vermont approached Harry, who regarded him with a hint of surprise. It is time. It comes earlier than expected. I shall escort you to your designated planet. Vermont smiled and gestured. Mortals, try to shed your apprehensions, for the Kais may judge your world as unnecessary. With a blinding, intense white light, both he and Harry vanished from the room. A deafening silence settled among the assembled, and worldwide panic erupted. Had they sealed their own doom? Would they simply vanish? No, surely not, hopefully. Diana, seething with anger, demanded, "Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" She addressed as Dr. Fate materialized in response. Indeed, that was certainly foolish. We must rectify this, Batman began, his jaw clenched. I had my suspicions about Amanda, but to propose turning him into a test subject? What was she thin magical energy? We need to find a way to re-establish contact with them. Fate, can you facilitate it? Batman inquired. Fate shook his head. As I explained before, Lord Vermont is an angel. He would not heed my call. Forget Mobius. He is an integral part of the Council of Gods, having a seat at the table where the King of Gods resides. Fate explained. Silence enveloped them. We are concluded here, Batman declared, turning to the Senate. Pardon our departure. We require a strategy. The Justice League exited. Suddenly, the broadcast abruptly ceased, replaced by a message. We will return shortly. Amanda clenched her teeth in frustration. We may well be facing our demise, she murmured. The assembly head leaned forward, casting a glance at Amanda, then sighed. Our agenda has shifted. We must now explore potential solutions, he declared. What if Harry landed in DC? Info page 1. Hello, everyone. This is an info page summarizing the story up to Chapter 6, General Assembly. Please keep in mind that this story won't strictly adhere to DC lore. I'll be magical, energizing intentional changes, so if something seems out of place, it's likely by design. However, if you find something that's particularly problematic, please let me know and explain why. I can't promise to make every suggested change, but it will definitely help me shape the story in a meaningful way. As I mentioned before, I'm not an expert on DC lore. While I'm a big fan of DC, my knowledge may not be as extensive as some dedicated fans. Dragon Ball holds the primary focus in this story, but it's set within the DC multiverse. Setting: DC Earth, Sector 2814, Milky Way Galaxy. History: Earth is the third planet from Sun, the star it orbits. Earth is orbited by the Moon. Having been around for billions of years, Earth is the homeworld of its dominant species, the human race. Earth is often the victim of extraterrestrial invasions, which are typically fought by the planet's various superheroes and metahumans, as well as its numerous governments and armies. Star System Sol. Location: Second Multiverse, Earth 1, Pre-Crisis. State of Creation: There are 10 multiverses in existence. The most important ones for now are DC and Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball, in particular, offers a cosmic scale that's somewhat similar to DC. Non-magical energetic haha, though DC is generally more elaborate even with its various versions. Dragon Ball has multiple macrocosms and scales beyond that, which makes blending the two universes together simpler. I don't have to rely too heavily on personal interpretations and make it feel too much like fanfiction. Even though it is, tongue sticking out, Earth, home to Earthlings, humanity's cradle. Milky Way Galaxy. The Milky Way is the galaxy that contains the Sol, Polaris, and Vega systems, along with countless other stars and planets. Points of interest for Milky Way Galaxy. The solar system is the star system where Earth and its neighboring bodies reside. Alpha Centauri is the closest star system to the solar system. Polaris star system is a star system that revolves around the North Star, Polaris. History of Polaris star system. One of the primary worlds of the Polaris system is the planet Thanagar. It is part of Green Lantern Corps Sector 2682. Thanagarians describe Polaris as a harsh sun and the fierce witness to uncounted battles. During the Rann-Thanagar War, when a Zeta beam teleported the planet Rann into Thanagar's planetary orbit, it propelled Thanagar off its axis, driving it perilously close towards its sun. The ultraviolet radiation from Polaris became so intense that Thanagar's atmosphere ignited. The Polaris system is home to 952 sentient species and is sometimes mocked by other neighboring systems for its relatively small size. Vega Star System. The star system of Vega is the original home of the Citadel and was the base of operations for the Omega Men. History of Vega Star System. Vega is home to the Psions, an alien race who were experimented upon by the Maltusians. In time, they learned how to master the technology the Maltusians left behind when they immigrated to OA. When the Psions tried to make contact with their creators, the Guardians of the Universe, expressed remorse over their actions and disappointment that the Psions had not learned any understanding from the technology. The Guardians sent them to Vega in the hopes that they could develop in peace, but the Psions grew to hate the Guardians. To prevent any further interference on their part, the Guardians added a law to the Book of OA forbidding them and their agents, the Green Lantern Corps, to enter the Vega system. As a result, the system became a refuge for criminals and aggressive entities. Vega is also of critical importance to the activities of the Spider Guild and represents a major guild nest. The Vega star system has dozens of planets, hundreds of races, thousands of cultures, and trillions of sentient beings. Ravaged by centuries of warfare. Several years into the 21st century, the Vega system came under the influence of Lady Styx, who absorbed the system into her empire. Her army of dark stars who were empowered by the suit, magical energilled any unbelievers in the Vega system. The Vega system was freed from her control after her defeat and apparent death at the hands of Brainiac II and the Omega Men. Just prior to the War of Light, it was revealed that the real reason that Vega was forbidden was due to a deal made with Larfleeze, the wielder of the Orange Light of Avarice. The pact stipulated that Guardians would not enter Vega, while Larfleeze would be allowed to wield the Orange Light in peace, as long as it stayed buried on Okara. When Larfleeze declared the treaty null and void, the Guardians enacted the fourth law in the Book of OA, which provided them jurisdiction in the Vega star system. This brought them and the Green Lantern Corps into conflict with the Orange Lantern Corps. Worlds in Vega star system. Citadel Homeworld Colicao. Carnation YXX. New Alliance, formerly the prison planet Andromeda. Emina Branks. Tamarin, destroyed. Rashishin. 3 unnamed planets, Okara, Voral Karak, Yufrik Slag, Rogue Dreadfall, Alo, Ojiptu, Shangerlin, residents of Milky Way galaxy, humans Atlanteans Titanians, Thanagarians Mercurians Venusians, Martians Jovians, Saturnians Neptunians, Uranians Plutonians Tamaranians Valorpians, Kernuns Ocarans, Euphorians, Scale of Universe. Location in the DC Universe asterisk. The Milky Way is located in the northeastern quadrant of the DC Universe. It is primarily within the east, but it's a few million light years from the border of the northern section. Please note that this arrangement is not lore accurate within the DC Universe, but it's being used for storytelling purposes. Size of the universe asterisk. The DC Universe is considered to be of infinite size. It continuously expands at a rate faster than light speed. Magical energy it virtually impossible for mortal beings to traverse the entire universe unless they transcend the notion of infinity. Mortals can bypass this limitation through the use of powerful artifacts or forces within the universe itself. These forces include the emotional electromagnetic spectrum, the speed force, the source, the life equation, the anti-life equation, the dreaming, the world forge, the god mill, Kaioshin magic, god key super Dragon Balls, autonomous ultra instinct, destruction energy, and omniscience. Ram magical energies of power asterisk. If they have the same number, then they are equal in the story, regardless on whether one is above the other in the list. The power ran magical energies in the DC Universe are as follows. 1. Omniscience, beyond 6th dimension. 1.5. Super Dragon Balls, beyond 6th dimension. 2. Autonomous Ultra Instinct, fully realized 6th dimensional. 2. Destruction Energy, 6th dimensional. Power can vary depending on the user. 2.5. The Spectre, divine agent of the Omni King. 3. Kaioshin magic, potent power, dependent on the level of the Supreme Kai. 4. The Dreaming, associated with dream, one of the endless. 5. The source. 6. The speed force. 6. The emotional electromagnetic spectrum. 7. God key, amplifier of ki/chi. Strength varies with the user. 8. Ki/chi cosmology. Macrocosm is used to describe the broader universe and its various realms, dimensions, and planes of existence. These different aspects of the macrocosm are often explored as part of the series cosmology. Here's an explanation of some key elements of the macrocosm in the story. 1. Mortal universe The macrocosm consists of the living universe, each containing mortal realms. Examples are Room of Spirit and Time, Hyperbolic Time Chamber. The Maphoba Jar. The Maphoba, evil containment wave, is a sealing technique that involves using a specialized container to seal away a target. When used, it creates a pocket dimension within the container to trap the sealed entity. The hyperbolic space chamber. This space is distinct from the hyperbolic time chamber. In Dragon Ball Super, the Z fighters use this space to store large quantities of food and other items. It is known for its seemingly infinite storage capacity. The Dead Zone. This is a pocket dimension controlled by Garlic Jr. in the Dragon Ball Z movie Dead Zone. It is a place where he can exile his enemies, and it plays a significant role in the movie's plot. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Cell Saga. During the Cell Saga, a separate hyperbolic time chamber is used by future Fred Weasley and Ron Weasley. It is a one-day version of the chamber with a higher level of gravity. The Demon Realm. The Demon Realm is a parallel universe in the Dragon Ball universe. It is inhabited by demons, and Dabura is one of its notable residents. It exists alongside the mortal realm and serves as a source of dark energy. 2. Heaven and Hell within the macrocosm. There are various afterlife realms. Heaven is a place where virtuous souls go after death, while Hell is where wicked souls are punished. These realms are overseen by deities such as King Yema and the Lower Kais. Purgatory and all dead. Zones in between are all infinite in size. In fact, some places are even larger than other infinite-sized bodies, such as the sacred world of the Kais, a planet so large that even heaven looks tiny in comparison. 3. Otherworld. The Otherworld is a collective term for the afterlife realms in the Dragon Ball universe. It includes heaven, hell, and the check-in station. The Otherworld serves as a central hub for souls that have moved on from the mortal realm, a separate space from heaven and hell. However, it is the boundary between all the realms of the story. For Grand Kai's planet Grand Kai's planet is located in the Otherworld and serves as a training ground for deceased warriors. Characters like Dumbledore, after his death during the Cell Saga, trained within this realm. 5. Sacred World of the Kais The Sacred World of the Kais is the home of the Supreme Kais, divine beings responsible for overseeing the mortal realms and maintaining balance. It is considered a higher plane of existence within the macrocosm. 6. Demon Realm The Demon Realm is a parallel universe within the macrocosm, inhabited by demons, including Etrigan the Demon, Naren, Blue Devil, Nurgle, Belial, Morgaine Le Fay, Shazana, Clarion the Witch Boy. Trigon the Terrible is not currently in the Demon Realm. It exists alongside the mortal universe, but remains hidden from ordinary mortals. The Multiverse. There are 10 multiverses that exist alongside each other in this story. These multiverses run in parallel, meaning they exist at the same time. Each multiverse contains numerous timelines and alternate dimensions within it. This means that within those 10 multiverses, there are an unlimited number of different timelines coexisting simultaneously. To explain further, consider the future timeline. It was the original timeline, but it became altered when Fred Weasley and Hermione Granger made changes to it. These changes resulted in what we now consider the original timeline. Within this new timeline, many different events and interactions occurred, creating a complex web of cause and effect. For example, a version of Cell from a completely different timeline managed to magical energil Fred Weasley and travel to this timeline. Because time is constantly moving, events in the past, present, and future are always changing, leading to different scenarios and outcomes. What we see in the Dragon Ball series is just one specific iteration of how events played out in this intricate multiverse of timelines and dimensions. I hope that made sense. All of these concepts together make up what's called the Omniverse. It's the highest level of existence. Beings that are even more powerful exist above it in a place called the Omni Palace. There's only one of each of them, like one Grand Priest, one Presence/Xeno, and one Angel for each universe. They exist outside of time and space and aren't limited by them. While angels are not all-knowing, their power surpasses anything within a single universe or multiple universes. In this story, there's another powerful being, but they're a cosmic threat. They're not a danger to Xeno/Presence, but the Grand Priest sees this individual as dangerous. This dangerous being exists outside of the Omniverse, in a place called the Negaverse. It's a very cold and desolate realm that the Presence has, completely abandoned. The Presence doesn't even bother to keep an eye on it because they don't want to be bothered by the inhabitants of that realm. Where do Destroyer Gods rank in this massive scale? Well, in a sense, they are very high up because they have angels at their beck and call. As explained, angels are exceptionally powerful beings. The only beings that truly surpass gods of destruction are the angels, but it's not a fixed rule. Some gods of destruction are even mightier than their angel attendants. Destroyers are extremely important and have access to the energy of destruction, as you've seen how high the energy of destruction scales. And they can learn Ultra Instinct. Destroyers can reach unfathomable heights, although not all are on the same level. Thanks for reading the info page. And if I forgot to add anything or if something doesn't make sense, please ask away and I will respond to the best of my ability. But as mentioned before, not everything will be exactly as the original, for obvious reasons of course. Have a great day everyone. What if Harry landed in DC? Lord Harry, God of Destruction. Harry stared at Vermont's back as they flew at breakneck speed through the universe. I apologize for that, but as a future destroyer, your name cannot be tarnished because many will learn to fear you, Vermont said. And other than that, you will need to be less lenient with mortals. Please remember your actions reflect that of the gods, and if you allow mortals to have such brazen attitudes, you will never be respected, and as such, you will not be able to remain a destroyer. Harry didn't answer as he nodded. It is unfortunate that they do not welcome you, but once you ascend to true godhood, it won't matter what mortals say, as the earth will belong to you, Harry chuckled. Is this your way of consoling me? He asked as Vermont chuckled. Perhaps, he said as the light disappeared, and Harry looked around in wonder. We have arrived. This is mine, he asked as Vermont nodded. It will be very soon. We leave for Grand Zeno's palace in 2 months for your ascension. You aren't very strong yet, but you do meet the minimum requirement, just barely, Vermont answered. I would like to take these 2 extra months to solidify your body. You will need it once the energy of destruction truly flows through you. I do wonder how powerful you will become if you could reach such strength at the young age of 23. He chuckled as Harry eyed him, seeing something in Vermont's eyes. He barely knew the angel, but he noticed that glint. You are actually excited, aren't you? He asked as Vermont smiled. Did I make it too obvious, my lord? He asked as Harry just chuckled. I think we'll get along just fine, Vermont, Harry commented as the angel nodded. For some reason, he felt like the universe was about to enter a new age. If you don't mind, I'd actually love to sleep right now. I haven't slept yet, he said as Vermont nodded and led him to his new palace. It looks exactly the same as Lord Grimshade's world, just like all Destroyer worlds. Your bedchamber is here, my lord, he answered as he showed Harry his room. I will wake you in the next 23 hours, he said as Harry just walked into the room and collapsed on the bed. It was incredibly soft. I just might sleep that long on a bed like this, he answered as he passed out from mental fatigue due to his mental training. The door closed as Vermont left him to sleep. Harry flew at a leisurely speed towards his home. He had just gotten back from college and could already smell his mother's magical energy. The front door of House Poses swung open to reveal George Weasley rushing out to greet his big brother. Big brother, you're back, George Weasley's voice called out as he laughed. Hey, George Weasley, Harry called out happily as he landed and made his way towards his brother. Just as George Weasley tackled Harry, he heard his father's voice. Harry, your mom's still magical energy. How about we go and have a sparring session real quick? Dumbledore asked as Harry chuckled. Sure, Dad. Let me say hi to Mom first, Harry said as Chi-Chi pushed Dumbledore aside. My baby, she exclaimed as she ran into his arms and hugged him. Hello, Mom, Harry greeted. The food smells great. Chi-Chi leaned back and smirked. Of course it would, Buster. She smiled as Dumbledore joined the scene with George Weasley hopping onto his shoulders. You guys ready to eat? The food's ready, Chi-Chi quickly informed as Harry's stomach rumbled. Sorry, Dad. The fight just wouldn't be the same without Mom's magical energy, Harry joked as Dumbledore just laughed. You do make a good point, son, Dumbledore said. Something caught Harry's attention as he turned and looked back, confused. He shook his head before turning to follow his family. But just as he was about to enter, the small house exploded violently, with Lord Grimshade's laughter echoing. Lord Harry, the voice called out as Harry sat up in a cold sweat with tears running down his cheeks. He stood up, trying to calm his racing heart. Vermont had a blank expression as he handed Harry a handkerchief. It appears you've had a rather gruesome nightmare, he murmured. Harry took the handkerchief and wiped himself clean, his fists trembling with anger. With a calculating gaze, Vermont continued, Forgive me, but that intense feeling you just experienced, I want you to intentionally dwell on it. I want you to let it fester, to let it consume you. Once you can no longer contain your emotions, think about what you'll do when you face Lord Grimshade again. You must yearn for his destruction, don't you? You must long for the annihilation of the one who brought pain and suffering to you and your family. If you can harness that desire, your path to vengeance will be one step closer. Harry seethed, his rage bubbling just beneath the surface. Why did he need to delve deeper into his own torment? As Harry was about to protest, Vermont raised a commanding hand, silencing him. Do you wish to remain weak forever? He asked, his voice cutting through Harry's turmoil. The words struck a nerve, and something within Harry snapped. He clenched his fists even tighter, his heart heavy with the memories of his family's untimely demise. Their deaths were a sacred wound, etched deep into his soul, and they fueled the inferno of his fury. Harry closed his eyes and began to focus, his hair briefly flashing gold before a single bolt of crimson electricity arced through the air. The very planet of the destroyer trembled under the weight of his seething anger. His power was reaching a crescendo, a level of intensity he hadn't felt since his turbulent teenage years. But before the storm could break loose, Vermont intervened. "Take that anger and keep it close." Vermont's voice was like an icy whisper in Harry's mind. "Think about your insatiable desire to obliterate Lord Grimshade, not merely to magical energill him, but to erase him from the very fabric of reality. It's a vicious, all-consuming desire, a power so potent it can devour even its wielder." Harry struggled to maintain his sanity as the purple, malevolent energy surged within him, threatening to consume his very being. This was the power Lord Grimshade commanded, and Harry was on the brink of losing himself to it. His consciousness began to fade as he was overwhelmed by the destructive force. Just as he felt himself being torn apart, Vermont acted swiftly, knocked magical energing Harry out cold. "Just what are you?" Vermont muttered to himself, his eyes locked on Harry's unconscious, trembling form. Half of Harry's clothes had been shredded by the sheer intensity of the sinister, magical aura that had threatened to consume him. But even before that, a primal fury was dormant within him. That power was terrifying, even for him, an angel. It was weak to him, but it made his super wizard god strength seem like a newborn infant. Magical energing to himself, Vermont laid Harry down on the bed before healing him. "I told you the training will be quite strenuous, didn't I?" Very soon, those 2 months passed. Harry had been training like his life depended on it. After coming in contact with the energy of destruction, Harry could feel that he was angrier than usual. He would get set off easily, and regaining control was proving to be even harder than learning to control Super Wizard. "Are you ready, my lord?" Vermont asked. He had gotten to know the young god over the past 2 months. After 10 minutes, Harry had cleaned up and was ready to leave with Vermont. "We shouldn't be too long," he said as his staff blinked. "Oh, it seems those mortals found a way to contact me." "Ah, Nabu. He's the one," he said as he looked at Harry. "Just tell them that they don't need to worry. Everything is fine, and the Earth is not in danger. But I will likely be gone for a few years. With the way I left Earth, I am pretty sure I will get attacked the moment I am spotted on Earth. At this point, I may as well be banned," Harry said with a sigh as Diana flashed through his mind. "All right," Vermont answered. He could tell Harry was down. Perhaps he could raise his mood a little. Although it seems that those of the Justice League seem to be very upset about how the situation was handled. It seems they are trying to mediate on your behalf. If you weren't as benevolent, that little blue orb would have been reduced to space dust already." Harry shook his head. "Well, I do come from my own Earth, so I wouldn't want it destroyed," he said as they flew off. "The transit will be 30 minutes, he informed as a pad appeared in Harry's hands. "Please entertain yourself while we fly." Harry just stared at the pad and nodded. "That is called a God pad. It has all sorts of information on the universe. Perhaps you can brush up on a destroyer's duties," he said as Harry nodded and read throughout the flight. "You have a long way to go, my lord, but your attitude certainly makes me very excited about the future. When was the last time I felt like this?" Vermont thought to himself as he observed Harry read diligently. They ventured into the resplendent palace of Grand Zeno. The first thing Harry was greeted by was the sight of 17 destroyers and 17 angels watching them. The very air was charged with a magical aura of incomprehensible might, eclipsing Harry's own strength by an immense margin. He discerned a hooded figure in the shadows, concealing a visage beyond reckoning. Harry straightened his posture, realizing the towering mountains of power he must scale to traverse between multiverses. As they approached the assemblage of divine beings, Vermont initiated a reverent bow, and Harry promptly followed. The Grand Priest, with a gaze that penetrated the depths of the soul, extended his gracious welcome. "Welcome, my son," he greeted. Vermont stopped bowing. An intense sensation enveloped Harry, amplifying the weight of this encounter as the Grand Priest eyed him. "How long has it been since I last beheld your countenance?" queried another angel. Vermont responded with a smile, acknowledging the disheartening duration of their separation. "Far too long," he replied before turning towards Harry. Permit me to introduce my personal recommendation, he gestured at Harry. This is my personal recommendation. A cunning smirk graced the lips of a destroyer, who promptly voiced his skepticism, echoing the thoughts of many. Seems far too weak, don't you agree? However, Vermont's laughter filled the space, dismissing their doubts. True, his power may seem unremarkable, but consider this. He is a mere 23 years old. A palpable shift in the atmosphere accompanied this revelation. Amidst the gathered gods and angels, one deity commended Harry's accomplishments. In truth, that is quite remarkable. How long have you been training him? His current strength is quite potent for a mortal being. Did you start training him the moment he was conceived? Another angel pointed out as Vermont smiled. That was a ridiculous notion. That is the beauty of it, brother. Vermont educated. I have only been training him for 2 months now. Harry couldn't understand why. They were all surprised at his lack of divine training. It sounded like his strength was particularly impressive for a mortal. A mere 2 months of training, and yet his strength defies mortal expectations. That is not bad, one of the gods spoke. Vermont's recommendation carries immense weight, an angel chimed in. He would not endorse someone lightly. A voice, unlike any other, interrupted the discourse. It emanated from a figure that bore no resemblance to a destroyer, but held cosmic significance. His attire, adorned with the symbol of a guardian, exuded regality, and his very presence resonated with cosmic authority, the Monitor. It matters not, he was chosen by an angel, a tall, regal figure wearing a crimson costume with gold accents spoke. He bore a symbol on his chest and wore a mask. He radiated a cosmic, magical aura. Though a destroyer scoffed at the Monitor's words. You aren't even a destroyer. Marnova was about to argue with the destroyer before the Grand Priest cut in. Lord Mar is correct, the Grand Priest said as he stepped down and smiled at Harry, who was still bowing with his eyes closed, showing the utmost respect to the beings before him. He could feel they were far beyond anything he ever felt before. It reminded him of when Lord Grimshade punched him in the face, but just a fraction of the destroyer's true strength. Aris sont Aris. Respectful and reverent, Harry complied. A young boy inquired. If the ritual were to befall him, would his mortal vessel endure the strain? Could he withstand the cataclysmic forces without dissolution? The boy looked like a human except his magical energy was purple, and he was dressed in a destroyer's uniform. He had his doubts about Harry's resilience to the ritual's demands. However, the Grand Priest, his hand raised, called for Harry's true power to emerge. Bring forth your full strength, son Harry. I wish to see the true depth of your power. Vermont preached your praises, so I would like to see why, at least before you truly start training. The Grand Priest said as Harry nodded. Harry crouched, drawing a deep breath, summoning his inner flames. His once insignificant energy burgeoned, enveloping him in blazing fire. In the presence of these godly entities, Harry's power, while dwarfed by their might, still managed to carve a substantial presence, a testament to his latent potential. The divine onlookers could not deny the resonance of his burgeoning strength, a flicker in the pantheon of omnipotence. I can see why Vermont spoke so highly of you. To reach such a pinnacle of power without formal god training is truly impressive, son Harry. Your future is indeed promising. The Grand Priest praised Harry, his words punctuated by the smirmagical, energizing destroyers who regarded Harry, a candidate of exceptional worth at a mere 23 years. With his emergence, our multiverse shall ascend to unparalleled heights. Commended another destroyer, a battle-hardened figure that bore the visage of a bipedal panther, his excitement rippling through the divine assembly. Harry's power receded as he relaxed and offered a bow to the gathering. I promise to live up to your expectations and go even further beyond, my lords, he pledged, displaying his humility. His humility is a virtue to be admired, chimed in another destroyer, their sentiment echoed by approving nods from the angels. The fortitude to endure the ritual is yours. Let us proceed, the Grand Priest proclaimed, gliding to the forefront, parting the path for Harry. 2 cushions, enigmatic and laden with mystique, lay before him. The opportune moment arrives as the kaiju tree bestows upon us another golden fruit, more magical, energizing the commencement of your coronation, declared the Grand Priest, his voice resonating with profound significance. Harry approached the awaiting pillow, seated beside the radiant golden fruit, and closed his eyes in solemn anticipation. The assembly of destroyers and angels enveloped him, their potent presence filling his being. The destroyers suddenly opened their eyes in slight shock. Faint traces of destruction energy had permeated the atmosphere. Had this mortal crossed the bridge and come in contact with the force of destruction? An enigmatic magical aura swirled around Harry, and then the Grand Priest's voice pierced the hushed tension. You may unveil your eyes, ascendant of destruction. Harry complied, revealing a mixture of bewilderment and curiosity in his gaze. His attire had undergone an arcane transformation, adorning him in the resplendent vestments of a destroyer god. Greetings, my name is Micaiah, intoned the supreme Kai Micaiah, his tone reverent. Harry observed the curious absence of the golden fruit beside him. From this day forth, our fates are inexorably intertwined, the supreme Kai proclaimed. Harry responded with a deep bow. I am son, Harry, and I look forward to the journey. His eyes descended to magical energy in his new attire, a fusion of black, white, purple, and crimson, bearing three distinct symbols. Golden bracelets adorned his arms, and a singular ring graced his left ear. His form, too, had undergone a subtle transformation, achieving a leaner stature. You have ascended as the god of destruction of the 21st universe, the Grand Priest proclaimed, prompting the collective bow of recognition from the assembly, including Vermont, whose demeanor conveyed contentment. With the announcement of adjournment, the Grand Priest vanished into the palace, while the assembly of destroyers took flight, each paired with their angelic counterpart. Harry realized that adhering to this path offered his sole chance to reunite with his family in the other world. Beside Vermont, Harry sought clarification. Should I feel different in some way? Vermont met his gaze. Seek within yourself. The latent force of destruction should now stir within. Thanks to your robust vessel, it should be relatively easy for you to summon it. Typically, extensive training spanning years is requisite for a vessel to endure even a fraction of the energy of destruction. However, you, by virtue of your robust vessel, have hastened the process, Vermont explained. Even before the ritual, you could access it. Now you are just immortal. Harry nodded and took out the god pad, continuing to read. Vermont appeared pleased. Upon their return to the 21st universe, Micaiah bowed to both of them before bidding farewell and kai-kai'd to the sacred world of the Kais for his training under the Grand Supreme Kai, honing his Kaioshin magic. Are you ready to begin your training, my lord? Vermont inquired. Harry nodded. Good. Now come at me with everything you have, but hold off on the super wizard god. Vermont commanded as Harry rushed in, only to have Vermont effortlessly evade his attacks. Back on Earth, I received a response from him, Nabu said, catching the attention of Batman and the rest of the League. It had been 2 months of stress. What does it say? Batman inquired. Lord Harry has acted as the bridge, so the Earth is no longer in danger from the god's wrath, Nabu answered, and a collective sigh of relief filled the room. Oh, thank God. We owe you one, Harry, Flash said as he relaxed. However, Fate's next words tempered their relief. He won't be returning for a few years, he stated, casting a shadow over Barry's mood. Supergirl chimed in. If it had come to a fight, we would have been facing gods. The odds of surviving such a confrontation are impossible, Nabu warned, frustrated that the heroes didn't fully grasp the magnitude of the threat. Since the danger is past, I will take my leave, he added before vanishing. Why is fate so pessimistic? Karen asked. It's not pessimism, Zatanna explained. From what I can gather from Dr. Fate, the beings that created our time-space, and effectively all of us, almost abandoned us. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight something beyond the concept of infinity in every aspect of reality. Think of reality as software, Zatanna continued, her words sending shivers through the League. These beings are like admins, capable of editing, removing, and creating the very pillars of our reality. If you anger them, they can take away your abilities, manipulate your age, or even erase you from existence. They can trap you for eternity. The gravity of Zatanna's words sank in. Magical energizing them realized the severity of their situation. While the League was undoubtedly powerful, the threat posed by these cosmic entities was beyond their league. I wonder when he will return? Diana pondered, prompting Batman to speak. We need to sway public opinion before that happens. We must try to fix this, he stated. Superman nodded, and a surge of anger filled him. Amanda took it too far this time. She needs to be held accountable for nearly dooming the entire planet, he declared. Well, whether he comes back or not, the angel said he would become a future god of destruction. His return could spell our end. Martian, Manhunter suggested. Barry, however, defended Harry, remembering the tears he shed for his family as he stared into space. At first, I wasn't sure, but now I am. He isn't bad. He's just feared for his power, something we all had to face at some point in our lives. In the vast expanse of space, a colossal, stone-like entity stood with his back turned to his subjects, who knelt in unwavering reverence. His crimson eyes blazed with malevolence as he addressed them, his voice resonating with ominous authority. Dispatch Doomsday. Let us test the mettle of this so-called Justice Legion, he commanded. A loyal subject immediately bowed. As you command, Lord Darkseid. With a low, guttural grunt, Darkseid pivoted to confront his subjects. If Doomsday fails to rend those caped pests asunder, I will personally reduce their world to ashes, he declared. The only one on that wretched planet with a glimmer of hope against Doomsday is the Kryptonian. However, with Doomsday's augmentations, both the Kryptonian and their world shall perish in the inferno. Destruction was inevitable, one way or another. A year later, during a General Assembly meeting, public anger still simmered. Many held those in power responsible for the mishandling of the encounter with a god. A new religious group emerged, erecting statues of Harry and Vermont to seek their favor, as these deities were initially mistreated on Earth. This situation resulted from the League's efforts to improve Harry's public image behind the scenes. A city was even renamed Sun City, magical energizing the moment Earth learned from its mistakes. Diana scowled at Amanda, who smirked back. The head of the assembly declared, if Lord Harry ever returns to Earth, he'll be revered as a VVIP. Reports from the Justice League confirm he stood up for our planet, allowing it to remain in the gods' favor. At this point, there was no choice but to publicly acknowledge him. Hearing that, Diana smirked at Amanda, who just looked away. Modern media and online, the news outlets blew up, many influencers adding their own take on the situation. Harry meditated while Vermont approached. You've yet to land a blow on me, my lord, Vermont teased, wearing a mischievous grin that spurred Harry to his feet. He charged at Vermont, who blocked the blow and prepared a counter, but Harry shifted and closed his eyes before dodging and adding magical energy. Very good. I see you are still trying to achieve the state of the angels, he said before he landed a solid blow on Harry's gut, knock magical energizing him to his knees. However, I still cannot sense it within you at all, Vermont said as Harry sat up, gasping for air as Vermont chuckled. Your ability to control energy of destruction has also come a long way, Vermont praised. You shouldn't rush yourself. You have already exceeded my expectations. You have quite the frightening potential. Your base strength already exceeds your previous super wizard god strength by quite a significant margin. Harry sighed, revealing his goal. I may not be allowed to magical energial Lord Grimshade, but I'll beat him to within an inch of his life. For the past year, he had trained tirelessly, striving to become one of the strongest. I know Super Wizard Rose is my greatest level of strength, but it's still too weak, he said as Vermont nodded. And that is why we are training. You mastered that pink-haired form 2 months ago. Surely your next evolution of power is at hand, he said as Harry nodded. I noticed it. For your next training regiment, I would like you to transform and meditate in that state. I call it Super Wizard Rose Evolution. Harry explained as his power soared to unimaginable heights. He transformed into super wizard Rose before pushing harder, digging deep within himself, unleashing the next evolution of godhood. He sat like that for most of the day, but he began to feel his energy waning. Don't revert to your normal form. Even if you run out of power, stay in this state. You've mastered divine magical energy in just a year, and now you must work on maintaining this form for longer. Your ultra ego state isn't perfect yet, but I think mastering your god magical energy will improve your energy of destruction. When you can use both together, you'll become more like a destroyer god. Harry nodded, although he could feel the strain. If he managed his magical energy effectively, then remaining in this form shouldn't be impossible. How is planet Earth? He asked as Vermont checked his staff. They are fine. Seems they have some boom tubes situated around the planet, but other than that, nothing is amiss. He said as Harry nodded. All right, notify me if anything changes. He said as Diana flashed through his mind again. She had been living rent-free in his head for the better part of the year. I wonder how she is? He thought at this point she would have probably forgotten all about him. Lord Harry, there is a planet that demands your attention. Vermont spoke, his staff emitting an eerie blue glow. It's a water world with a sinister allure, drawing unsuspecting beings to their doom. This world is far from natural. It appears to be the byproduct of one of the dominant empires, a dumping ground for their detritus. Harry's weariness was evident as Vermont continued. Furthermore, there's another conflict among mortals. Thanagar's invasion of Ran seems to be nearing its conclusion. Ran has almost successfully repelled the attack. Harry absorbed the information. The inhabitants of this universe seemed perpetually stuck in conflict. He had already learned of the existence of Warworld, a place he had no intention of shutting down. He couldn't meddle in every magical energermish. It would drive him crazy. Yet a dangerous thought took root within him, slowly festering as his eyes faintly glowed purple. Since gaining access to the energy of destruction, it began to influence his thoughts. Destruction crept into his mind more often than he'd care to admit. He realized he needed to tread carefully. He couldn't afford to become what he despised the most, another Lord Grimshade. Let's spar. I want to see how long I can maintain this without losing it, but don't attack me. This will be an endurance battle for me. Harry explained, as Vermont nodded. After a few hours, Harry finally dropped out of Super Wizard Rose evolution. He was beyond exhausted. All of his stamina was completely spent. Vermont approached him and tapped him with his staff, restoring the wizard's strength. His power increased by a tiny increment due to his Saiyan nature. Now he was quite hungry. Let's eat, Harry said as they made their way back to his palace. Although the empty halls felt like solitary confinement, not a single soul in sight. After filling his stomach with some food, he turned to Vermont. Let's go. I have to see what that planet is, he said as he and Vermont took off towards the water world and appeared on it within the span of a few minutes. It looks normal enough, but it's quite lethal, Harry mused as he covered his nose at the stench that would magical energil mortal beings instantly. Suddenly, he sensed a ship approaching the planet. They weren't too far off from the planet already. You may want to not be on the surface of this planet, he suggested as he vanished and reappeared in front of the ship. They grow up so fast, Vermont said. The speed at which Harry traveled was certainly impressive for such a young god. The ship's crew was shaken to their core as they spotted a solitary figure drifting in the abyss of space. Harry bore an inscrutable expression, more magical energizing his first appearance as the god of destruction. Is everyone seeing this? A crewmate's voice quavered, and they all congregated at the vessel's deck, peering out into the void. He doesn't look like a Green Lantern, another remarked, unease palpable in the air. Remember, this is one of the Lantern sectors. Don't act rashly, the captain admonished, his anxiety evident. Their mission didn't include encountering anyone near this desolate planet. Harry contemplated his newfound knowledge. Let's see. Micaiah taught me how to shift through space with Kai magic, he thought to himself before phasing through the ship's metallic hull with eerie ease. The crew recoiled in terror. He's no lantern. Emergency protocol. Before the crewmate could finish, Harry spoke, his voice commanding attention. I mean you no harm. he began, hands clasped behind his back, leaving the crew utterly dumbfounded. "Who are you?" the captain demanded, his crew brandishing weapons with trembling hands. "And how did you get aboard our ship?" Harry offered a warning instead. "I strongly advise against landing on that planet." The crew stared at him with a mixture of caution and curiosity. Harry took a step closer to the ship's prow. "Why not?" the captain inquired. "Because once you do, you'll face mutated creatures that will rend you apart. But before that happens, the planet's toxic emissions will claim your lives. I don't know who turned the world into this horror, but you are loose soldiers," Harry noted, fixing his gaze on their emblem. "Yes, that's the Lu crest." Still, the captain sought answers. "You haven't answered my first question." "I'm a god of destruction," Harry replied, but their bewildered expressions revealed they had no inkling of what that meant. "And what?" the captain stammered. "We've never even heard of a god of destruction." Harry shrugged. "You don't need to know," the captain persisted. "Why did you stop us?" "I just don't want you to accidentally meet your end while I blow that planet," Harry clarified. "At this point, that death ball is no longer habitable." The captain's voice quivered as he raised an objection. "Blow up the planet? Which empire do you serve? We can't let you do that." Harry remained resolute with a terrifying expression on his face. "It doesn't matter what you want." As if to emphasize his point, Harry phased his hand through the ship's wall and aimed his palm at the planet, unleashing a devastating beam of purple energy. An earth-shattering explosion engulfed the vessel, but an iridescent purple barrier protected the crew from the ensuing shockwave. "Now, return to your home world, unless you wish to join the cosmic dust that once was that planet," Harry declared before vanishing from their ship. Silence settled on the crew. They were shaken. What had they just experienced? Who had they just encountered? "Captain, the planet, it's gone," the vice captain exclaimed in disbelief. "That was insane," one crew member muttered, their earlier fear giving way to astonishment. "What should we report?" another crew member inquired. The captain contemplated their options before securing himself in his seat. "Our ship has surveillance records. We'll report back and provide a comprehensive account. It's not as if we can destroy a planet," he stated as the crew nodded in agreement. "Let's depart. I don't want to linger here any longer than necessary." Harry watched as the ship executed a sharp turn and sped away. The Eve and Lu empires really seemed to despise each other, almost as much as Ran and Thanagar, he remarked. Vermont soared beside him as they floated in the vastness of space. "Any more destinations?" Harry inquired, and Vermont affirmed with a nod. "We don't have to go to Ran, right?" Harry sought confirmation, and Vermont nodded once more. "Correct. However, there's a planet in the Lu Empire's jurisdiction that's facing destruction, even though it's considered a perfect world by all standards," Vermont relayed. "Understood. I've noticed that the Eves can be quite ruthless. Are they responsible for this planet's situation?" Harry asked, to which Vermont inspected his staff. "Most of the planets in need of your intervention are under the influence of this Lu Empire. It appears they control the eastern systems and have formed an alliance, largely due to a planet called Apocalypse, governed by a new god named Darkside. He's gaining power and is embroiled in a conflict with both empires. He seems to be the son of Yuga Khan. He was slayed by Darkside and Highfather, by the way, whom you've yet to meet," Vermont elaborated. Harry closed his eyes, contemplating the information. "I understand. Let's address these two empires," he said resolutely, and together with Vermont, they sped off at a considerable velocity. Upon their arrival, Harry was horrified by the sight that greeted him. His jaw clenched in anger as he beheld a colossal drill burrowing into the planet's core. Harry sensed numerous lives still present on the doomed world, all of whom would perish when the planet eventually exploded. Harry aimed the palm of his hand at the planet, his magical aura surging to life as he telemagical energetically lifted the colossal drill from the planet's surface. With a flick of his wrist, the drill was forcibly removed and then obliterated by a blast as immense as the planet itself. His mood had soured significantly, and he turned to Vermont. "Where can I find the one responsible for this?" Harry's voice dripped with anger as Vermont consulted his staff. "It seems to be further to the east," Shall we proceed? Vermont inquired. Harry simply nodded, and they took flight, heading towards their destination. Upon their arrival at the palace, Harry and Vermont landed, greeted by a group of alarmed guards who brandished their spears. Who are you? How did you get here? The guards demanded. Harry and Vermont simply vanished from their sight, magical energizing their way towards the throne room. As they arrived, they found an ongoing meeting in progress. You dare lie? A voice echoed as a furious man stood, shooting a subordinate through the head. Sire, he speaks the truth. The colossal drill has disappeared from the mining site, another informant stressed, his words carrying weight. The man clenched his fist, tempted to eliminate the second informant as well, but the alarm sounded. An intruder? The man with the crown on his head questioned, and his gaze landed on Harry and Vermont. Who are you? He inquired as all the heads at the table turned toward Harry. It was clear to him that this was a diplomatic meeting. Excuse my intrusion, your majesties, Harry said as guards rushed to block his path, but he waved his hand, sending them all flying. Harry reached an empty seat at the table, and Vermont conjured a chair for him. Harry scrutinized the faces around the table. How dare you sit at this sacred table? One of the magical energies rebuked. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Lord Harry, your god of destruction, Harry declared, earning bewildered glances from the assembled leaders. God of destruction? What nonsense! Remove him from this room and prepare to behead him. His head shall serve as a warning to those who think they can barge into the throne room unannounced. The magical energy demanded, anger boiling within him. I have no idea how he arrived here, but remove him immediately. In an instant, a new presence materialized behind Harry and swung a blade at his neck. However, the blade halted abruptly upon the magical energy contact with his magical energy even chipping. I won't take much of your time, and for now, I'll show mercy, as it's clear you still don't grasp your circumstances. I have business to discuss with the magical energy of the Eve Empire, Harry stated. His focus remained unwavering, and he saw no need to acknowledge the blade. There's a perfectly habitable planet, yet it's facing destruction, he addressed the magical energy. Do you take me for a fool? Am I a clown in your eyes? Harry challenged. Another figure appeared, but this time when they struck, Harry stopped the blade, catching it between his fingers. He turned to face the new arrival. And you are? He inquired. Commander Strix, she replied. Harry nodded. That was an impressive strike, but try to interrupt me again, and I won't just block your blade, he cautioned before turning his attention back to the magical energy. I'm awaiting your response, Harry pressed. The magical energy growled. Kill him now, Commander, the magical energy ordered. She attacked once more, but this time, Harry merely tapped the blade, causing it to shatter. In an instant, he placed his hand in front of her face, summoning the purple energy. However, he abruptly halted his actions, opting for a different approach. He flicked her forehead, sending her hurtling through the wall and into a building on the other side of the palace. Internally, he was rattled. He had almost obliterated her with a Hawkeye, without a second thought, which was an excessively overpowered ability to use on a mere warrior. But he swiftly regained his composure, loomed magical energy back at the assembly of royalty. The energy was calling him. It needed to be exercised on these lowly mortals. Although Harry refused that urge no matter how great it pulled on him. Quickly thin magical energy of a new strategy he spoke. That's better. Seeing as you are not to magical energing me seriously, how about this? Harry said as he smiled. Your empires value your stars the most, correct? It's your form of currency, pure energy. He said as he waved his hand, vaporizing the entire ceiling of the palace, and aimed his finger at the star out in the distance. A thin beam of purple energy flew out of his finger, and in the next second a massive explosion erupted as the star was seemingly destroyed. There I removed the pesky thing and nullified the shockwave. He smiled and leaned back as the magical energy's eyes widened in fear. Who are you? He asked as he stood up in anger and fear as the other magical energies all did the same and backed up. I already told you to deny? He smirked. I am Lord Harry, your god of destruction. He answered as his smirk disappeared and his power soared. He let the crimson flames of Super Wizard God envelop him in a dazzling display of power, letting it shake the planet in its entirety, sending intense cosmic shockwaves out in every direction. "And you really managed to make me angry," he said as he glared at the king, who stepped back in fear. "Maybe you will learn your lesson if I take more stars from you?" The situation seemed to dawn on him as he realized he screwed up. "Is there anything I can do to appease you?" he asked as he ran next to Harry and dropped to his knees. "Anything at all, my lord, just speak it," he said as Harry glared at him. "And this goes for you all," he said as he glared at them all as they flinched. "Unless I authorize the destruction of a planet, do not take it upon yourselves to do so. Am I clear?" Harry asked as they nodded. "Of course, but my lord, how will we defend against apocalypse?" the magical energy inquired. "Darkseid is encroaching upon our territory, and the only way to fend him off is by draining planets of their power. We've already depleted most of the stars in our domain, and now our only recourse is to drain the planets of those who've betrayed us. If Darkseid were to defeat us, he would annihilate everything in the Eastern Galaxy," the magical energy explained. Vermont stepped forward. "My lord, there is some truth in his words. Darkseid seeks to rule, so he wouldn't mindlessly destroy worlds. But he won't be open to negotiations," Vermont replied. "He poses a direct threat to your dominion over the universe." Harry nodded and closed his eyes. "Let me handle Darkseid. In the meantime, you must rectify the damage you've caused to planet Euphorix in the southeastern solar system before the planet succumbs to magical energing all its inhabitants with it." He was aware that he would have to get Micaiah to properly restore the planet. "I barely have any time for myself, because I'm running around like your errand boy," Harry remarked, gazing at the magical energy. "Am I your errand boy?" he asked, and the magical energy shook his head. "Of course not." Harry nodded. This hardly consumed his time, but the royal leaders didn't need to know that. "Good. Remember, if you step out of line again, I won't hesitate to erase the entire eastern section under your empire's control," Harry threatened, and they nodded. "Life is sacred, and I don't want to witness you desecrate it again." Harry stood, and the warrior from earlier returned, briefly capturing his attention. She was undoubtedly formidable. "You are impressive," he acknowledged, to magical energy in her appearance. She had teal-colored magical energy and long purple hair, though the commander immediately assumed a combat stance, ready to fight to the death. "Stand down," the magical energy ordered, and the female warrior straightened up. Something about her demeanor struck Harry as unusual, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. "This is Lord Harry, a god of destruction. You will treat him with the respect he deserves," the magical energy declared. The female warrior nodded and bowed to Harry. "I apologize, my lord," she said, her tone devoid of emotion or will. Harry simply waved it off as Vermont intervened. "Lord Harry, another problem has arisen," Vermont announced, catching Harry's attention. "Seems like another planet is on the path of destruction," Vermont stated, prompting Harry to exhale in irritation. He glanced at the magical energy, who raised his hands in defense. "It's Darkseid. He sent a creature to Earth, and it's currently rampaging," Vermont explained. Harry's expression shifted to one of concern before he regained his composure. "The Justice League should be more than sufficient," he stated. However, Vermont shook his head. "Unfortunately, the champion of Earth has fallen," Vermont revealed. Harry's eyes widened in shock. "What? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" he demanded. Vermont defended his decision. "You were preoccupied with this matter, and the champion was handling it quite well," Vermont explained. Harry instantly appeared next to him. "Take me there as fast as you can," he ordered. He turned to the assembled magical energies and queens. "If I have to visit you again, I will be sorely disappointed," Harry warned. They all watched as Harry and Vermont vanished in a flash of white light. What if Harry landed in DC? A new era. In outer space, Darkseid reveled in a malevolent smile as a monstrous silhouette roared. This creature, once the mighty Doomsday, had been injected with genetic enhancements and transformed into a nightmarish abomination with Darkseid's blood running through its veins. Darkseid's voice cut through the cacophonous roars, commanding the beast. "Tear through any resistance you encounter on Earth. Crush everything that stands in your way, leaving nothing but ashes in your wake." When your mission is complete, wait for me, Darkseid ordered, his tone dripping with cruel authority. Doomsday bellowed in submission and was catapulted from Apocalypse, hurtling toward Earth, directly at the heart of Metropolis. Darkseid strode back into his fortress, a wicked grin etched upon his face. "Let's see if these justice pests can stop this impending doom," he sneered. Now, about those monkeys that appeared. Back on Earth in Metropolis, Clark walked alongside Lois. She interrupted him with her complaint. "Come on, Clark, I'm hungry," she insisted, loom magical energy for some attention. Clark chuckled, but was soon distracted by a loudspeaker announcing a political campaign. "That's right, Michael Miller has his campaign today," he remarked. Lois called him again, demanding his attention. "I'm coming," he relented, and she smiled at him. She raised her hand, showing off the diamond ring on her finger. Her radiant smile captured his heart. "Now that you proposed and told me who you are, we should celebrate." "I'm glad you're happy," he commented as she turned to him, raising an eyebrow. "Why wouldn't I be?" she inquired, puzzled. "I'm just saying, you look beautiful when you're happy." Clark's warm expression changed as he glanced up at the sky, responding to his earpiece. "Clark, we have an incoming object heading straight for your location, and we have no idea what it is." Batman's voice came through the earpiece. Noticing the shift in his demeanor, Lois couldn't help but ask, "Is something wrong?" He took her hand and swiftly led her into an alleyway. "Clark?" she inquired. He transformed into his Superman attire. Lois questioned the situation, but he quickly returned his attention to her. "Something is coming to Earth," he explained. "You think it's those gods from before?" she asked somewhat excitedly. "We don't know what it is, and it took out a satellite during its journey," he explained, but that wasn't really why he wanted to speak to her. "I don't want you to get hurt. I know how you can be." Lois was determined, though. "You think I'm going to run away? Besides, if you guys can't handle it, we're all doomed anyway," she stated. The sky turned red as the meteor came down at breakneck speed, sending people into panic. It was about to crash into the middle of the political campaign. "Stay safe," he urged before launching himself towards the meteor, redirecting it to an empty magical energy lot, reducing its impact force by a considerable amount. Clark then examined the meteor, which suddenly attacked him with a powerful punch. The impact didn't affect him much, but he noticed something about the object. "So, you're a living creature," he observed, just as Flash, Batman, Cyborg, and Wonder Woman joined him. Together, they confronted the creature. Superman seized the creature's arm and forced it to the ground, trying to figure out its origin. "Any idea where this thing came from?" he asked, but Batman had shrugged. "A few, but nothing concrete." Diana approached the creature, about to properly bind it. The creature, however, fought back with newfound strength, braying magical energy free from Wonder Woman's attempt to bind it with her lasso. It struck Superman's chest with its arm again, this time launching the Man of Steel off his feet. Diana readied herself, wary of the creature's newfound power. If it could send Superman flying, it was a serious threat. The beast unleashed a deafening roar before launching a ferocious attack, but she managed to deflect its blows using her bracelets, and the sheer force of their collision created a devastating shockwave that reverberated through the ground, shattering the pavement beneath them. She smirked as she leaned to the side, narrowly avoiding a wild swing from the beast. Seeing a perfect opening, she tensed before punching it in the face with a quick jab, stunning the creature. Following up her assault, she leaned forward, grabbed its head, and slammed it into her knee, causing the creature to howl in pain and anger as it leaned back, clutching its head. That would surely hurt. Before it could recover, she planted her foot firmly into its torso, releasing an intense shockwave, knocked magical energy the wind out of the creature. She continued her barrage, launching a ruthless assault on the creature as Diana beat the ever-loving shit out of it, determined to knock it unconscious, as shockwave after shockwave shook the ground. Just as before, she tensed her body and pulled her fist back for a more voracious punch, putting more of her weight and strength behind the force. The camera crew from the campaign slowly made their way over, bearing witness to Wonder Woman ruthlessly assaulting the creature. Each blow sent tremors through the air. As she delivered a final punch to its face, she paused for a moment, seemingly drawing upon a well of hidden power. Crouching low, she widened her stance and drove her fist deep into the creature's gut. The shockwave shattered every glass window in the area, even cracked magical energizing the TV crew's camera. The monster fell to its knees, visibly overwhelmed by the relentless assault, yet it remained eerily conscious. "Impressive," Diana commented before stepping back. She leaped into the air and executed a graceful flip, bringing her heel down on the creature's head in a perfect arc. The impact created shockwaves that reverberated throughout the neighborhood. A chilling shriek filled the air as Diana relaxed. That required a little more effort than most, but nothing she couldn't handle. Superman returned Loom magical energy completely unharmed. He nodded. "Good job." Diana retrieved her lasso. This thing needed to be restrained. Suddenly, a helicopter soared above them, and Clark looked up to see Lois and Jimmy broadcasting. This distracted Diana as well. She didn't notice the creature's eyes snap open as it pulled its leg back and delivered a brutal blow to her gut that propelled her off her feet, through a car, and finally into a building. The creature stood up and roared, growing in size by a few inches. "Diana!" Flash called out, Loom magical energizing at the creature with rage. "You've done it now," he said, charging at the creature and landing a punch. However, to his shock, his punch had no effect. The creature stared at him, and then it swung its arm, but Flash managed to dodge it with practiced agility before back magical energizing up hastily. Superman saw this as an opportunity and attempted to strike the creature, but to his dismay, it caught his fist, crushed his hand, and forced the Man of Steel to the ground. Then it magical energized him, and although he managed to block the blow, it forced him backward, leaving him to gaze at his hand in disbelief. "What's wrong?" Batman asked, but Superman simply shook his head. "It might be my imagination, but this thing is stronger. It's either been holding back or dash. It's growing more powerful," Batman said, Loom magical energizing at Clark with a sense of urgency. "If we don't stop it now, it'll become an unstoppable force. We need to hit it hard and restrain it." Superman nodded, just as Diana landed beside him, and scathed from her earlier encounter. "I'll attack from the rear, and you from the front," Superman relayed, and she nodded as they both took off. "I'll provide cover fire," Cyborg announced as he fired blasts from a distance. Superman swiftly closed the gap between himself and the beast. He had to end this now, before it became a relentless juggernaut. He punched the creature in the gut, and to his astonishment, his arm passed right through its fragile form. It was a stark contrast to its earlier resilience, when he wasn't really putting any effort into his blows. Diana witnessed this and halted her attack, refraining from delivering a bone-crushing magical energy to its head. The creature slumped as Superman gazed at it with wide eyes, retracting his arm. "Sorry, big guy. I didn't expect my arm to go right through you," he commented with a heavy heart. Diana sighed and placed a hand on Superman's shoulder. It was an unintentional magical energizing, a rare occurrence that always left the heroes feeling remorse, particularly if it could have been avoided. However, to their astonishment, the creature's wound suddenly sealed shut. The beast unleashed a blood-curdling roar and swung a punch at Clark, who managed to catch it. But this time, the power behind the blow was immensely greater, and it stung, causing him to wince. He examined his hand in disbelief as another blow hit him, dazing him. The creature then swung a protruding bone from its arm at Clark, who narrowly dodged it, but not before it left a deep gash on his chest. Blood oozed from his wounded torso as Lois gasped in horror. "Unbelievable. Superman is bleeding," she uttered, as the creature charged at him with newfound swiftness and delivered a punch that sent him hurtling through the air, crashing into a building. Diana growled in anger as she charged at the creature, but to her surprise, it was already in her face as it grabbed her by the hair and slammed her face into its knee before she could realize what happened. A bone was in her face, about to turn her into a shish kebab. "Curses! I wasn't paying attention." She cursed herself for her recklessness. Luke magical energizingly Flash saw this, the speed force activating in him. His eyes buzzed as the world slowed to a stop in his eyes. "Not on my watch." he said as he grabbed Diana, who was staring at the bone in shock, but it never hit her as Flash tackled her to the side. Yellow lightning zipping everywhere, a testament to the speed he just unleashed as they rolled on the ground. Sitting up, she looked at him. "I owe you, Flash," she acknowledged, her gratitude laced with a darker intensity. He waved it off. "Don't mention it. You do the same. We have to deal with this guy," he replied as they both rose to their feet. "Power Girl, Supergirl, we need your assistance. Abandon your current mission," Batman's voice commanded through the earpiece. "Are you sure?" Power Girl's voice responded over the earpiece. "If we had a little more time, we could uncover what CADMUS has been up to. From what I can tell, they've been experimenting with DNA-." She didn't have a chance to finish her thought. "All right, don't take too long. We can't afford to wait." Diana nearly lost her life. "Gather as much information as possible and return to Metropolis," Batman urged, his tone carrying a sense of urgency as he prepared to confront the menacing force. "Roger," Power Girl replied, ending the transmission. "Don't hold back. Incapacitate it if possible. We can't take any chances. At this rate, we won't be able to stop it," Batman declared, a sense of foreboding hanging heavy in the air as he hurled a batarang at the creature, momentarily blinding the monstrous foe. The battle raged on as Superman returned, his onslaught sending shockwaves through the very earth beneath their feet. Diana phased in with her sword, executing precise, surgical strikes to sever the creature's arms, inciting a deafening, primal roar of anger. In a swift move, she sidestepped the creature's ferocious magical energy and seized one of its legs, while Cyborg came down from above with a photon blade that effortlessly cleaved the limb from its body. The scene played out in a brutal and gruesome manner, a visceral display that left onlookers feeling ill, their discomfort palpable. The fact that the Justice League had resorted to lethal force did not sit well with everyone, but the critics were silenced by the urgent necessity of their actions. Diana had come dangerously close to death, and the relentless tenacity of their enemy demanded nothing less than their full might. By their own standards, their previous actions could be seen as merciful and gentle, but no more. At lightning speed, the Flash darted in, Strimagical energizing the creature with formidable force, forcing it to the ground. Diana, meanwhile, soared into the air, wielding her sword with both precision and raw power. The blade connected with the creature's chest, resulting in a bone-chilling howl of agony that echoed through the area. Then, with immense speed, Superman ascended into the sky before hurtling down like a falling star, Brea magical energizing the sound barrier upon impact with the sword. He drove it deeper into the creature, creating a massive crater. A heavy silence settled over the battlefield, the air thick with tension, as they waited to see if the creature would stir again. When no movement came, Diana moved in, prepared to restrain the fallen behemoth with her lasso. But as she approached, a massive arm struck her torso, causing her to expel a gruesome spray of blood. She was sent hurtling high into the sky, pursued by the creature, which sought to deliver a bone-shattering blow. Yet before the attack could land, Diana rallied, pivoting to face the creature head-on. Their colossal fists met in a cataclysmic clash, unleashing a shockwave that shattered the city's windows, sending a nearby helicopter into a frenzied spin before the pilot managed to regain control. Diana and the creature continued their gruesome dance of death. "Impressive monster. Our battle will be legendary," Diana declared amidst the chaos, as she expertly dodged its claw and delivered a crushing elbow to its gut. She then hurled the creature into Superman, who clotheslined it into Cyborg, who had been charging a sonic blast at full power. The top half of the creature was mercilessly blown apart, bathing the surroundings in a grotesque spectacle of entrails and gore. Gasps and horrified exclamations erupted among the onlookers, prompting parents to shield their children from the gruesome sight. Nonetheless, a strange fascination overcame many of the younger spectators as they watched the grotesque display unfold, transfixed by the terrifying spectacle. The creature's motion came to a sudden halt, and Cyborg gasped for breath as he surveyed the fallen monstrosity. "Watch out, Cyborg," Flash called out when he noticed the creature's arm swinging towards Cyborg. Unfortunately, no one reacted in time as the arm pierced through him, ultimately tearing him in half. The heroes screamed in horror as their comrade was torn apart before their eyes. Cyborg, Flash screamed. The creature regenerated and seized Cyborg's upper half before hurtling it at Superman. Superman caught Cyborg, who was coughing up blood. "Hold on," Superman said desperately. Cyborg simply nodded slowly. "Better me than any of you. I can survive like this," Cyborg's weak voice uttered before he lost consciousness. A palpable tension hung in the air as they watched the creature roar, its regeneration complete as it grew even larger by a few more inches. Superman gently laid Cyborg beside a wall and then joined Wonder Woman, Flash, and Batman, just as Power Girl and Supergirl arrived on the scene. "Ladies and gentlemen, it appears we've lost Cyborg," Lois said as she covered her mouth in shock, but Superman turned to her and waved his hand. Through gestures, he reassured that Cyborg is alive. "Oh, Superman is saying he is fine, just unconscious?" She interpreted as he nodded and looked back at the creature. "Thank God Power Girl and Supergirl have arrived. Whatever this creature is, it might be divine retribution," Power Girl mused, her thoughts drifting back to the day humanity appeared to defy the gods. "We can only hope that justice will prevail, but it seems the gloves are off." Her voice was tinged with a somber realization. One can only describe this day as Doomsday. She named the unfolding apocalypse, unaware of how apt her description had become. Realizing that she needed to now give the people of Earth hope, she spoke once more. "But backup has arrived. This creature is about to face the might of the Justice League." Lois's words resonated with the people of Earth, infusing them with a renewed sense of hope and pride as they watched the unfolding spectacle. Good versus evil. And we all know that good will always prevail. Doomsday, fixated on the hovering helicopter, recognized its name and launched itself toward the metallic contraption. Batman swiftly interjected, issuing an urgent command. "Get it out of the city." He was acutely aware of the creature's growing aggression, particularly its hostile approach to the helicopter. Having seen the news crew wisely maintain a safe distance, he knew the catastrophic implications of a closer encounter. Before it got close, Superman grabbed its leg and swung it into the ground before flinging it into the sky in the opposite direction. "Oh, no, you don't," he said as Supergirl grabbed Batman, and they took off after Doomsday. "Don't hold back," Batman reminded. This surprised many, but they could understand why. This thing had been blown in half and was still alive. When they arrived, Doomsday roared at them and charged, but Power Girl scoffed. "Don't get ahead of yourself," she yelled as she engaged the creature and landed a brutal blow that lifted Doomsday off his feet and sent him crashing into Supergirl, who unleashed a thick stream of heat vision that burned through Doomsday. Diana descended from above and dropped magical interjected into Clark, who punched it in the face, ripping its head clean off its body. Then, Power Girl inhaled and exhaled ice-cold air at it, freezing Doomsday completely. The sound of a helicopter could be heard approaching as Karen rolled her eyes. "Reporters really do like playing with their lives," she said as Clark landed and stared at the frozen Doomsday. "Good job, guys. That should do it," he said, magical energy at the head before completely freezing it as well. "Is everyone okay?" Flash asked, and they all nodded. "I can't believe this thing needed almost all of us." Power Girl just shrugged. "Doesn't matter. It's better we all take it out before it becomes too strong," she said, and Batman nodded. "Hal is off planet at the moment, so he wouldn't have made it back in time," he added. As he spoke, Clark, Karen, and Kara all looked at the ice in. "Shall, you can't be serious," Supergirl exclaimed as the ice started crack magical energy before shattering, and Doomsday regenerated once again. His body steamed and grew by a few inches as he smirked at them before roaring and charging toward them again. Just as he caught Superman and clotheslined him, Flash swooped in, grabbed Superman, and pulled him away from Doomsday's clutches, narrowly avoiding the creature's powerful attack as it slammed its arm into the ground, creating a massive crater. Doomsday growled as it stared at them. It charged at them again, The battle raged on for another 30 minutes as the League kept defeating Doomsday, just for it to regenerate completely and come back stronger. None of our attacks are hurting it anymore, Flash pointed out as he panted. He was sporting cuts and bruises. Diana was currently squaring off against it, just for her to take an arm to the face that knocked her tiara off her head, blood pouring from her nose and mouth as she was flung away into Supergirl, who caught her. Power Girl and Superman, along with Flash, attacked. At this point, Superman's cape was torn off as he was grabbed and swung into Power Girl, who blocked the impact. Clark took the brunt of the damage as Power Girl slammed her arm down on Doomsday's arm, forcing him to drop Superman, only for another hand to come and grab her by the neck and squeeze. She struggled as she pried the hand off, starting to choke and magical interject Doomsday in the gut, creating distance between them as she grabbed Clark. She dropped to her knees and gasped for air, wiping the sweat from her brow. Blood, she noticed. It had gotten worse. But she never got a chance to rest as Doomsday was on her again, grabbing her by the head this time. He flung her at Supergirl, who was charging in. The two collided mid-air before crashing, only for Doomsday to jump and land on them both, causing excruciating pain. Diana stood and looked at Batman, who was holding his chest in pain. "I hate doing this, but I'm going to remove my bracelets, Batman," she said as she took her lasso and passed it to Batman. "Use this to snap me out of it," she informed as she looked at Superman. "We have one shot. If he gets used to our full strength, we lose. Hold nothing back." Clark nodded and Flash sped in, grabbing Supergirl and Power Girl right from underneath Doomsday. They both groaned in pain. "Beast!" she yelled as it looked at her. Superman slowly stood and inhaled before he walked next to Diana. "Let's do this," he said as she removed her bracelets and watched them fall to the ground. A surge of power erupted as they hit the ground. Her eyes glowed white, and she growled, a giant white magical aura bursting to life, rock magical energizing the environment and Shaw magical energizing the ground as she screamed, the surroundings now almost melting, the sandy wasteland beneath her feet turning to glass from the sheer heat emanating from her. The ground beneath her shattered as she charged forward. Doomsday was completely taken by surprise as she was immediately in front of him, her face seething with rage as she grabbed his head and slammed him into the ground, creating a crater the size of the Grand Canyon. This sent intense tremors across America, Shaw magical energizing it to its core as she flung him upward into Superman, who stopped holding back entirely. He slammed his fist through Doomsday, who howled in pain, and then he grabbed Doomsday and ripped his body apart mercilessly. Diana appeared just as Doomsday started healing and slammed her fist through his head, completely blowing his head into pieces as she grabbed his torso and flew high into the sky and into outer space towards the sun as Superman followed behind with Doomsday's lower half. They approached the sun, and she flung him forward, magical energizing Doomsday extremely hard towards the sun. Superman didn't hesitate. He simply pulled his arm back and hurled the body into the star with his full strength. Diana growled in anger as she glared at Superman, who noticed her just in time. Before she could attack him, he retreated to Earth and grabbed the lasso from Batman. She returned and struck out at Superman, who barely dodged the blow. It struck the ground, creating a tremor felt throughout the planet. But before anything else could happen, he wrapped the lasso around her and yelled, "Diana, aren't you a hero?" She clutched her head in pain. Just as she lowered her guard, Flash zipped up behind her with the bracelets and placed them on her. She dropped to her knees, panting, and then relaxed, smiling at Flash, who gave her a thumbs up while panting. She caught her breath fairly quickly as her stamina returned. "Good job, team," Batman said as they made their way over, battered and bruised but not beaten. Diana got up, wiped the dried blood from her forehead, and stretched. "Nothing like an old-fashioned battle with our lives at stake," she remarked as Superman chuckled, glad that this situation was over. The short intermission didn't last long as an explosion sounded in the distance. "Batman." Cyborg's voice came weakly from the other end. "We have a problem," he said, and Batman's eyes narrowed as Flash held his earpiece. "What now?" Flash whined. "Those leads we were after. Boom tube. Hundreds of them opened all around the world. I am pick magical energing up some signal. It's the thing we were track magical energing a few months ago, Cyborg said grimly. I think this creature Doomsday was just the beginning, he added as the League watched another explosion go off and demon-like creatures emerged. We have work to do, Batman commented as Supergirl grabbed him, and they all took off back towards Metropolis. Superman stayed behind and flew to the helicopter, addressing the camera with a heavy sense of foreboding. Everyone, do not leave your homes unless instructed by your local authorities. The situation is not over. Stay safe, he said as he took off back to Metropolis. It seems it isn't over yet. We can only place our hopes in the Justice League, but the beast Doomsday seems to be finally defeated, she said as the helicopter took off back to Metropolis. We just have to stay safe long enough until the Justice League can deal with whatever is happening back in Metropolis, she added, holding her earpiece. I have just received news that it is, in fact, not just Metropolis. The entire world is under attack, she said in horror. Demon-like creatures have spawned through some sort of portal-like structure. Stay safe, ladies and gentlemen. When the Justice League arrived, they saw civilians being chased by what looked like demon creatures. They quickly saved those they could. Flash, run through the city and save anyone you see in trouble. We will figure out how to stop this, he said as Flash nodded and zipped through the city. Batman knelt next to Cyborg, who was almost finished piecing himself back together again. We need you, Cyborg, Batman urged as he watched the Machine Man heal. I need one of the mother boxes, Cyborg explained weakly as Batman looked at Supergirl and Power Girl. Let's head to a portal. When they finally found a portal and hooked Cyborg up to one, he was able to shut it down after 10 minutes of grueling combat. However, this drained him considerably more as he was already extremely tired. This is a problem. We will never stop this. Whatever this is, if we struggle to close even one portal, how will we close them all? Power Girl said as she landed and crushed a parade mon. Batman nodded. If that's the case, we need to get to the root of the cause, he said as Cyborg started howling in pain. He is coming, Cyborg exclaimed as he was almost overloaded by the information from the mother box. Who is coming? Batman asked. Darkseid, Cyborg let out as he passed out. Laughter filled the area just as they all looked around. Seems like my pet was too much for you weaklings. You can barely stand. They all glanced around as Superman landed next to them and stared at the sky. They all followed suit and saw a mountain of a man. I take it he is Darkseid, Power Girl spat as she glared at him. Correct, you insignificant beings dare challenge me? I am Darkseid, the ultimate power in the cosmos. You face your doom. Prepare for your annihilation, he said as he landed in front of them. Diana just smirked. We'll see about that, beast, she said as she charged at him and struck him. However, he didn't even move an inch. She stared at him, surprised, and jumped back. Impressive, but let's see you take this, she muttered, gritting her teeth. She charged forward again, delivering a punch with all her might that knocked Darkseid back. He growled in response, swinging his arm to knock her away. In the chaos, Superman, Supergirl, and Power Girl joined the fray. The battle grew increasingly brutal as they clashed relentlessly. Superman landed a powerful blow on Darkseid's face, sending the new god soaring into the sky, where Supergirl and Power Girl coordinated a mid-air assault, dropped magical energizing him back into Diana's path. She lunged at Darkseid, slashing at him with her sword, but he blocked her strikes with his forearm. You worms are nothing compared to me, Darkseid declared, his arrogance clear. With a swift Spartan magical energic, he sent Diana crashing into Superman, and then turned to unleash his destructive Omega beams on Power Girl. Supergirl intercepted the blast, her agonized scream piercing the air before she fell unconscious. No! Supergirl! Karen cried out in desperation. She charged at Darkseid, her fury reaching new heights. Darkseid leaped towards her, meeting her halfway. They clashed, but Karen's earlier battles had left her weakened. Darkseid grabbed Karen by the face, brutally slamming her into the ground. With a cruel stomp, he pressed his foot onto her head, leaving her motionless on the ground. As Clark got back on his feet, he turned to Diana, who was coughing up blood. You okay? he asked, concern in his eyes, and she nodded. I had to let that out. Otherwise, it would have hindered my movements, Diana explained as she struggled to stand upright. Luke magical energy, Lee. He lacks the same regenerative abilities. I consider removing my bracelets, but if we just barely defeat him, I might become the next problem, she pointed out, her resolve unwavering. That means we have to hit him fast and hard. Once he goes down, the day will be saved. It's too risky to have you remove your bracelets again, Clark reasoned. Her fist sent intense earthquakes around the world. Let's defeat this beast. And the misery he has brought upon our home, Diana declared, her battle spirit stronger than ever, even in the face of overwhelming odds. Superman nodded as they rushed Darkseid again. Diana raised her sword and then swung her blade at Darkseid, who deflected the attack with his forearm before grabbing the blade from her hand and snapping it just in time to turn and stab Superman, who appeared above him. You two have gotten slower, he commented with a smirk. Clark looked down in shock as Diana's eyes widened, and she growled in anger. You will pay for that, she declared. Consequences be damned. She needed her full strength. She was about to remove her bracelets, but Darkseid smirked and pulled her closer, grabbing her hands and grunting as he used a lot more of his strength, crushing her hands within his. The sickening sound of bones grinding and snapping could be heard as she screamed in pain. Darkseid had grabbed her by the head and swung her into Superman, who was trying to stop the blood from pouring out of his chest. Superman was knocked away as Darkseid gave Diana his darkest grin. Swinging his enormous rock arm down, he smashed it into Diana's shoulder, Brea magical energizing her left shoulder and damaging her arm in the process. You seem to be the spirit of the Justice Worms. Let them watch as I break you. He grabbed her face before slamming her into the ground and stepped on her chest, trying to crush her torso. Diana's right arm weakly put up a battle as she tried to push the foot off of her. Magical energizing. He turned and looked at Superman, who could only watch in horror as Darkseid greatly increased the force of his stomp, Brea magical energizing Diana's right arm in the process. Diana bit her lip and let out a blood-curdling scream before passing out. Darkseid turned and walked over to Superman with an evil expression on his face, ready to dish out the same punishment. He sped over to Batman and smacked him to the side, practically leaving him on death's door just to grab the lasso and make his way over to Superman. Superman used his heat vision to cauterize his wound as tears streamed down his face at the sight of Diana's beaten state, and Bruce's heartbeat was barely audible as well. He stood up and charged at Darkseid with his last strength for a final stand, but was grabbed out of the air by a laughing Darkseid, who punched his face repeatedly until the Man of Steel went limp. Darkseid scoffed and chucked the Man of Steel onto the ground. You all will make perfect parademons, he stated. The Justice League lay defeated on the ground, overpowered by the new Darkseid. He smirked and looked at the helicopter broadcasting. Your Justice Vermin have fallen, and now Earth belongs to me. He grinned and laughed as more portals opened up and more parademons escaped through. Obey, insignificant beings, and await your inevitable demise, Darkseid mocked. Flash, desperate and barely standing, arrived just in time to witness his friends all brutally defeated. He could tell this was something they couldn't stop. If the strongest in the league couldn't beat him, then no one could defeat him. He cursed under his breath before lunging towards Darkseid, magical energizing him in the back with the last of his strength. Darkseid turned around and fixed his sinister gaze on Barry. Let's address that sprint of yours, speedster, he said, feigning a punch at Barry. It was a cunning ruse. His true aim was Barry's knee. With a forceful magical energic, he snapped Barry's knee inward, causing his leg to break in half. Barry's screams of agony filled the air as Darkseid then gripped his torso, applying intense pressure. Barry writhed in torment as his eyes began to turn red and blood seeped from his eyes and ears. He couldn't maintain focus, let alone phase. He could sense the impending darkness drawing near. Lois covered her eyes, tears streaming down her face. We have to get away from here. Fly away, leave, she pleaded frantically. Jimmy dropped the camera in terror, his face drained of color, as he stared at the gruesome scene. All that echoed in the chilling air was Darkseid's malevolent laughter and Barry's agonized screams, just as a blinding flash of light erupted from the sky and landed on the ground. This caught Darkseid's attention as he turned his gaze toward the newcomers. Lois was pleading with the pilot to move, but the man seemed paralyzed by fear, unresponsive to her desperate pleas. However, Jimmy spotted the newcomers on the battlefield. Soon enough, Lois noticed them too as she looked down at the grim scene. She quickly recognized who the new arrival was. He was a figure known worldwide, with statues erected in his honor and even a city bearing his name. "It's him! It's the god from before!" she exclaimed with relief, her voice filled with desperation. Barry, who had been cast aside, lay in the background. "Please!" she screamed at the top of her lungs. "Save us!" Tears streamed from her eyes. Harry surveyed the city's devastation. It appeared to be engulfed in flames. Fortunately, lower-tier heroes were managing to protect most of the civilians from the relentless parademons. Flash's earlier assistance had proven invaluable. He glanced up at the helicopter and noticed a mortal woman screaming at him. Harry swiftly appeared before her, and coincidentally, the camera had a perfect angle of his face. "I am sorry you all had to go through this," Harry said to her as she nodded eagerly. "I thought the Justice League would be fine," he said as he picked up the camera and handed it to Jimmy, who was shivering. "Don't look so worried. Darkseid and I were bound to face each other," he said as he looked down at the Justice League. But when he saw the state of everyone, his anger soared to new heights never before seen as he appeared next to Diana's fallen form. "Diana!" he screamed, summoning Vermont. "Vermont, heal them! Quickly!" he urgently commanded the angel, who nodded in response. "As you wish, my lord," Vermont stated. His staff materialized, and he waved it, restoring everyone who was teetering on the brink of death, as if they had never suffered such brutal defeat. Diana opened her eyes and saw Harry loom magical energy down at her. A wave of happiness washed over her. "Harry," she murmured as she realized that the excruciating pain that had coursed through her entire body had vanished. She sat up, surprised, and Harry gazed down at her with a profound sense of relief. "I made it in time," Harry muttered to himself, trembling with fury. The world around them began to violently shake, his eyes glowing red, and a purple magical aura faintly outlined his figure. Diana reached out, placing her hand on his cheek. She could sense that something had changed, not only in his appearance, but also in his demeanor. His eyes now held a harshness, and his magical aura, once calm and peaceful, now held a hint of chaos and destruction. "Calm down, you're hurting the planet," she reminded him. Her words seemed to snap him out of his fury, causing the violent magical energy to cease. He nodded, magical energy a conscious effort to remain calm and composed. Darkseid observed the unfolding events with interest. "This should prove to be more interesting," he smirked. "It doesn't matter who arrives or how many times they get healed. The outcome will always be the same. Consider this a second beating." Darkseid's gaze fell upon the blue magical energy being. "What brings an angel to the mortal realm?" Darkseid inquired, although Vermont chose to ignore him, providing no answer. Harry chuckled ominously as Flash appeared next to him. Barry looked relieved to see Harry. "Harry, thank God you're here. We could really use a hand," he said. Harry smiled and gently patted him on the back. "Glad to see I made it on time, my friend." Barry nodded in agreement. Zatanna appeared next to Batman. "I looked for a way to send Darkseid back, but nothing. Unless we can somehow send him back through the portal, there is nothing I can do with magic," she explained. She glanced at Harry, who was now standing next to Diana in the distance. "Oh, Harry, when did he arrive?" she asked as he appeared next to her, to magical energing her by surprise. Even Flash was astounded by the sheer speed. She could feel Harry's entire being radiate pure power, a sense of transcendence. He wasn't the same as before. His power felt like it could explode at any moment. "I just arrived," he explained before turning his gaze towards Darkseid. He could sense Darkseid's incredible power. This was going to be an incredible battle, Harry's first real fight as a god of destruction. "You all can just relax and enjoy the show. Darkseid is my problem," he said as he locked eyes with Darkseid, who merely smirked in response. It's a battle that's a bit more intense than what you guys are used to. You will need help. Darkseid is too strong, Diana insisted as she approached Harry, joining Zatanna and Batman along with Flash. But Harry maintained his confident smile. I can handle it, Harry replied, attempting to dissuade Diana from intervening. I may not be welcomed on Earth, but I do not want it to be destroyed either, he declared. He turned and walked towards Darkseid, with the League members watching the impending confrontation. The duty of destruction falls on me, he declared. Darkseid towered over him. Tell me, what deity do you claim to be? I sense the magical aura of divinity within you. Are you here to challenge the might of the new god, Darkseid? Darkseid asked as Harry smirked. A vein appeared on his head as he floated to eye level. Lord Harry, god of destruction. Harry made his identity known. And you are on my property, he warned Darkseid. God of destruction? Lois muttered in anticipation. Two gods were about to clash right before her eyes. We shall see who is mightier. New god Darkseid, or this weakling god of destruction. Darkseid mocked. In an instant his fist slammed into Harry's face. The force was tremendous, magical energizing the entire city, but to his surprise, Harry didn't budge an inch. Suddenly, Harry's fist struck Darkseid's gut, creating a shockwave so intense that the entire city shook, matching Darkseid's strike. Darkseid growled. Though he wouldn't openly admit it, that was a formidable strike. Magical energizing, Darkseid fought more ferociously. His speed and power increased significantly. Harry barely dodged the blows, but one clipped him, leading into a series of blows magical energizing him. The sheer force of the blows crushed the ground and shook the air. The impact could be felt by everyone in the city. Harry quickly parried a blow before landing his own attacks. The two exchanged blows at incredible speeds, both wearing stern expressions. The sound of unbreakable arms clashing was a piercing vibration, each strike a blur as the two zipped across the city. Using an afterimage, Harry grabbed Darkseid's face and pushed him with tremendous force towards the moon. Darkseid had not expected that level of force, and his entire being crashed into the moon, splitting the celestial body down the middle. Everyone was stunned at the sight as the moon started to break and then completely fell apart. Don't stress. I know how important the moon is to this world's survival. I will have Vermont replace it later, Harry assured them as the League approached, surprised. Wow, were you always this strong? Flash asked. Harry placed a hand behind his head sheepishly and chuckled. Well, things happened, and I was. But before he could finish, Darkseid returned, fuming with anger, his eyes glowing red. Omega beams approached, but Harry swiftly countered with his own eye beam, resulting in tremendous explosions. Quickly vanishing, both he and Darkseid exchanged blows. Harry took flight, trying to lead Darkseid away from the planet. Arriving high in the stratosphere, he was surprised when Darkseid beat him and landed a heavy blow to his forehead, launching him deeper into space. Vermont approached the League solemnly. Greetings. Your necks must be cramping from staring at the sky. His staff glowed as a colossal projection of Harry and Darkseid's battle loomed in the sky. Courtesy of Lord Harry, Vermont explained, casting a shadow over the gathered onlookers. We should help him, Superman suggested, his voice weighted with concern. He started to float, but Vermont interjected. Unless you are prepared to magical energize Darkseid, I suggest not participating in the battle. Vermont's words were grave. Kill? Inquired Superman. Oh, do you believe you can subdue Darkseid without ending his life? Vermont's question hung heavily in the air, leaving the League in silence. If possible, then yes. Harry looks like he probably could with our help, Superman argued, the other members opting to remain silent. As the god of destruction, Lord Harry is obligated to eliminate threats like Darkseid from the universe, or more innocent mortals will meet their end, Vermont explained. Did you not just eliminate that beast? Superman found himself without a retort. That was different, Vermont asked, his gaze unwavering. Surely you jest. Interrupting their conversation, Darkseid and Harry descended back to Earth. Harry was battered, cuts and bruises covering his body while Darkseid had a trickle of blood on his chin. "You are no match. Bow and serve, and I will let you live as my subordinate," Darkseid offered, his voice dark and unyielding. Harry chuckled before crack magical entering his neck. "That was a mere warm-up. The true battle begins now," Harry announced with a cold determination. As if a switch had been flipped, his magical aura burst forth, and his hair turned red, casting an eerie and foreboding presence. The onlookers were left stunned, a palpable and sinister pressure emanating from Harry, causing the entire planet to tremble. "This is excessive, but for you, I'll make an exception. Allow me to illustrate the disparity between us." Harry's words carried an ominous weight. He was grateful he hadn't faced Darkseid before his training with Vermont, as his former strength wouldn't have sufficed to confront the new god. "You may have changed your appearance, but it changes nothing," Darkseid roared, sensing the immense power radiating from this enigmatic god. Darkseid moved forward to attack, but before he could react, Harry materialized in front of him, his fist impaling Darkseid's gut. "This is just an avatar. For a fair fight, you must descend here," Harry stated, and Darkseid chuckled darkly, blood oozing from his mouth. "You believe you can match my true power?" Darkseid's laughter echoed, but it quickly faded as Harry continued. "Should I show you what I can really do?" Harry's words left Darkseid speechless, realizing the meaning behind his words. "I have two states of power greater than this, like a mere candle in a storm." Harry revealed the truth of his unfathomable strength. "I think our battle is at its climax. Wouldn't you agree?" Harry's question lingered heavily in the air. Darkseid internally acknowledged that his current vessel was no match for this god of destruction, understanding the need to fully descend to this wretched realm. "This marks the end," Harry declared, as a sinister purple magical aura enveloped him. An eerie silence held the city in its grip, and it felt as though reality itself shuddered, fearing the power being harnessed. The entire city was cloaked in a foreboding purple hue as Harry extended his hand towards Darkseid. "Allow me to offer you a glimpse of what awaits in our final battle." The pulsating purple radiance focused on Harry's palm, his eyes ablaze with a malevolent crimson hue. "You are a parasite to the universe. Let me show you the might wielded by a god of destruction." A sinister force descended upon Earth, a weighty presence that Darkseid couldn't resist. His body remained motionless as this god's power seized control of his being. A purple orb of energy forming. Hakadash, before he could go through with it, Diana appeared behind him as the rest of the league followed. Vermont sighed in slight frustration. "Stop! Don't magical energil him," she pleaded as Harry turned to look at her. "He must stand trial, just like all those who derive pleasure from harming others. You have the power to make that happen," she urged as Vermont materialized next to Harry. Superman saw that and feared the worst. "Listen, Lord Harry, please. We aren't above the law. What he did was wrong, but thanks to you, we are safe now." "You seem to be mistaken, Superman. I am following the law of the gods," Harry said, deep sadness reflecting in his eyes. "I never want to lose those I care about because of some maniac on a power trip." He needed to remain a destroyer to travel to the sister multiverse in the future. "In fact, with his actions, I was bound to cross paths with him eventually," Harry explained. Darkseid stared at the purple orb of power, feeling the overwhelming energy radiating from it. A direct hit would obliterate his vessel. Diana slowly walked towards Harry, trying to get through to him. "Listen," she began gently. "I understand that you need to deal with him, but he can do nothing against you. Beat him within an inch of his life. Let him reflect on his wrongdoings, but do not magical energil him. Wouldn't it be better if he lived with the shame of having been so thoroughly humiliated and defeated?" She spoke as Harry looked at Vermont, who just shrugged. "The choice is yours, my lord. Your word is law as the current god of destruction," Vermont said, reminding Harry that he was the one who made the choices, not the mortals. Sighing, Harry nodded. "All right, however, I won't let him roam free. We know of his sins," Harry said, confusing the league. He had learned this not too long ago, turning to Darkseid with a smirk. "I hope you like swords." As the ground started rumbling, Harry transformed into Super Wizard Rose evolution, summoning all his power. He had to ensure Darkseid couldn't escape. Suddenly, a large sword appeared. "I would like to introduce you to the legendary Z-Sword," Harry said, exuding an air of grandeur and significance that surpassed its physical form. The most magical, energizing feature of the Z-Sword was its blade, a genuine marvel of craftsmanship. Its incredible length and width far exceeded that of any conventional sword. The blade gleamed with a brilliant, silvery sheen, a testament to the expert artistry that went into its creation. One side of the blade was flat, while the other exhibited a gentle curvature, adding to its unique and imposing appearance. The handguard, where the blade meets the hilt, was a circular piece that plays a crucial role in the sword's design. Adorned with ornate patterns and symbols, underscoring the sword's significance and mystique. The hilt, although relatively short for such a colossal weapon, is designed for single-handed use. Crafted to provide a secure and comfortable grip for the wielder, the pommel, located at the end of the hilt, complemented the overall design with its intricate details and aesthetic appeal. It mirrors the handguard's ornate patterns, contributing to the sword's overall beauty. What truly set the Z-Sword apart were the ancient inscriptions and symbols that adorn its blade. These magical energies, etched in a long-forgotten and enigmatic language, lend an air of mystery and reverence to the sword. They are not only a testament to the sword's ancient origins, but also a source of fascination for those fortunate enough to encounter it. The inscriptions glowed an eerie purple as Harry smiled. "Perfect," Harry said. "What are you doing?" Barry asked curiously. He couldn't believe his eyes. Did Harry just create a sword? This is the legendary Z-Sword. These swords come into existence when a destroyer god seals powerful individuals. I reinforce the blade with Kai, magic and my own power. As long as I am alive, this vessel of Darkseid will never escape. Aiming his hand at Darkseid, he vanquished Darkseid into the sword, and the screams of the new god echoed. "I will return," Darkseid declared with a grin. A deafening silence ensued as the Z-Sword dropped, about to impale the earth before Harry quickly grabbed the sword. This sword was far heavier than the one he used on the Kai world. If it struck the planet, it would split the planet right down the middle. "Maybe I should get myself a sword," Harry mused as he turned to the League. Problem solved. I didn't magical energil him. Although, this sword is heavier than 3 planets, so I suggest getting your Green Lantern to take this to OA, he explained. Batman nodded. Hal has been on a away mission for the past 6 months. He should be returning very soon. I sent a distress signal not too long ago. "Thank you," Diana said as Harry sighed and nodded before smiling at them. "Which reminds me, you have a parasite problem," he said as he closed his eyes. The same deep purple magical aura surrounded him again, sending shivers down the League members. The helicopter landed as Lois ran over. She fixed her outfit and makeup and walked up to the group. The intrepid reporter of the Daily Planet approached the scene with a mix of curiosity and caution. She had witnessed the extraordinary battle between Harry, the god of destruction, and Darkseid, the new god. The dust had settled, and the defeated antagonist was now trapped in a great sword. "Hawkeye," he declared as parademons all around the world started disintegrating, their agonized cries echoing through the air. "I have eradicated these abominable creatures from the face of the world," he proclaimed, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard his declaration. Lois couldn't help but feel the weight of the moment. This was a pivotal event, and she had to approach it carefully. She had covered countless stories of superheroes, but a god of destruction was an entirely new realm. Harry stood amidst the aftermath of the battle, his magical aura still radiating power. His teal eyes and deep rose hair exuded an otherworldly presence that was impossible to ignore. Lois knew that this was no ordinary hero. This was a being with the power to reshape the world. Approaching with her cameraman and a sense of professional composure, Lois greeted Harry with respect. "Lord Harry," she began, "that was an incredible display of power and heroism. You've certainly proven your strength as a god of destruction. She watched as Harry's gaze, initially intense, softened slightly in response to her respectful tone. He nodded in acknowledgement. Lois continued, "But with such immense power comes great responsibility. How do you view your role in this world? Are you here to protect us? Or is there a different purpose behind your actions?" Harry considered her questions carefully, recognizing that Lois was trying to get to the heart of his intentions. "I'm here to maintain balance in the universe. I'm not a hero," he explained. "I'll do what's necessary to protect innocent lives and ensure that threats are eliminated." Lois nodded, her voice to magical energy on a darker tone as she spoke. She was ecstatic, knowing she had the scoop of the century, an encounter that marked a turning point in her reporting career. Covering the activities of a god of destruction was unlike anything she had ever done, questioning the existence of a higher power. "Will you be remaining on Earth?" She asked the question. Shall magical energy his head, he answered. "I will be leaving soon. I do not want to upset your world leaders by remaining on the planet," Harry said as Vermont walked next to him. "Shall we go, my lord? I can only imagine how hungry you must be from all this running around." As Harry's stomach rumbled, he chuckled, somewhat embarrassed, Brea magical energizing the tense atmosphere as his magical aura dispersed. "Before that, could you repair the moon and fix the Earth's rotation that was disrupted during the battle?" Vermont nodded as he waved his staff, and the moon reappeared in the sky. "Done," he said. "Great, let's leave." "I am famished," Harry said as Barry stopped him. "Hold on. Since you last left, a lot has changed. A special law was passed. If you were to ever return, you would be treated as a VVIP." As Diana nodded eagerly. "Indeed. Let us throw a feast for you. It is only fitting. We would all like to apologize on behalf of humanity for the previous blunder that was made. You will always be welcomed here on planet Earth," she said. The Justice League nodded and smiled as Superman walked up to Harry and held out his hand. "You're a lot more benevolent than I expected as someone called a god of destruction," Harry just chuckled. He was also happy to hear that now he would be able to eat Earth's delicious food as he shook Superman's hand. Cheering could be heard as more and more civilians filled the area. Many were to magical energizing pictures and bowing, but Harry turned to the crowd. "However, I forbid any sort of worship to be done. It is not what I stand for, and it is not who I am. No religions are authorized, and I recognize none who attempt to use my name for glory, fame, riches, power, and influence, unless, of course, I declare it to you all, as I have done now. Anyone saying they were chosen by me is lying," Harry stated, the crowd falling silent in response to his words. "But you're a god, wouldn't you want followers?" "I mean, regardless, I assume there will be those who worship you," Lois said. Harry nodded understandingly. "True, I will not persecute those, but I will be sorely disappointed if I hear of it. Just because I am a deity does not mean that I want followers. I do my duty as a destroyer simply because the strong should not suppress the weak, and balance in creation is essential to life. If balance were to cease, the universe would become a dark and cold place, and the mortal level would plummet. The consequences of that are not something any mortal civilization should experience. It would bring shame to those who rule the cosmos. Those who wish to admire me are allowed, but no worshipping. Think of me as a hero. That is the most I can do for you," he stated, loom magical energy at the League. "Let's leave. I think I've answered enough questions," he said, and they nodded, flying off and leaving Lois and Jimmy behind. As they flew to a secluded area, Harry reflected on his words. He didn't want people to worship him simply because he was once a human himself. If he let that go to his head, he might lose who he was in the process, and he didn't want that. He wanted to return and see his family and friends as Harry, not Lord Harry, the god of destruction with trillions of people worshiping him. Unknowingly, this single act made even more people adore him and even moved the Justice League as well. In a dark cave stood a woman. She had a grin on her face as she stared at a screen. Those cuffs were perfect. What if Harry landed in DC? Duality. Son Harry/God of destruction. Duties of a god/morals of a mortal. When they arrived back at the Watchtower, Flash wanted to put his arm around Harry but stopped abruptly. Uncertain about the appropriate action, Flash's hesitation caught Harry's attention, prompting a quick response from him. "You're worrying too much, Barry. We're friends. Besides, it's just us here." Harry reassured him with a smile. Flash grinned and slung his arm around Harry's shoulder. "So, you were explaining? Were you always this strong?" he inquired as they strolled toward the cafeteria for a meal. "Well, after I left with Vermont, he took me to this universe's destroyer realm. Fun fact, we are situated in the 21st universe of the second multiverse, and my native universe is in the first multiverse. It is the 7th universe," Harry revealed, causing Barry's jaw to drop in surprise. "We're in universe 21? Barry asked, bewildered, while the others exchanged uncertain glances, unsure how to process this new information. "I was right," Zatanna exclaimed. She summoned an ancient script that glowed ominously white and showed it to Harry, who appeared surprised at the script. "This is a copy from the Book of Creation," Harry remarked, examining it until he noticed Zatanna's discomfort. "It's fine. It carries no actual power. If you can read it, then at that point, you deserve to know," Harry assured her, easing her internal worries. "Well, I couldn't figure out how to read this language, but over time, Dr. Fate guided me because he had no use for it. Once he figured out how to read it, he passed it to me as a test," she explained. "So far, I have only been able to decipher the first paragraph, but now that you're here," she began, magical energizing Harry chuckle. "So you want me to read this for you?" Harry asked. Although she nodded eagerly, he closed the book and handed it back to her. She looked disappointed, but simply nodded in response. "I'll just tell you, it didn't take me very long to understand the language of the gods," Harry disclosed, surprising her and everyone else. "Wait, isn't this highly confidential?" Superman inquired as he sat down, displaying his interest. In truth, everyone was captivated by the conversation. Harry nodded. "Yes, it is, but I am the highest authority in this universe. It's not like I'm sharing this with the entire Earth. However, it goes without saying, don't disclose what I'm about to tell you," he cautioned them. They all nodded in agreement, and Flash settled down too. "Sweet story time," Flash joked, prompting Harry to motion for Vermont to approach. "Please add a visual representation as I talk," Harry requested. Vermont nodded in acknowledgement. "And put this in your staff for now," Harry instructed as he handed over the Z-Sword. Everyone stared in awe as the magnificent blade vanished into the peculiar staff. "It will be my pleasure, Lord Harry," Vermont said as the projection of the events began, with the gods depicted as silhouettes. "So, after I left with Vermont, we went to the Destroyer's realm. Vermont helped me gain control of my power for a few months. From there, we went to the palace of the Omni King. I haven't met it, but I did meet the Grand Priest. He is Vermont's father. I was evaluated by the 17 current Destroyer gods and angels of this multiverse," Harry explained. 17? Supergirl asked, visibly surprised by the sheer number. "They were all extremely powerful, even more so than myself," Harry clarified. "That must have been terrifying," Superman nodded, agreeing with Zatanna's observation. Even Karen had to admit that if the entire League were to fight Harry, they would lose. Now, there were 17 beings just as strong, if not stronger than him. The first paragraph of the ancient script you handed me is actually part 4387, line 48. It states that the angel Vermont is the overseer for the 21st universe and serves the king of gods. It lists the laws and will of the angel, such as no direct or indirect action being allowed. Angels are to be used as a tool by their destroyer god. Once I die, Vermont will not be allowed to carry out any order unless instructed by another deity with a rank equal to that of a destroyer god or the next destroyer candidate for this universe. Other candidates from separate universes hold no authority in my domain," Harry explained. "During the coronation, I ascended to true godhood. I am now immortal. With that, my originally mortal body was permanently exalted to that of a god's. After that, I returned to what is now my world and began my training with Vermont to control my power as the third destroyer of the second multiverse. To expand on my previous statement, there exist 18 universes in one multiverse, and there are 10 multiverses. So logically, there are only 180 main universes that exist, with untold amounts of timelines and dimensions in between. However, the first multiverse lost 6 because the Grand Zeno erased them due to some angel going rogue. And in each multiverse, 1 or 2 universes are also erased, Harry explained, drawing their attention away from the projection of the event as they focused on Vermont, recalling his strength. As if Harry could sense the curiosity, he nodded. Yep, he is my martial arts master currently and the most powerful being in the 21st universe. As an angel, he is the highest level of reality, manipulation, and existence. Erasure immunity, Harry stated as Vermont pretended to blush. You flatter me, my lord. Vermont responded modestly as Harry continued. He may seem coy, but even among the angels, he is very strong. Don't let his youthful appearance fool you. He is old, really old, Harry explained, causing everyone to regard Vermont with newfound respect and fear. Barry quickly changed the subject, more interested in the new attire. New clothes? The clothes I'm wearing. This is formal God of Destruction attire. It actually looks pretty badass, Zatanna remarked as Flash nodded. You look like you've never missed chess day, he observed, eliciting a laugh from Harry. Believe it or not, I am actually smagical energinier than before, Harry said, earning agreement from Superman. You do seem smaller, Superman concurred. But my end goal is to return to the sister multiverse, my home, and find Lord Grimshade. I aim to beat him until he is on his knees begging for forgiveness, Harry stated coldly. Once I master Autonomous Ultra Instinct, I should be able to contend, Harry added. Indeed, my lord has a long path ahead. My estimated time frame is perhaps 1,000 years before he will start showing signs of the technique. Vermont finished. 1,000 years? Flash's jaw dropped in disbelief. I know it's a long time, but this grudge will endure, and Lord Grimshade will pay the price, no matter the length of years it takes. He is unworthy of the title of Destroyer. Earth should never have been destroyed, Harry vowed, his determination sending shivers through the onlookers. Suddenly, a surge of crimson electricity crackled, startling everyone. The intensity of his hatred was unmistakable in his eyes, a seething anger that consumed him. Others recognized its toxicity, but in the face of his shattered homeland destroyed by the whims of another, what could they possibly say? Vermont nodded thoughtfully. It's indeed peculiar that Lord Grimshade would take such drastic measures to obliterate a world unprepared for its end. Perhaps he felt threatened by your father and your family, he speculated. However, even if that were the case, your world posed no threat to the cosmos. From what I gather, yours was a profoundly peaceful civilization, far from possessing the power needed to challenge a destroyer. Harry's expression darkened slightly, a shadow crossing his features. No more, he interjected. Lord Grimshade will face the consequences of his actions in due time. Vermont silently nodded in agreement. The atmosphere remained tense. Barry attempted to diffuse the mounting tension. It was evident that Harry grappled with inner turmoil, yet he maintained his composure amidst the pressure. By the way, what's the Ultra Instinct? Flash asked, prompting Harry to look at him. Well, it's one of, if not the greatest advanced fighting technique in all of creation. There are a few other instinct techniques, but Ultra Instinct is the angel's natural state. It grants the user unparalleled reflexes, speed, power increases, and instinctive combat abilities, he explained. Meaning that if I master that technique, I will be able to fall asleep while fighting Darkseid and still defeat him, Harry finished. That sounds pretty cool, Zatanna answered. It is, but very hard to master, Harry explained as Vermont's staff glowed faintly. Oh, it seems we have another problem, my lord. Vermont spoke as Harry looked at him. Yeah. He stood up as the food arrived. The capital world of the Lu Empire is being destroyed, he explained as Harry facepalmed. I told the Emperor not to do anything stupid. Well, it's not like I can always step in when feuds get out of control. I assume it's because Darkseid was defeated, so their alliance fell through instantly, Harry surmised as. Batman nodded. This must be the doing of Thanagar. You are a wild card now, so they are using you to topple the Empire directly opposing them. Lu and Thanagar have been at war for years now, he explained as Harry mused. And Eve hates Lu. So with the support of Thanagar, it should make this preemptive strike a really good move for them. But the thing is, that planet is far past its expiry date, so it is supposed to be destroyed, so intervening is not necessary on my end as a destroyer. In a way, the Eve Empire is doing my job for me, Harry explained as the League looked at him, surprised that he would say that. But Harry raised his arms as he chuckled. That's just my perspective as the god of destruction. We're meant to remain neutral unless someone dares to defy us directly, as the Emperor is doing now. And besides, I plan on being more hands-on. Harry finished with a smirk as he placed his hand on Vermont's back. His smirk promptly disappeared as a look of irritation was visible. I will return shortly. A flash of white light blinded everyone before they disappeared as Zatanna looked at everyone. Well, at least he isn't heartless, she said. Still, can we really trust someone like that? His expression just now was less than desirable. Are we sure we know what we're doing? Cyborg asked as Supergirl shrugged. We don't have a choice. You saw what he did to Darkseid. He could do that to us, Supergirl argued. A silence fell over the group. But based on his words, he doesn't sound like someone we can't trust. Why would he lie when he could just magical energill us? He even spared Darkseid just because we asked him not to magical energill, she reminded. She wasn't against Harry. In fact, she wanted to keep an open mind as they all nodded. Fair point, Cyborg agreed. Batman spoke next. But one thing is worrying me. Harry's home was destroyed by a destroyer, which according to the Angel Vermont, shouldn't have happened. What I'm trying to say is destroyers can't be questioned unless a higher power decides to step in. And as things are, we have no idea what constitutes as gross misconduct. He questioned as they all looked at him surprised. What are the chances that his world is fine? Karen suddenly asked as they all looked at her. I mean, according to him, his world shouldn't be destroyed, right? And that angel guy just restored our moon with a wave of his staff. So maybe it was reverted, she said as silence fell over them. That's a possibility, but we don't know that, and his home is a sour topic. Plus, you wouldn't want to give him false hope, Zatanna said as everyone nodded. I don't think he would go on a magical energilling spree, but rather not. If they're still there, then he will obviously find out by himself in due time. When they arrived at the capital planet, Harry saw thousands of warships stationed above the planet. Lowering himself, he made his way towards the Emperor's magical energy signature. Upon entering the courtyard, he walked. The key's signature was erratic. It felt happy. When he arrived, he saw what looked to be the royal family of Lou on their knees and chained. They had a very similar appearance to that of the angels with light blue magical energy. However, their hair was not white. Instead, they had either pink, green, or purple hair. Harry stood in silence and watched the scene. Commander Strix seemed to recognize him, but he placed his finger on his lips and looked back at the scene. Her expression was neutral, but she opted to nod and looked forward. Harry noticed she was heavily injured, and there was a man with a sword through his chest lying on the ground by her feet. A man with wings stood beside her, garbed in Thanagarian military uniform. He noticed her interaction with the strange man who just entered. Wasn't the Emperor the only person she took orders from? He was about to say something, but Strix just shook her head. He is a god of destruction. Emperor Velius told me to treat him with the respect he deserves, she whispered to him. The winged man was stunned for a few seconds until his face lost some color. This is the being who defeated Darkseid? But he was in Sector 2814 10 minutes ago. Why is he here? He looks fine. Didn't he just battle Darkseid? Emperor Velius was clear that we had the green light to invade with little chance of failure. The general thought to himself. He had a bad feeling, which he rarely ever had, silently thankful that she had stopped him from magical energy and drawing attention to the destroyer. The general turned and looked at his subordinate, Catterhole, his son, discreetly gesturing to be ready for anything. You're a fool, Triton. You sent half your fleet to defend your eastern systems and left your capital wide open. Your armor worlds didn't put up much of a resistance, he said as he walked up to the magical energy of Lou. Now your legacy is done for, he grinned. You betrayed us, Velius. Darkseid and Thanagar sent soldiers to my people. How can I not defend them? What is a magical energy who is no one to rule over? he asked as Velius shrugged. So what? You can always conquer new worlds to absorb. Your bleeding heart led you to your own downfall. Triton lowered his head. He had no rebuttal. At least we aren't heartless bastards. The queen spat on his face as Velius smirked and took out a handkerchief, wiping it off. Your spit on my face in exchange for your resources is a deal I will always take. Besides, I wouldn't be so fierce, Arlen. Once I have my fun with you and your daughter, you'll be going straight to the Red Planet to live the rest of your lives as the whores you are, Velius shrugged. You will be begging to stay in my chambers. Her jaw clenched at that as Triton tried to stand up, but was electrocuted by the guards. Careful now, Triton. Don't get any funny ideas. You know how much I hate you and your people, always opposing the great Eve Empire at every corner, he stated. Triton just trembled at the words. His daughter, his wife, they were in danger, and— This is not over, Velius, spoke a younger woman. The princess? Harry wondered. She stood next to the older woman. Father told us of the deity that put you in your place, she said. She was clearly afraid, but her anger was greater. Triton seemed to remember the scene. Yes, he will. He will what? Velius asked. Strix was about to open her mouth, but she suddenly felt an overwhelming amount of magical, energy-filling intent hit her, stunning her as she glanced at Harry. A few beads of sweat ran down her face. Harry glanced at her before continuing to watch. The general clenched his fist. He had felt the overwhelming force, and it wasn't even directed at him. What magical energized monster was that being? He had stood defiantly before Darkseid once, but right now, he felt genuine fear. Not for his life, but for his son's life. You think he will find out? And so what? It's not like I am going to destroy this planet. I am just ridding it of the parasites that live on it. Besides, his battle with Darkseid should have left him at least on death's door. Like Darkseid, there are workarounds. No matter how strong he is, he can't be everywhere and know everything. The moment he left to handle my problems, I very quickly assembled my forces and contacted Thanagar, Velius said as Triton's shoulders slumped. Seems you understand. SHIT, the general thought to himself as he turned to look at the destroyer, who was patiently listening to the conversation until he turned his head and looked directly at him before returning his attention to the Emperor. Now, finalize the conquest and remove Arlen and Oasa. Take them to my warship and finish this as fast as possible. If push comes to shove, we'll feign ignorance and direct a meteor towards this planet, he said, turning to walk away, but froze at the sight of Harry staring at him. And my lord, what a surprise! Triton looked up in surprise as he glanced to the back of the throne room. The squeak Velius just made was one of shock and horror. A grin spread across his face before wiping it off and nudging Arlen, who also noticed the destroyer standing in the back. Very interesting, Harry started as he walked forward. It was so quiet that his footsteps echoed throughout the large throne room. Halt! The guards yelled and stood in front of Harry, block magical energy his path. But Harry simply spoke. Hawkeye. The presence of terror and destruction crept into the throne room as the guards dropped and screamed in fear and anguish. A primal scream, that of pure pain and terror. The purple sparkles scattered across the room, terrifying yet also strangely beautiful. Velius lost even more color in his face. Glancing at the soldiers, Harry had a look of disgust on his face. Their magical auras were soaked in darkness. He turned and continued wall magical energy towards Velius. Dropping to his knees as Harry approached, Velius bowed. What a surprise. I wasn't expecting to see my lord here. What can I do for you today? He asked as Harry glanced down at him. I am curious. Emperor, I just arrived. Have you somehow bested your enemies? Harry asked. He doesn't know. Velius thought as he turned to Triton and pointed his finger. This magical energy turned his empire against us when you defeated Darkseid and tried to take advantage of your absence to overthrow us. But Luke magical energy, my subordinates figured out their scheme, and we turned it around. The general backed up slowly, urging his confused son and soldiers to do the same. They needed to get closer to the exit. He was a proud, strong warrior with impeccable battle instincts, and those same instincts told him they had to escape. Harry nodded. I see. Good job, then. I was just here to inform you all not to invade Sector 2814. I have plans for it in the future, Harry explained, turning in magical energy eye contact with the general as Velius nodded. Of course, anything you desire, Lord Harry, he said as Triton's jaw dropped at the blatant lie Velius just told. He couldn't believe it worked either. Is that what you wanted me to say, correct? Harry asked, placing his attention back on Velius, whose expression dropped. You think I'm a fool? I heard everything, he stated as he continued his stride and raised his hand, a purple magical aura surrounding him. I was recently told I am very benevolent. Do you agree? Harry asked, and Velius simply nodded. The most, my lord. Please forgive me. Velius begged as Harry lowered his hand, his expression softening just barely. Vermont, Harry called. Yes, my lord, Vermont asked. Hand me the Z sword. Of course. The majestic blade appeared in front of Harry. Reaching out and holding it, Harry inspected the blade. Within this blade lies Darkside, or at least the vessel he was using, Harry explained, stunning everyone. This is the legendary Z sword, a divine weapon that can draw out the potential of anyone capable of wielding it, capable of cutting down even the mightiest of foes and containing the greatest of evil. What a magnificent weapon, Velius praised. It is, but do you know what it's capable of when wielded by a destroyer god? Harry asked as he turned to everyone. No one could answer him. Summon Micaiah, Harry ordered as Vermont nodded. As you wish, my lord. Vermont's staff glowed before a short supreme Kai appeared. Micaiah approached Harry and bowed. Yes, my lord, he asked. This planet will need to be replaced. Could you create a new one for us? Harry asked as Micaiah looked around before nodding. Easily, he answered. But may I ask why? There are still people who live here, but this planet won't hold together for another 10,000 years. The core is cooling and losing its momentum, Harry explained. The onlookers were just confused. This is Micaiah, the god of creation. He is the one in charge of creating worlds and species. Wait, what does this mean? King Triton called out while on his knees. He didn't miss those words. He was aware of those issues, but they were planning on relocating eventually anyway. Vermont, please protect all living creatures on this planet for the next 10 minutes, Harry said as he aimed the Z sword at Velius, who looked on frightened. I will deal with you in a few moments. Swinging the blade at the ground in an instant, slicing the planet in half. What just happened? Triton asked, just as rumbling began. In an instant, the sky, the palace, everything had a line through it. I cut this planet in half. This was just for me to display what I can do. What? But an explosion would be overboard, Harry explained as everything rapidly started turning red and plumes of lava erupted out, flaring his immense ki reserves and spar magical energizing his magical aura. He aimed his hand at the planet. Hakai, he stated. The violence began to lessen until all that could be seen were purple sparkles floating in the vacuum of space. Harry floated in space, turning to everyone who was floating in the void with him, surrounded by Vermont's energy, stunned. Are we in space? The general thought to himself. Where is the planet? How are we alive? Turning to Micaiah. Could you do the honors? He asked. As you wish, my lord. Micaiah raised his hand and closed his eyes, beginning the process of creation. A transparent cube of planetary proportions appeared, isolating the space in a different dimension with its own space-time laws. Once that was complete, he aimed his left hand at the center of the cube, his time ring glowing as he activated it. Everyone floating in space watched as a colossal cloud of gas and dust swirled gracefully within the vastness of space. Within this cloud, particles started colliding and clumping together, forming denser regions that grew in size and gravity. Time within the cube seemed to speed up as the denser pockets became the seeds of something magnificent. Gravity took hold, drawing in more, created matter from the surrounding space. Slowly but persistently, these particles merged, forming larger bodies known as planetesimals. These planetesimals, ranging from mere pebbles to mountain-sized masses, danced in gravitational waltzes, colliding and amalgamating over what seemed to be eons. Through these ceaseless collisions and accumulations, a protoplanetary disk materialized, a swirling symphony of debris encircling a burgeoning center. Here, under the influence of gravity's gentle persuasion, matter gathered, coalesced, and settled into a newborn sphere. Micaiah's hands zipped in many directions at great speeds as he seemingly pulled at the landmass with his fingers, intricately designing the planet's rivers, oceans, and mountains. Over seemingly countless millennia, this sphere evolved. Molten lava flowed like rivers, shaping the landscape with fiery brushstrokes. Intense bombardments from the surrounding space added and subtracted from its surface, sculpting mountains and carving deep valleys. Atmospheres formed, consisting of gases both ancient and freshly released from within. Micaiah lowered his one hand and let time become the artist, etching its marks upon this fledgling world. Crusts solidified, oceans collected, and the symphony of geologic processes orchestrated the shaping of the planet's identity. Slowly but surely, the once formless and chaotic cloud transformed into a celestial body, a planet, a home, a testament to the wonders of the powers of creation. Amazing was but one of many words on everyone's mind. Right before their very eyes, a planet was birthed. Soon, Vermont's energy shield disappeared, and everyone took in the scent of fresh air rich with oxygen. Thanks for your help, Micaiah. This world looks amazing. You'll have to teach me more Kai magic sometime, complimented Harry. Maybe I could design a few planets in the future. Absolutely, anytime, my lord. Farewell, replied Micaiah before bowing and vanishing. Okay, now let's focus on business, Harry said, turning to Vilius. With a casual toss of the blade into the sky, Harry walked up to the Emperor. The blade descended rapidly, but Harry intercepted it with his telepathy just before it struck the ground between Vilius's legs. Holding the blade in place for the planet's sake, he lowered it and continued. If you can draw this weapon, then you are free to go, no consequences. Harry explained. It was pure silence as Vilius watched on in disbelief. I have to pick up this weapon? And you will let me go with no consequences? He asked as Harry nodded. All right, he said as he slowly stood and grabbed onto the hilt and started pulling, desperately with all his might. Unfortunately, he wasn't very strong. He persisted until his hands started bleeding. Seeing this, Harry sighed and walked up to Vilius and grabbed the hilt himself. Lifting it before resting it on his shoulder, and with a menacing look on his face, and his eyes glowing red with a magical aura of destruction swirling around him. Hawkeye, Harry said. Vilius screamed as he transformed into purple sparkles. I have no use for a schemer. Harry stated firmly. I can tell you won't change. Your emotions are as clear as day to me. Vilius fell back in shock and terror, and though those surrounding them couldn't believe their ears, no one spoke a word. Vilius scanned desperately for help, but no one met his gaze, except Triton, who locked eyes with him and smirked. The last sight Vilius saw was Triton's triumphant expression. Unfortunately for you, there's no eternal afterlife. I revoked your admission, he said as Vilius looked up at him in terror before completely disappearing. Without another word, Harry walked past the scene toward Triton and his silent family. Snapping his fingers, the shackles dissolved into purple sparkles, allowing them to stand. However, they merely bowed as he drew closer. Strix finally felt her body relax. The dark, magical aura surrounding Harry had dissipated. Uncertain of what would happen next, she contemplated leaving. Pulling it off seemed challenging, perhaps even impossible. Before she could make up her mind, Vermont blocked her path. My lord asked me to ensure you don't go anywhere, Vermont informed her. Glancing at Harry and receiving a nod, she offered a brief bow to Vermont and stayed put. The general of Thanagar raised his guard. Perhaps this could be the chance to retreat, his soldiers slowly back magical energy up with him. Harry aimed his hand at them, using his god bind to draw them towards him, and seizing the general by the neck before casting his gaze down at Triton and his family. What is this? General Karen couldn't help but feel his heart rate pick up. You are King Triton, I presume? He asked as Triton nodded. Your assumption is correct, my lord. How can I be of assistance to you? He asked. You all may rise, Harry directed, and they rose as a subtle warmth softened his once cold expression, drawing a slight smile from him, which left them visibly surprised. Your governance is commendable. You have my approval, King, Harry commended, Evo magical energy an incredulous response from the king, who felt overwhelming joy but managed to contain it. I am not worthy to hear such words from one as great as yourself, he said as he bowed his head once again, but as if their king commanded it. Every head in the throne room bowed as well before rising. Tell me, which empire exerts the greatest influence over the eastern section of the universe? Harry asked. That would be us, my lord. We engaged in a prolonged war with the Eve Empire to expand our control. Unfortunately, our fleets reached a stalemate due to evenly matched strengths. To withstand the Eve Empire's conquest, numerous smaller nations united under our banner. Without their alliance, we would have succumbed long ago, explained the king, prompting Harry's understanding nod. Is that why you dispatched such a significant fleet to safeguard one of the outer worlds? Harry probed, to which Triton confirmed with a nod. Without them, we would have fallen regardless. If they survive, which I am certain they will, there will always be a nation to rise against the Eve Empire. It may not have been as the Lu Empire, but they would have been able to repel the invasion eventually. New Tamarin is the most important strategic point we have. Triton answered. Harry took in the reasoning and nodded. To tell you the truth, my lord, it was the Queen's suggestion, and my daughter agreed with her. He explained as Harry looked towards the females. The Queen bowed her head, and the princess, magical energind of shrunk, and tried to hide away behind her mother, which made Harry hold back a chuckle, but she quickly realized that he could see her, so she just stepped forward and bowed. Good, Harry said as he turned and walked away. Darkside is gone, and now your enemies are disbanded, and you will absorb their territory and influence. Keep ruling as you are, and we will have no problems. My lord, the Queen called out as Harry stopped and turned to look at her. Unfortunately, we won't be able to much longer, as the world we wanted to protect was attacked by Darkseid's forces, and we might lose the ability to maintain control over the Empire if our forces get weakened too considerably. We have already lost our strongest warrior, she said as the king turned to her. Arlen, that is not his problem. He already saved us. How can you even bring up the matter? Triton asked as he looked to Harry. Clearly he wanted to bring this up, and Arlen created a good situation for them. Forgive her, Lord Harry, the praise must have gone to her head. He said as Harry just started laughing. He will probably never get used to this, but the outright laughter seemed to frighten them somewhat, which he noticed. If I am laughing, it means I am very pleased, so do not stress so much. You will shorten your lifespan, Harry said as he walked back to them and looked at the being on the ground who laid there lifeless at Strix's feet. He raised his hand towards the body and lifted it and brought it in front of Vermont. Consider this a favor, Harry said as Vermont seemed to understand and nodded as he tapped the body with his staff, and in that moment the man's eyes shot open and he gasped for air before feeling himself magical energy sure he was not dreaming. He could swear he was dead and in a line waiting to be judged. Lou magical energy up, he saw a person tell magical energy to the royal family. If you run into any problems you absolutely cannot handle on your own, then you may ask for my help, Harry said. But only emergencies, he warned. But they were stunned beyond words at the miracle that was performed before their very eyes as their strongest warrior was brought back from the dead. But since I have chosen you to rule the Eastern Quadrant, I will help you remain in power, Harry stated as they just dropped to their knees again and bowed to him along with everyone in the palace as they just witnessed death be reversed with such ease. Turning his head to the floating Thanagarian soldiers. I take it you were the backup? He asked. Releasing his hold over them, they fell to the ground. I am General Karen Pater. We represent the nation of Thanagar. If you fear for your life, you will let us go or feel the full wrath of the Thanagarian Empire, he declared. Feel the wrath of the Thanagarian Empire? He asked as he pulled the general closer. His son spoke up beside him. Thanagar is far more than just a measly Eve Empire. We dash. Catching the battle mace with his bare hand, Harry stared at Hawkman who was struggling to force down the mace. You really think you can overpower me with physical strength after I just cut a planet in half? Harry asked. Hawkman quickly flicked out a pair of cuffs. Harry watched as he placed the cuffs on his hands. A dim light faintly outlined the cuffs before they were violently pulled together, clamping shut, crushing Harry's hands. Screaming in pain as Hawkman grinned before turning back to his father. Got him. With these no one can escape. No matter how strong you are, this is nth metal. It suppresses all of your abilities. Hawkman bragged. My lord! Princess Oasa called out in shock. She thought he was unstoppable, but here he was screaming in pain. The guards of the Lu Empire quickly gathered in front of their royals. I will admit, I let you put these on because I wanted to see what you could do, but I wasn't expecting you to use magical cuffs made from special metal. Harry said as Hawkman smirked. I was betting on the fact that you would. He explained. But now that you have me trapped, what do you plan on doing? He asked as Hawkman's smirk disappeared. Leaving, especially while you're incapacitated. He said as Harry started chuckling before laughing. That's pretty smart. I'll let you go, but next time I see you, you won't be so lucky. Harry said as the Thanagarians backed up with their weapons pointed at everyone. With restraints like this, it's a wonder how you still struggle with beings like Darkseid, but then again, he wouldn't let you slap on some cuffs like I did. The cuffs started spar magical energy. Oh, magic! Now I feel bad for destroying it. He finished. Hawkeye. He stated as the cuffs started disappearing. Harry's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed a presence hover in the area. Hello. I believe we haven't met yet. Harry greeted as a woman appeared clad in all black. I am Lord Harry, God of Destruction. I was curious on where my souls were disappearing. I should have known it was you, my lord. She said casually as she walked up to Harry. She stared him right in the eye. Imnit. She revealed. Did she just say death? Arlen thought to herself. Is that the Lord of Death? Princess Oasa just couldn't believe her ears. No, I must be wrong. It just cannot be. Death turned her head to the princess. No, you are correct. I am the embodiment of death, the very concept. She stated before turning back to Harry with a look of disdain. I was not aware the stray, weakling Master Vermont picked up would take up the grand position of Destroyer God. Death said with a hint of malice. I question whether you yet have the power expected for the role. I mean no disrespect, my lord, but your current level of strength is, for lack of a better word, pitiful. She stated bluntly. How can I hold my head high in front of the outer gods? Some mortals gasped slightly, now deathly afraid of a confrontation between a death god and a destroyer god, but none were willing to move. Should they make a mistake or draw attention to themselves, surely they'd die. The tension in the air was thick. Frowning slightly at the god of death, before wall magical energing up to her. You better take back what you just said. He warned, but death was not deterred. Even you are not allowed to remove embodiments, nor are you anywhere near powerful enough to accomplish such a feat. Perhaps a real destroyer god could, like say Lord Grimshade. She said, as Vermont sighed before frowning. Really now, Death, why would you dash? Vermont started, but was stopped by the force of ki that erupted from Harry as his strength soared. In his ultra-ego state, Harry's magical aura was fierce and dark, yet pure rage. Acting swiftly, Vermont created barriers around the mortals to protect them and to shield their ears from the conversation of the gods. Death was taken aback by the sheer force of power being unleashed. This is impressive. However, destroyer gods are the epitome of strength, power, and balance. Even if we 7 embodiments of reality band together, we should not be able to shake you. Yet, I alone rival your strength. She ended just as an equally terrifying power crept into existence, her own magical aura of death pushing against his divine power. He's powerful, but, she thought, I've felt Lady Perpetua's power, and in comparison, this is pathetic. Lord Harry maintained a firm expression, but internally, he was surprised and a hint of frustration built up within. She is stronger than I am, Harry reflected, contemplating the situation. Harry walked up to her. Yes, you may be stronger, but I am sure you are wise enough to understand that I am the youngest destroyer god to ever exist. And yet you and I are not too far apart. By the time I am as old as you are, how much more powerful do you think I will be in comparison to you? Harry asked. Two could play at this game. Are you prepared for that day? He asked her. Incredible, Triton murmured in awe, finding himself on his knees. He glanced at Arlen, who shared the same stunned reaction. These were genuine gods, and witnessing them was either an extraordinary stroke of luck or a curse to behold the wrath of a god. This doesn't bode well, Princess Oasis stammered, trembling noticeably. She was closest to the destroyer god. The guards and Strix observed, captivated by the confrontation. Amid an eerie silence descending upon the onlookers, he closed his eyes, and a gentle breeze swept through the crowd. Having lost her bravado, Death responded. Please forgive my previous impertinence. She started. I am aware of your great potential. However, based on your current ability, you haven't been to magical energizing this very seriously, have you? Death asked, her dull black eyes almost burning a hole into him. You have the ability to be a true destroyer. I beseech you, my lord, grow, so that we gods directly under your authority can fulfill our duties, knowing we have a balancer who can enforce the laws of the Supreme One from outer world demon gods who look to consume our cosmos, or better yet, your cosmos. Harry listened intently, now knowing Death was in fact not challenging him or disobeying him. Dropping down to one knee and bowing, she continued. I have been hearing whispers from beyond the universe, and a great darkness might be on the horizon. The deaths across the multiverse has increased by a noticeable increment. The death gods across creation have felt the imbalance worsen rapidly. As the bearers of death, even we have never felt a shift this immense in such a short period of time. Death explained seriously. I understand your concern, but I am not too fond of you testing me in front of the mortals. You could have come to my realm at a later stage. You will be punished for this. Harry said. When did this imbalance start? There could be an event that triggered it. Recently, a tournament has concluded, and a wish was granted by the Super Dragon Balls. That is the only lead us death gods could connect to the phenomena, the god of time. Lady Cronoa has also placed her time patrollers on high alert. I am not certain as to why, but it cannot be a coincidence that she has bolstered the time nest with all of the most powerful beings throughout time at the exact moment even death was disrupted to a minor extent. Harry turned and looked at Vermont, who was already staring at him. Loom magical energizing back at Death. All right, is that all? I came to warn you. Please prepare, my lord. The existence of this universe is protected by the will of the Destroyer God. We will need your strength to have the right to exist. Death urged him as she slowly turned to dust and disappeared. Harry watched Death part. He was vexed. Was she implying he didn't have a lot of time to get stronger? Yes, she was, but I've been training tirelessly to defeat Lord Grimshade. I even learned some Kai magic, but maybe I haven't truly been putting my all in my training. The thought seemed foreign, but deep down, he knew. He hated fighting. The vibrations through my fists, the taste of blood in my mouth, the sound of my heart in my ears. I hate it. I always have. But right now, the only thing driving me is my hatred. I never thought of it like this before, and perhaps this wasn't the best way to go about it. But who I am now is no Destroyer God. I am Son Harry, and I miss my family. I want to smell Mom's cool magical energizing again. I want to see Ginny Weasley again. I want to see George Weasley again. I want to see Dad again. Son Harry is no Destroyer God. Harry thought to himself as his fists clenched so tight he started bleeding. He knew what he had to do, but could he even accomplish it? Until I accomplish my goals, Son Harry will be no more. He thought to himself, although even he knew that Son Harry, God of Destruction, was not fit to be both. The difference between duties and responsibilities will clash, and when it does, it might just be the end of me. Signaling for Vermont to lower the sound barrier, he turned to the mortals. I will help you deal with the invaders, but this is only because it benefits me more than it benefits you. Harry explained, but they just kept their heads glued to the ground. Raise your head, I do not like it when people worship. Harry said. This made everyone stop immediately, not willing to anger the god of destruction. Vermont, Harry called out as Vermont walked next to him. Lord Harry, he asked, where is this world that is under attack? He asked as Vermont checked his staff. It is further into the eastern quadrant. He responded as Harry's stomach growled magical, energizing the surroundings as he looked down in embarrassment before clearing his throat and turning to Vermont. We should leave, he said as Vermont nodded. Suppressing her fear, the princess spoke suddenly. We can have a feast to celebrate your lordship's support of the Lu Empire, she said as they all looked at her. A splendid idea, the queen chimed in. My lord seems to have quite the voracious appetite. Only the best in the galaxy will suffice. What say you, my lord? She asked with her head bowed. I mean, sure, I would love a good meal. How about in 1 week I will return for the feast? He said as she nodded. Turning to Vermont, he asked, how long will it take for us to arrive at that world? About a minute of travel. He answered as Harry nodded and looked at Strix and motioned for her to come over, which she did. Heal her as well, Harry said as he nodded, and in an instant she was healed. I can see a great deal of potential in you as a warrior. I've been toying with an idea, but I'm undecided. How would you feel about joining my personal elite squad? Harry's offer left everyone stunned. I'd be honored, she replied, dropping to one knee. However, her tone was flat, lacked magical energy, enthusiasm, or interest. All right then, you'll be coming with me, Harry said as she simply nodded and stood up. Lu magical energy up at Vermont. As they disappeared in a flash of light, magical energy, everyone covered their eyes from the light. King Triton eased onto the ground, relaxing as the guards approached to assist him. My lord, they called out, aiding him to his feet. Arrange for supplies to be brought down and inform everyone under our banner about an emergency meeting to be held soon, he directed, as the warrior gradually rose and approached. My magical energy, I seem to be alive. What happened? I was certain I had been defeated by Strix, he said, puzzled. Commander Mattis. The king regarded him, beginning to explain, which made the situation sink in. I was brought back by the god of destruction, he asked, surprised by the existence of such a being. However, given what he had felt and heard, he was inclined to believe it, and the god of death was present too. He was shaken. I was dead and then brought back, so perhaps he requested the god of death to personally bring me back. And you're saying he invited Commander Strix to join his elite squad? Strix mostly remained quiet as Harry spoke to Vermont. How is the world? He asked. It seems a wizard is there laying waste to the Empire's soldiers, he explained as Harry's eyes widened. A wizard? He asked as Vermont nodded as he checked his staff. I didn't notice before, but there seems to be a planet in the universe that does not originally belong here. Planet Bardock, formerly known as Planet Ron Weasley, from the 20th universe, is here. He answered. Harry couldn't believe his ears. Wizards? He said as Vermont nodded. Seems your previous battle with Lord Grimshade must have seriously damaged the time-space continuum, Vermont said, snapping Harry from his thoughts, but the mention of Lord Grimshade made him clench his jaw. Of course it would, Harry said. If you don't mind me as magical energy, my lord. Who is Lord Grimshade? She asked in the same bland tone as Vermont answered. Seeing as you will be around us a lot, it is only right you learn of it. Lord Grimshade is another god of destruction. Him and Lord Harry have a feud as he magical energized Lord Harry's family and friends. Vermont said, My apologies, I should not have asked, she said as Harry looked at her. You didn't know, and you were bound to find out eventually, so it doesn't matter, but refrain from bringing it up unnecessarily, he said. Of course, she answered as she looked at Harry before Lu magical energizing forward again. Are you incapable of emotional expression, or is this just how you are? He asked suddenly. Emperor Velius ordered me to use an experimental drug. Long before you had defeated Darkseid, Commander Mattis always held an edge over me, but now him and I are generally around the same level. He loves his country, while I just serve mine, she explained as Harry nodded to magical energizing note of this Mattis. Do you not wish to return in normal? I do not remember much of the time before the drug, but as a warrior this is a great boon, as I won't hesitate or have to steady my heart, she explained. You were already healed by Vermont, so the damage must be more extensive, Harry said. Indeed, it is something she will have to overcome on her own. I have done what I can, Vermont explained. I am certainly not distraught about it, she continued. If even my lord cannot restore me to my previous state, it matters not. Just use me as you see fit. I am here to serve. We have arrived, my lord, Vermont spoke suddenly as they appeared on the planet, just as explosions sounded off. They saw a female with a tail floating in the sky as she aimed her hand at a building with another much larger woman behind her. "Let's see what you monkeys can do," she said as the Scion released the magical energy blast. The warrior Tamaranian started charging her own attack in an attempt to overpower the incoming attack, but before the blast made contact, Strix appeared in front of it, magical energifully slapping the blast away before magical energing the Tamaranian's hands, aiming her hands towards the sky just as the blast is unleashed. "Oh, looks like someone interesting just arrived." The female Scion smirked, but her smile disappeared as the brute next to her recognized the warrior. "Strix," she growled. "What brings the Evenian commander to New Tamarin? Aren't you suppressing the royal line of Lu?" she asked as Strix stood upright. "These invaders, how dare they?" The Tamaranian soldier thought to herself. "You know her?" the Scion asked. Her tone was arrogant. "Of course I do. Strix here is famously known as the Spear of Eve. She could probably lick Steppenwolf's boot, but you monkeys are certainly no threat to her." Granny Goodness mocked. "Oh yeah? Let's find out," the Scion declared, but stopped when Harry and Vermont appeared beside her. "Reinforcements will take a while to arrive. Buying time is what I need." Granny thought. "You brought allies?" Granny Goodness said as she looked at the wizard. "Time to prove your worth. Magical energil them, or die trying." As the Scion nodded, more than ready for the battle, but the clothes of these allies seemed eerily familiar. Granny Goodness smirked. "Rather unfortunate that I will lose a promising fury in the magical energing, but oh well, their queen will have to do," she thought. Strix prepared to finish off the wizard. "Stop," Harry ordered as Strix stopped her fist just as it was about to punch a hole through the Scion. "Too afraid?" she taunted as Harry chuckled. "No, I just don't want her to magical energil you," he explained as the female Scion seemed to finally remember where she had previously seen that attire and frozen fear. She instantly bowed and got down to one knee as Granny Goodness raised an eyebrow. "The fuck are you doing?" Granny asked. The Scion was such a hard, as she didn't even want to bow to Darkseid until he beat her half to death. "God of Destruction? Forgive me, my lord. I don't recognize who you are. Please grant me the honor of hearing your name," she declared. "You know what a destroyer god is?" he asked as she nodded. "We wizards know full well to respect destroyer gods when we see one," she said. This piqued the interest of Granny Goodness, who glanced at the newcomer. Was that eerie feeling and rumbling related to him? "Who is he?" Granny Goodness asked the Scion. "A god of destruction. Back before the great catastrophe, we had only met one destroyer god who tolerated no disrespect. He balanced the universe with an iron fist and held unmatched power," she explained. "She is Tao magical energing about Lord Soju, god of destruction of the 20th universe." Vermont explained. "My sister told me he is quite strict." He nodded, remembering the conversation. Granny Goodness was confused by this. 20th universe? What nonsense are they Tao magical energing about? But she didn't like what she was hearing. It was probably best to retreat for now and relay the information to Lord Darkseid. "You are correct," Harry explained as he floated towards her. "I am Lord Harry, god of destruction of the 21st universe. Who is this accompanying you?" Harry asked as she explained. "This is Granny Goodness. When we arrived here, Lord Darkseid subjugated the wizard race. We now serve him as his loyal servants," she responded as Harry nodded. "No need. Darkseid is no more. I defeated him. He tried to tell me what to do, and I am sure you know how that would go. He is currently not available for comment," Harry said as her eyes widened. "Vermont, would you please?" Harry asked as Vermont brought out the Z-sword. "Darkseid is currently toiling about in this sword," Harry explained. "I sealed him in here. So long as I am alive, he will never escape." "Really?" she asked as hope filled her eyes, but Granny Goodness roared. "Lies! None can defeat his greatness," she said as she grabbed her ear. "Furies! Update. Has Lord Darkseid returned from that backwater world?" she asked, but as the seconds ticked by, her face turned blue as she stared at Harry in fear. Her eyes glanced to the glorious blade before to magical energing off at full speed. "It must be true. the Scion said as she flipped off the retreating Granny Goodness, but quickly remembered who was around before quickly bowing again. "What is your name, wizard?" he asked as he gave the sword back to Vermont. "Fascia," she responded as Harry nodded. "Well, now that Darkseid's lackey is no longer forcing you to attack this world, what are your intentions now?" he asked. She remained quiet for a few seconds, trying to figure out what the right words would be in this situation, but she assumed aggression would probably not be the right answer. "I would like to return to Planet Bardock and inform King Bardock of Darkseid's defeat," she answered as Harry nodded and motioned for her to come closer, which she slowly did. "Halt!" the soldier finally let out. She had been listening intently while not drawing attention to herself, but it seemed like this criminal was about to be taken away. She couldn't let that happen. "I cannot let the criminal who attacked our world leave," the soldier declared. She was shaken, but she had a duty to follow. "Vermont, as you wish, my lord." His staff appeared and let off an eerie glow that blinded everyone. When the glow died down, the city was no longer burning, and all the enemy troops had disappeared. "The magical energy of Lu informed me of your predicament. Their capital is no longer under siege, so expect even greater reinforcements and aid over the next few days," Harry explained to the soldier before placing his hand on Vermont's back, and in a flash of light they were gone. Fascia seemed to be beyond captivated by the white void they were traveling through. "This is Strix. She will be the leader of my elite vanguard," Harry explained. "I would love to fight her one day if I may," she said as Harry nodded. "If she is up for it, then I don't mind," Harry said as Strix nodded. "Indeed, I do not mind, however, I do not think it would be a very long battle," Strix commented as Fascia bit her tongue and forced herself not to say anything out of line. "Planet Bardock is near, my lord," Vermont explained as they arrived, which stunned Fascia. "Close? It took us 12 hours to reach this planet at FTL," she thought, snapping out of her reverie. "This way, my lord," she informed as they flew towards the palace. When they arrived, the wizards recognized her, and the two familiar Lu magical energy beings behind her, they just instantly bowed. Once they entered the palace, every Scion that saw them bowed instantly. "I do not understand how they are all aware of my lord's status as a god. We did not even know such beings existed," Strix commented as Harry nodded. "It's to be expected. This universe hasn't had a destroyer for many years until I came along," Harry explained as she nodded. "And they come from Soju's universe, and his universe has one of the highest mortal levels in the multiverse. Overall, they will be very strong," Harry explained. The doors to the throne opened with King Bardock and Queen Jine sitting on the throne until they saw Fascia enter with three beings. Two of them sent a shiver down his back as he stood instantly. "My magical energy, Queen," Fascia started as she bowed once they approached. "I would like to introduce Lord Harry, a god of destruction," she finished as the magical energy and Queen walked up to Harry and bowed. Harry was frozen stiff. This magical energy looked exactly like Dumbledore, his father. It was unbelievable. Bardock himself was getting freaked out that the Destroyer God was staring at him with such intent. Shall magical energy himself straight and collecting his thoughts. "Rise, magical energy," Harry said as the magical energy rose. Harry felt like he was Lu magical energy at a mirror image of his father. But this man had a scar over his face and was tanned. "I hear you were subjugated by Darkseid and are now forced to do his bidding." Harry, as the king's jaw clenched, but he nodded. "It is as you say. Well, Darkseid is no longer around, so you no longer have to take orders from him," Harry explained as the king looked up surprised. "Really?" he asked, but he didn't receive an answer before nodding. "Now, I would like you all to cease your conquering of worlds. It is causing imbalance to the already fragile balance," Harry said as the magical energy just nodded, not willing to argue. "Recall all Scions that were sent out, and, should they not be able to return, inform me. I will bring them to the planet," he ordered as another Scion saluted and left. "This is Strix. She is my elite warrior and liaison. In the future, if you require anything, ask her," Harry explained as she glanced at him with her expressionless face, but said nothing. Harry couldn't help himself and approached the king before inspecting him up and down. His key definitely felt familiar to his father's. He does bear an uncanny resemblance to your father, my lord, Vermont said as Harry nodded slowly, but these words never went over any heads. How is that possible? Jine asked, surprised as she stared at Harry's face, and she started to notice that they looked very alike indeed. She even noticed some of her own features. Before I became the god of destruction, I was just a half Saiyan who became the super wizard god. Harry explained, stunning them further. He wasn't just a god of destruction, but a Saiyan. And not just a normal Saiyan, but a super wizard god and a hybrid? You're a Saiyan? Jine said, stunned, as Harry nodded. Well, yes. Harry explained as his hair turned gold and his eyes turned teal. He pointed at his hair. I achieved super wizard when I was 11 years old under my father's training. He said as their jaws dropped even more as Harry returned to base. Wait, what was his name? She asked as she motioned for Bardock to come closer, but he didn't want it because he wasn't sure if he was allowed to, but Jine didn't seem to care as Harry nodded. His name was Son Dumbledore, but his wizard name was Kakarot. Harry explained it was dead silent once he dropped that name. Our son's name is Kakarot, the prince. She said as Harry looked at her and Bardock before Loom magical energy at Vermont, who checked his staff and slowly nodded. They seem to be perfect doppelgangers of your late grandparents. Unbelievable. Harry said as he needed to sit down, which Vermont took note of and created a chair just as Harry sat down trying to digest this. No one said a word, not sure of what to say or do, but chose to remain silent. Strix and Vermont seemed to come to the conclusion that Harry was in. I need to calm down. I am still a destroyer. I can't show weakness, he thought. Harry glanced at them. When did your family take the throne? Isn't Ron Weasley supposed to be king? He asked. Because, well, Bardock was the first super wizard to appear on planet Ron Weasley after 1,000 years. He defeated the previous magical energy and freed us from the grasp of the Ice Clan. So the wizard people chose him as true royalty. But Harry shook his head. Super wizard is not an exclusive transformation to our family. Any Scion who meets the requirements can achieve it under the right conditions. Harry explained, but I guess I can see how you would come to that conclusion. This was news to everyone else, because no one since Bardock was able to transform, so they assumed only one Scion had the capability once every 1,000 years, and most likely his children would inherit the power as well. Standing upright and assuming his destroyer position again. All right, well, I just came here to inform you of the situation. I didn't expect to find my father's parents. Is he still alive? Harry asked Jine, who nodded. He is with Raditz. They are training, hoping to achieve the legend as well. She explained as Harry nodded. He really wanted to see him, but he knew he shouldn't. They weren't his real family. I see. Well, let's leave Vermont. I have to return. Death's warning earlier made me realize something important. I have to prepare. Harry said as he turned to walk away. It was good to see my heritage for the first time. My lord, she said as Harry was about to exit. He turned and looked at her. What did you mean, still alive? She asked. My father is dead, Harry said as he turned and left, stunning her. What if Harry landed in D.C.? New developments. Harry, Vermont, and Strix returned to Harry's world. This will be your new home. I'm not sure if you have any family, Harry asked. Strix nodded in response. All my memories from before the drug are gone, she explained. Harry nodded, understanding her situation. That's unfortunate, but I suppose you'll begin your training now. I'll return within a few days. I have some arrangements to settle. I understand, she replied with a bow as Harry took off towards Earth, stream magical energy through the vacuum of space at mind-boggling speeds. 10 minutes later, he arrived as the hangar opened, granting him access. Magical energying his way back to the cafeteria, he found Flash and Diana. I can't, since the others are already back on Earth, he mentioned, and they nodded in agreement. Yeah, they're helping rebuild the destroyed parts of Metropolis, Flash explained. But I chose to stay because there's no way I'm letting you come back to an empty Watchtower. And the repairs aren't too extensive, Flash added. Harry smiled appreciatively and nodded. Thanks. So, what's on the menu? Harry eagerly asked as he took a seat, and dish after dish started arriving. There's nothing quite like Earth food, Harry remarked between bites, prompting a laugh from Flash. Spee a magical energy of which. Are you free for dinner in 3 days? Flash inquired. causing Harry to pause and scratch the back of his head. Would tomorrow work instead? Harry asked. My schedule's really tight at the moment, he explained, and Flash nodded in understanding. Sure thing, I just wanted to give you some time. Remember, Iris is eager to meet you, Flash mentioned, to which Harry nodded. Yeah, she's been reminding me nonstop since your return, Barry said, chuckling. Yeah, sure. I'm magical energizing forward to it, Harry added. Who would have thought the universe's ruler would sit at my dinner table? Flash chuckled. When I'm with you guys, I'm just Harry, remember? Harry grinned, prompting a nod from Flash. Your friendship is admirable, Diana chimed in, earning a grin from Flash. That reminds me, Diana, we have that dinner plan if you're still interested, Harry mentioned, surprising her. Her eyes lit up at the comment, catching Flash off guard, though a mischievous grin formed on his face, which Harry noticed. It's not what your thin magical energizing. We were supposed to have dinner last year, but things got in the way, Harry explained as Flash nodded skeptically. Right, of course, Flash said, while Diana agreed. Absolutely. And just let me know when, Diana added, as Flash playfully rolled his eyes. Anyway, I'll see you later, Harry. If you need me, I'll be on Earth, Flash said, magical energizing himself scarce as Green Lantern walked in. Hey guys, you must be. He was interrupted as Flash swiftly grabbed him by the arm and pulled him away. You can meet him next time. He's busy right now, Flash stated, leaving. How magical energizing a bit perplexed but deciding not to dwell on it, assuming it must have been something important. Harry chuckled, finishing his meal. Aren't you still hungry? She asked. Well, I didn't want to overeat, he explained, his attention caught by a news broadcast recapping a moment when she removed her bracelets. That's quite impressive, he commented, observing the footage. Despite that, I lose control in that state, she explained. My power becomes overwhelming, and only my sisters and the League can help me regain control. Sisters? He asked, intrigued. Yes, I come from an island of warriors. It's an all-female society, and they hold a low opinion of men. My mother, the Queen, has banned any man from setting foot on the island, she explained with an exasperated sigh. Is there a reason behind that? Harry inquired. Many years ago, we were deceived, and Hercules slaughtered many of our sisters, she revealed, prompting something to click in Harry's mind. Wait, your mother is the Queen? That makes you a princess, doesn't it? He asked, astonished. Indeed, I'm the daughter of Hippolyta and Zeus, the god of the magical energies, she disclosed, causing Harry's jaw to drop slightly. So, you're half goddess? He asked, to which she nodded, raising her bracelets. These hold my divinity, but removing them overwhelms my mortal side. I've never been able to release them without losing control, she explained. Unfortunate, but I might be able to help you control it, Harry offered unexpectedly. Raising his hand towards her head and closing his eyes, he murmured, Diana, incredible. You possess so much untapped divine potential. Diana looked at Harry, puzzled. Untapped? His comment left her bewildered. She had undergone lifelong training, so how could there still be greater heights within her? This might only be a fraction of the hidden power, Harry explained. Feeling a sudden surge in her strength, Diana started trembling and gritting her teeth as a creamy white magical aura burst out from her, magical energizing the Watchtower. Her bracelets rattled as if they were on the verge of magical energizing apart. What's happening? She stammered, feeling overwhelmed. Harry lifted his hand, and suddenly, the power vanished. That was just a glimpse of what you could achieve if you learned to control your divine energy. I shared a part of my power with you to give you a temporary boost. If I tried this with anyone else, they'd probably explode, he concluded, leaving her stunned. If you managed to control your divine essence, you could access God Ki faster than any mortal. My family used a ritual exclusive to wizards to bypass the control of our divine essence. Wizards are naturally in tune with our Ki, so having control of our essence isn't necessary. Surprisingly, our entire species had no idea that we could simply create gods. That knowledge was lost, Harry explained. Everything about you is so incredibly fascinating, Diana said, her eyes glued to him. This made Harry's face turn red as he processed her words. Noticing his face change color, Diana immediately realized she said those words out loud. Soon her face turned just as red as the destroyer. Harry started by clearing his throat. Would you like to come with me to my planet and train together? Seeing her surprised expression, he considered revising his proposal, but was interrupted by her immediate response. I'd love to. I'll inform the League about my leave. Smiling, Harry nodded. If Diana was someone he could allow himself to grow close to, she'd need to become stronger. Losing her isn't an option. His expression softened as thoughts of his family, both old and new, crossed his mind. Is everything all right? She asked, her eyes reflecting genuine concern. After resolving the issue between the two empires, things took a drastic turn. I don't even know what's more important, Harry shared as he clenched his fists. Start from the beginning, Diana said, gently to magical energizing his clenched hand. Or at least begin with what burdens your heart the most. I met an alternate version of my grandparents there, people I'd never met. During our conversation, they realized that my father is their son. Well, from another reality, he explained, surprising her. And just before that, the god of death picked the worst moment to challenge my authority. Well, it wasn't exactly a challenge, more like her way of emphasizing the odd disturbances throughout creation. She informed me that death gods across existence have sensed something unusual, but aren't certain what it is. Those thoughts have been weighing on my mind since I returned. Death very magical energizingly reminded me that I am still really weak, he finished. There was a brief pause as she gathered her thoughts before responding. In regards to your alternate family, isn't this good news? Despite losing the family you knew, you found family you never knew existed, she suggested. That's what's been confusing me the most. I met my grandmother and grandfather for the first time, but couldn't connect because they aren't my actual family, he lamented. She suddenly slammed her hand on the table and stood up, shock magical energizing Harry. Nonsense. Even if they are from another dimension, it likely hurt them to see their grandson uninterested in knowing them, she exclaimed, realizing her outburst. But before she could say more, Harry spoke. He couldn't believe the solution was so crystal clear for her to see. You're right, Harry acknowledged, calming her. She didn't want to upset him, not because she feared his anger, but because she didn't want to overstep herself due to her lack of understanding social cues. Next time, I'll try to have a genuine conversation with them, he promised, eliciting a smile from her. As for the warning from the death god, do you consider her words about your strength true? Diana inquired. Any being capable of defeating Darkseid as effortlessly as you have would be considered many things, but weak isn't one of them, Diana mused to herself. Yes, the death god is actually stronger than me by a fair margin, Harry explained. She emphasized not wanting a weak god in the role of destroyer god, and I agree. My power is meant to deter outer gods or demon gods from meddling with my people. I need to be a greater force than the fundamental forces of reality, because those forces are actual beings. Death is among them. If a genuine outer world god were to invade, I'd struggle to stop them. I'd most likely be defeated. Diana nodded, grasping the magnitude of his words. Undoubtedly, he was powerful, but her perception of strength might have been smaller than she realized. I understand. To mortals and demigods like myself, you might seem unstoppable. But in the realm of power where it truly counts, you might still have a long way to go, she explained. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. Once I'm back on my world, I plan on training to increase my raw power, Harry shared. If you've attained your current strength through training, then I'm confident you'll reach your goal, she encouraged. Suddenly, an idea struck her. You know what always lifts my spirits? She asked. A spar, she declared, catching Harry off guard, though he remembered she was a warrior too. You might have the upper hand in strength, but I'm not back magical energizing down. His surprise turned into a smile. I'm up for a sparring session, he agreed, getting to his feet. They headed to the training room. I'll match your strength, so let's focus on magical energy, not just power, Harry proposed, to which she nodded. That makes it even more thrilling, she replied, igniting Harry's wizard blood at the prospect of an enjoyable fight. As they began, Harry deliberately lowered his power level, and the battle commenced. They engaged in hand-to-hand combat, exchanging punches and parrying magical energies. Harry aimed a magical energic, but Diana swiftly countered, Strimagical energizing his knee and grounding his leg. She threw a left hook that Harry deflected with his right forearm, attempting to destabilize her with an ankle tap, but she adeptly evaded. In response, she aimed for a headbutt, but Harry swiftly blocked it with his palm. They quickly separated, both wearing smirks. "You're certainly smagical energized in hand-to-hand combat," Harry complimented, to which she responded with a nod. "I was trained by the best on my island, not just in hand-to-hand combat, but also with various weapons. I've mastered nearly every weapon available for combat," she explained proudly, and Harry acknowledged her expertise. "You've got me beat there. I've only fought with my hands and a sword," he admitted. "I could give you lessons if you're interested," she offered. Her intent was genuine, and Harry sensed that in her eyes. "I'd appreciate that," he smiled. "But our fight isn't over yet. Let me show you the true strength of the turtle style," he announced, charging in for another attack. "My father taught me this one," he added as he engaged. As she blocked his attack, she was surprised when he seemed to phase right through her, swiftly landing a precise blow to her gut. Bewildered, she struggled to comprehend his movement. "I didn't see him move? What is this?" she thought, quickly regaining her composure as Harry appeared behind her. She launched an attack, but once again, she felt a swift punch to her face before she could land her magical energy. "This technique is quite impressive. What's it called?" she inquired, slightly shocked. Harry reappeared a few feet away before creating multiple afterimages. "It's the after-image technique. You could learn it with training, and if you add another instinctual sense called wild sense, it almost guarantees a counterattack after dodging," Harry explained, realizing that Diana hadn't seen that technique before. He continued by using another technique. "This is another one." Harry concentrated, manifesting 6 extra arms, surprising Diana. "You have 8 arms?" she exclaimed, amazed. Harry explained, "It's called 8-arm fist. My father improvised it during a fight with a rival, who used a technique called 4 witches technique, giving him 4 arms. He taught me a bunch of techniques when I was a magical energid in a peculiar time chamber, but I've rarely used any of them besides the afterimage," he shared, reminiscing about the past. "They're all based on fluid movement." "Is this a martial arts technique?" Diana asked, captivated, as Harry confirmed it and ceased using the technique. "Truly remarkable. He was a fighting genius," she praised, prompting a chuckle from Harry. "I was told by Master Rashi that my father had this odd ability to instantly learn a technique as soon as he saw it. He used some incredible fighting techniques to counter his drunken fist," Harry reminisced, reflecting on the past. "Oh, and he taught me this," Harry said as he assumed a stance, turning toward a training dummy. "Ki," he exclaimed, releasing a blast of pressurized air that shattered the dummy in half. He had quite a few techniques that he and his friends created and perfected. One of them involved a blinding flash of light, but I wouldn't want to bore you, Harry mentioned, turning to her. But her eyes, much like before, were sparkling with enthusiasm for the techniques, spar magical energy and idea. "Teach me all of these, and I'll make it my mission to train you in mastering weapons," she eagerly proposed. Harry was taken aback by the offer, but remembered she was a warrior who seemed to thrive on combat. He grinned and extended his hand. "Deal. I'll even throw in key control," he agreed as they shook hands, their childlike enthusiasm coming to the forefront. They spent hours exchanging information and training together, sharing techniques and magical energies. "Maybe fighting isn't so bad if it's like this," Harry mused with a smile. She brought out a love he never knew was so deeply buried. In the monitor room, everyone watched the two enthusiastically sparring. "They grow up so fast," Flash teased, pretending to wipe a tear from his eye, as Supergirl chuckled. "They're magical energized of cute together," Supergirl remarked, while Zatanna sighed, regretting not being a battle enthusiast herself. Batgirl nodded in agreement, having just returned to the Watchtower after helping maintain peace in Gotham post the Darkseid invasion. Meanwhile, back on Harry's world, Strix struggled to control a magical energy blast in her hands. "You're doing great. Your warrior background is a great asset. You're already in tune with your magical energy." Vermont praised her efforts as she relaxed, feeling drained. "It's your first time using your life force. You did well, but you went a little overboard," Vermont explained to her. I would like to make Lord Harry proud, she started as she glanced at her hands. He unknowingly saved me from what most would call a miserable life, Strix explained. If I cannot become strong enough to meet his standards, I do not deserve the position he wants to grant me. I can tell he plans on having me do most of his work while he trains, she said as Vermont nodded. Impressive for you to discern that so quickly. Does it not anger you? He asked as she shook her head. In fact, I am sure it brings me joy, even if I can't feel it. There must be a reason as to why I feel so devoted to him and the duty he wants to bestow on me. I would rather be his tool than Emperor Velius's. Unlike the Emperor, Lord Harry sees potential in me to be more, she said as Vermont smiled. I'm glad he chose you, Vermont remarked with a smile. Could you restore my stamina, please? She requested, and Vermont complied, healing her. Strix closed her eyes, focusing on practicing her magical energy control, determined to meet Harry's expectations. Remember, this is just your mortal key. Divine Key will be far harder to maintain and control. Back on planet Bardock. He is our grandson Bardock, Jine said angrily as Bardock shook his head. Do not let him hear you say that, Jine. If you pester him over this, you could endanger our planet. He is still a destroyer god. Who knows what sort of bond he had with Kakarot? For all we know, he magical energized him. Bardock's voice echoed in the throne room. The queen growled at her king, just as Kakarot and Raditz walked in sporting bruises. The super elite standing guard were stoic, but they felt for their queen and king. They understood their king's reasoning, but they empathized with the queen's perspective. Mother, father, they both said as they entered. We heard that this dimension's god of destruction visited our home. What did he have to say? I heard Fascia brought him back here. Raditz started. Nothing. He just wanted to inform us that Darkseid is no longer a problem we have to worry about, Bardock said. Anything else? Kakarot asked as Bardock shook his head, but Jine clicked her tongue. Don't lie, father. We heard the stories from the elites who were there. Fascia was the one who brought him here, Kakarot said, getting aggravated at the denial as Bardock walked up to him. Or what, Kakarot? He asked, glaring at his son. This seemed to do the trick as Kakarot backed down. We heard he is Kakarot's son from another dimension, one where he magical energized his father and became a destroyer god, Raditz said as Jine chimed in. Watch your mouth. We do not know that. He just said that Kakarot is dead, but it didn't sound like he did it, she defended, as Raditz rolled his eyes. Wake up, mother! If he did magical energized Kakarot, doesn't that mean that he probably magical energized father? You and I as well? Raditz speculated as silence fell over them. You have a son on the way, do you not? Bardock asked as Kakarot nodded. Once he is born, we will know for sure. Are you daft, Bardock? Jine asked angrily. If it isn't the same mate, the child might not bear any resemblance. Bardock seemed to realize that. We don't even know which wizard female he mated with to have Harry, Raditz commented as Kakarot shook his head. Unlikely she's a wizard, he said as he put his hand to his chin. The others were confused, but Jine seemed to understand. His name, Kakarot finished. You're right, his name is Harry, and he has no wizard name, so he is probably a hybrid wizard. The other species must be monstrous to bear him. He said he turned into a super wizard at 11 years of age under Kakarot's tutelage, she said, surprising both Raditz and Kakarot as Bardock nodded. I can't even transform into a super wizard yet, Kakarot said, surprised. Another me unlocked the legendary state? He asked as Bardock and Jine shrugged. He never said anything about you knowing it, but I suppose if you taught it to him, you must have achieved it, she said as he grinned. She said another version of you. Not you, dumbass, Raditz said and smacked Kakarot over the head. I know. I mean, if another me could do it, that means I should be able to as well, he said as he left the throne room with a smirk, then turned to an elite female. Come on, Garlia. Are you ready? He said as he grabbed her by the waist. Ready for what? I can't leave. I'm on duty, she said as Kakarot carried her out of the throne room. Everyone watched with a sweat drop. Where are you going, Kakarot? Jine asked as he answered. To train. If I could do it there, I should be able to do it here, he said as Raditz shrugged. He needed to train as well, but he was certain he needed a training partner. Maybe old man Shuggish was willing to help him. Maybe he could achieve the legend for himself as well. Only time and training would tell. You aren't leaving me behind. I shall be the next super wizard. Mark my words, he said as he exited the throne room with a proud smirk on his face. The elites saluted their prince. Jain and Bardock watched their sons leave to train. You know, if they weren't our sons, I would have probably beat the crap out of them, just to prove a point, she said as Bardock nodded. He pulled her closer, hugging her, as she blushed and looked at him. What's up with you? She asked, her fierce nature somehow watered down. Our spawn somewhere out there created a being that rules an entire universe, Bardock said with pride. She rolled her eyes and smiled. Well, you're right. We don't know what really happened, and it is better to just leave him alone, she said as she sighed sadly at the idea of never seeing Harry again. If he wants to get to know us, he will come home. If he doesn't, he won't. It's as simple as that. I am the super wizard of legend, and he is a destroyer god. Greatness runs in our family, he said as she just smiled. But a thought struck her as odd. He said that it was the first time he saw his heritage. You don't think something happened to the wizard race before he could see it? She asked as Bardock mused. Maybe we are missing some very important details indeed. If he ever returns to us, we should ask him, Bardock said as she nodded. Back on the Watchtower, Harry and Diana were still magical energizing fervently. When you do it, you have to move swiftly. It's not only speed, your movements have to be smooth. If you make the smallest jerk, the technique will fail. Concentrate. You can do it, Harry encouraged as she nodded and closed her eyes. Flash and Batgirl walked in. You guys still training? Flash asked as Diana spoke from behind him. Yes. Flash turned around surprised, then looked back to where she was still standing as the image faded. You did it! Harry cheered as she fist-pumped the air and made her way over to him, giving him a high five. Are you sure you are the fastest alive, Flash? She asked as his jaw dropped. I didn't see you move, he asked as Harry chuckled. Trade secret, Harry said as Diana grinned. Who would have thought you would have gotten it with only half a day of training, Harry said as she stood upright. I am Diana of Themyscira, next in line for the throne. I can do anything I set my mind to, she said as Harry nodded. Oh, that? That's easy, Flash said as he created dozens of blurry images. Almost, but your movements are still too stiff. That's why your images are blurry. You have to flow, Harry said as hundreds of lifelike images appeared, and when he spoke it sounded like it came from everywhere. This is called the consecutive after image, he said. This is crazy. You're telling me this is a martial arts technique? Batgirl asked. The amount of, but I can magical energic with that would be amazing. That's why the best counter to the after image technique is key sensing, but the better you are at the technique, the harder it is to keep track of the person using it. Barry just has really fast eyes, so outrunning him is still quite difficult, he explained. I will master this technique, Diana declared as Harry nodded. I look forward to seeing you use it in our next fight, he said as she nodded. So, which weapon do you fancy the least? She asked as Harry thought. I ask this because it's best to focus on the ones you struggle with the most. Once you master those, you'll excel with the ones you love, she said. Flash could see they were about to go on another tangent, but stopped them. Hold on now, I gave you guys plenty of time for flirting, but Harry, it's almost time for dinner, he reminded. Harry's eyes widened. Already? He asked as Flash nodded, but Harry swiftly ignored the comment. Flash is right. We should postpone our training session. It's my fault. I'll see you later, Harry, Diana explained. You and me both. I haven't had that much fun training for as long as I can remember, he said as she nodded, agreeing. Flash just sighed. I'll go and wash up and meet you in the cafeteria, Barry, Harry said as he nodded, and everyone disappeared from the training room. When he returned, he was dressed in a casual dark gray tux, his blazer unbuttoned as he met Barry. Great choice, Barry complimented. Thanks. They left the Watchtower and arrived on Earth, magical energizing their way towards Barry's home as the sun set. When they arrived, Barry opened the door, and they entered. Welcome to my home, Barry said as Harry nodded. Thanks for having me. It looks really nice too, he commented as a woman turned the corner. Hello, she said as she approached them. You must be Lord Harry, she said as Harry smiled. Please call me Harry, he said as she nodded. I am Iris, Barry's wife, she said as she put her hand out. Harry stepped forward and shook her hand. They made their way towards the dining room and took their seats. If you don't mind me as magical energy, how long have you two been together? Harry asked. About 3 years married now, but Barry had the cutest crush for the longest time, she said as Barry chuckled. Not my fault she didn't notice my puppy dog eyes, he said. Really? How long have you two known each other? Harry asked. Since we were magical energids, she explained as Harry looked at Barry with a smile. I'm impressed you knew you liked her and kept going after her for so many years. Yeah, well, my heart was aching during my trials and tribulations, he said as Harry laughed. I can imagine. I know this is late, but congratulations, Harry offered as Barry gave him a thumbs up. Thanks. How about we get to eating? I am starving, Barry suggested, and both Harry and Iris nodded in agreement. They began eating, and Harry complimented the food's aroma. Well, I tried my best, but I didn't make all of it. Barry helped, and we ordered some food as well. Iris explained as Harry nodded in appreciation. Thanks for accepting the invitation, she said, to which he waved it off casually. It's really not a problem, he replied as they continued their meal. I'm curious. How did you two even meet? Iris asked, intrigued. I get that Barry is in the league, but you're a god, right? She inquired, and Harry confirmed. Yep, a god of destruction, he explained. Iris was impressed but somewhat intimidated by the title. She had numerous questions swirling in her mind, wondering why someone titled as the god of literal destruction wasn't more bent on causing chaos. It's not as scary as it sounds. It's only supposed to be intimidating to evil gods and troublesome species. A god of destruction maintains balance, ensuring the universe's safety for mortals, even if those threats come from mortals themselves, Harry elaborated. Didn't you mention having the highest authority in the universe? Doesn't that essentially make you the ruler of the universe? Barry chimed in, magical energy Iris choke on her drink. The ruler? Iris asked, surprised. Harry pondered for a moment, then explained, well, you could say that, but I primarily maintain balance and ensure the safety of the universe for mortals. If the gods of creation or the lower gods of the afterlife plan something major that might disrupt the balance, I have to approve it first. The same goes for the ruling figures across different sections of the universe. So far, I've met the embodiment of death, but not the other six. So, you're like the boss of the gods, sort of how Zeus is the king of gods on Mount Olympus? Iris asked, feeling a tingle run down her spine. I guess, but I haven't met him yet either. Apparently, he's really strong. I plan on visiting Mount Olympus in the next year or so, Harry mentioned, blowing both Iris and Barry's minds. I don't have a problem with him staying in his own dimension, but I'm sure I'll meet him eventually. But any being or outside power threatening the universe's balance will be dealt with. I don't destroy things for fun, Harry explained, leaving Iris both terrified and fascinated by the presence of the highest-strand magical energy god at their table. So, you're like the head of all the gods in creation? She asked, trying to wrap her head around the concept. Harry shook his head. No, only for this universe and the gods within it. When it comes to the multiverse, I'm responsible for this universe alone. The Grand Priest is my direct superior. If he's dissatisfied with my performance, he'll ask my angel, who monitors my actions. If he's still not satisfied, he'll confront me. And if he doesn't like my explanation, well, it's a stern warning and a meeting with the Omni King. Usually, it ends with being stripped of divinity and immediate erasure. It's similar if I endanger this universe, but I have my freedom. If this universe is deemed a failure, I can restart it. If an external force manages to magical energil me, a new, more capable destroyer will take my position. However, if the universe is destroyed by a threat that could magical energil me, the Almighty will erase this universe from cosmic history as a failure, Harry elaborated, leaving Iris and Barry stunned. Oh, sorry, did I overwhelm you with information? He asked, noticing their stunned expressions. Iris just shook her head. No, I just wasn't expecting that, she chuckled. I don't know what I was expecting, but wow, after what I saw you do, I'd be surprised if anyone could even hurt you, let alone magical energil you. Barry nodded in agreement, but he quickly changed the subject. As for how we met, well, I saw Harry in space fighting someone, and he ended up in our spaceship and passed out. After that, we took him in, and he woke up a year later. I was pretty suspicious of him, He looked like he had anger issues. Barry joked as Harry covered his face in embarrassment. The poor star behind you disappeared, he said as Harry sighed and chuckled. Yeah, that wasn't my best moment, Harry admitted as they continued eating in silence. I wanted to thank you. Iris started as Harry glanced up and looked at her. Barry also looked at her and continued eating. If you didn't show up to help Barry and the League, we would have been doomed. But more than that, I saw you had him healed as well, she said as the image of Barry being crushed flashed through her mind. She was watching the news that day. I am sorry for as magical energizing Barry to drag you here, but I just wanted to say thank you, she said as Harry stared at her and smiled slightly. I want to say don't be, but that wouldn't be right to your resolve. So, I will accept your thank you, but I consider Barry a friend, probably the closest friend I have in this universe since I arrived, Harry explained. Even if I arrived late and he died, I would have gone to the afterlife and brought him back myself, Harry said with a smile as she started to tear up, and Barry held her hand gently. You can do that? Barry asked, surprised, as Harry grinned and leaned back. I am the god of destruction. Bringing back one person is as easy as snapping my fingers, although the god in charge of judging the dead might think I am playing favorites, he chuckled. But no one would dare to say anything. They are all too afraid of me and my title as destroyer god of the universe, and they trust my judgment. I wouldn't be a destroyer without a good reason, Harry explained, causing Iris to chuckle in between tears as she wiped her eyes, being careful not to mess up her makeup. What do you do for a living, Iris? Harry asked, trying to lighten the mood and change the subject. I am a freelance journalist, she explained. Between writing about the Flash and life hacks, I'm loom magical energy for something a little more concrete, she said, to which Harry nodded and got an idea. I have an idea if you're interested, Harry started. How would you like to conduct an interview with me? He asked, causing her to drop her knife and fork. Even Barry was taken aback by the suggestion. Obviously, people would question how you even got the interview, but I do plan on going back to the General Assembly because I am sure they will find a way to bring me back and try to get information from me, Harry said thoughtfully. I don't really need to, but leaving people in the dark could lead to more problems down the line. There are people who will try to use the mystery that is me to spread misinformation and turn the general populace against me. There are naive people out there who can and will fall for that magical energy propaganda, and it will probably ruin their lives and mental states as well. If you are there when I arrive, somewhere down the line, I will choose a random reporter to conduct the interview, and that person will just so happen to be you, Harry finished as he continued eating. Think about it. I would prefer it if the person writing about me knows the facts, and I can trust they won't manipulate my words in a bad light. After all, I really like the Earth. It was once my home as well, and I'd like to visit it more often, he explained as Iris slowly nodded. Of course, I would love that, she exclaimed as Barry smiled in agreement. Back with Vermont and Strix. Your lack of emotions seems to be warm magical energy in your favor in this regard, he commented as she held a key ball in her hand before dissipating it. However, it will not do. You are already very strong for a mortal, but being able to feel emotion is extremely important for survival. It's like fighting with a missing sense, Vermont explained as he disappeared and reappeared with his hand at her throat. You cannot even feel fear for your life, and that is what may end up magical energizing you in the future, he explained as she glanced down at his hand when he removed it. How would I be able to fix my problem? She asked. I do not mind it, but if it is a requirement to be a better tool, then I will do anything to grow stronger. Vermont stared at her before kept magical energizing his staff. Once the dinner was over, Harry said his goodbyes to both Barry and Iris before flying off into space towards the Watchtower to pick up Diana. He held her hand as he flew through space heading back to his world. Watching his back as he flew through space, Diana couldn't help but admire the sight of stars zipping by at incredible speed. When they arrived, he saw Vermont training Strix as he blocked her attack and gut-checked her, leaving her on the ground gasping. Your movements also lack depth. You may be able to defeat opponents weaker than you, but if you fight someone on your level, you would struggle a fair amount, he said as she sat up. It is hard to really get behind my attacks. Even though I have a reason to fight, I just can't muster up anything more than a punch or a magical energy, she explained as Harry and Diana landed. It makes you very easy to predict as well. I fear unless you can overcome this somehow, you will never progress as a warrior. The Emperor simply robbed you of your potential for meager gains in strength, Vermont said as he looked at Harry. You might not be someone Lord Harry can truly depend on should the need arise, Vermont spoke. She turned and noticed Harry as well and bowed. Welcome back, my lord, she said as Harry just stared at her, trying to think of a solution. Unfortunately, just as Lord Vermont has said, I may be a defective tool. Harry walked up to her with a strange look in his eyes. Get some rest, Strix. She nodded and left towards the giant tree in the distance. Harry walked with Diana towards Vermont and sighed. There has to be a way. Unfortunately, her soul is broken, and there are pieces of it corrupted and missing. Messing with it could do more harm than good, he explained as Harry sighed again. I suppose we will have to wait for her to overcome it. Harry ended, turning to Diana. I think Diana has amazing potential. I'd like her to join us with training, Harry said as he turned to Vermont, who raised his hand nodding, but stopping Harry. I have a question, my lord. I couldn't help but notice the wizards from Planet Bardock all bore tails, yet I fail to see yours, Vermont said as Diana looked at Harry's waist, confused by the words. Tail? She asked. Yeah, I just had mine removed, he answered. It had a weakness, and according to Ron Weasley, we can use it to transform into giant apes. But with Super Wizard available, it made the form redundant and unnecessary because Super Wizard is just stronger, better, and more efficient, Harry explained. So we had them removed. Otherwise, we would turn into giant raging apes every time the moon appeared. The risk outweighed the reward. Harry finished his explanation as Vermont nodded. I did some research on it, and I think it would be unwise to ignore a part of your wizard biology. It may hold more secrets and power than even you expect, Vermont said as Harry raised an eyebrow, now curious. What do you mean? He asked. It may set your training back, but I believe in the long run, it will bear great fruits to your training, Vermont said as Harry nodded slowly. All right, I'll trust you on this, Harry said as Vermont waved his staff and Harry's tail returned. We first have to train you so that you can remain in control when you transform, he said as he created a moon in the sky. Do not worry. I will make sure you don't destroy anything important, Vermont assured as Harry nodded. You've already felt my power when I use my super wizard rose with Ultra Ego. So if you think this is better, then I will give it a shot, Harry turned and looked at Diana. Don't come near me. I can't control myself while in this state, Harry warned. She nodded and backed up, keeping her guard up, unsure of what to expect. The idea of Harry turning into a giant ape was strange. The Lord of Destruction turned his gaze towards the moon in the sky. Oh, I don't think it's better per se, but I am sure you will be able to figure something out, Vermont said as Harry started transforming. Harry, Diana questioned as the magical aura of the full moon illuminated the sky. An intense surge of power erupted. He clenched his fists, feeling the familiar sensation of a radical physical transformation stirring within him. Diana, keeping a wary distance, observed with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. His body expanded, muscles bulging beneath his magical energy as he grew far taller and broader. The transformation was swift and imposing, eclipsing his humanoid frame with an awe-inspiring, colossal figure. Harry's features morphed, his face elongating and adopting a more simian appearance. His jaw widened, the nose protruded, and ears shifted as a thick layer of fur blanketed his magical energy. The fur, ranging from shades of light brown to darker hues, covered his now primal form, adding to the awe-inspiring sight of the transformed wizard. With the physical metamorphosis came an overwhelming surge of strength. Harry, now in his great ape form, radiated immense power, exuding a magical aura of raw might capable of causing widespread destruction. His eyes, once expressive and empathetic, now gleamed with an untamed and primal fury, betraying a loss of rationality as instinct took over. To finish off the transformation, the giant ape's magical aura burst to life as a deafening roar crushed the ground and parted the clouds. Diana covered her ears, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the magical aura. Strix abruptly turned around upon seeing a massive monkey in the distance. The roar shook her to the core as she recognized the clothing. Lord Harry, she wondered, wanting to check, but thin magical energy against it. He must have been training, but this new form was quite terrifying, even for her. She knew she had to stay away. Is this what Master Vermont meant when he said, "I would eventually sense the energy emitted by living beings"? She pondered as a bead of sweat trickled down her temple. His energy is incredible. It feels so immense. Even compared to my own, or the average creature life force feels like it would be a feather in a storm. Vermont dodged as Harry swung his giant arm at him and pulled out a microphone. Lord Harry, snap out of it. He yelled into the microphone before magical energing Harry's head, knock magical energing him over. This action only angered the giant monkey more, and he got up and swung again. This is madness, Diana mused. Each impact made the planet shake and tremble, every so often a stray blast or high-pressured air blast heading her way. Merely being near him makes it feel like I'm training, Diana thought, evading yet another key blast. She swiftly deflected an air blast with her bracelets, feeling the impact resonate through her arms. She noticed the angel deflecting these attacks toward her. Training had begun already? She didn't mind at all. Training continued as Harry couldn't come to his senses through the next day, attempting to squash Vermont. Diana sat in the distance with her eyes closed, receiving instructions from Vermont while Strix slowly approached. However, the angel raised his hand, stopping her from coming closer, as he knocked Harry away and appeared next to her. If you become his target now, he would magical energy you instantly. He currently has no control over himself, Vermont explained, and she nodded. Why is he a giant creature covered in fur? Strix asked as Diana joined them, finally free from the onslaught. It's a transformation exclusive to his species. However, he has never trained to control it, Vermont explained, and she nodded in understanding. If he can master this, it should lay the foundation for him to become far stronger than before. According to the legends I've come across, this transformation may be the path to evolving as a wizard, possibly the 4th level of super wizard. If my source is correct, and it is, then Lord Harry will gain a significant boost to his already incredible potential, he explained. And if he can master that, it will open the door to even greater power. Unfortunately, this may take a lot of time to master, he added, and she nodded in agreement. What should I do in the meantime? Strix asked. Join Lady Diana. Follow her. I shall increase the difficulty accordingly, Vermont explained. I might as well train you 3 at the same time. Lord Harry will be with us in a few seconds. As for you, Lady Diana, I can sense trace amounts of his presence swirling around you. Close your eyes and draw out that energy with a steady heart. Do not force it. Let it flow like a river. And fear not. Should you lose yourself, I shall knock you out, Vermont explained before disappearing just as the planet violently shook. On a distant planet within the cosmos sat a princess on her throne. She was incredibly beautiful, her blonde hair elegantly tied in a chic ponytail updo, adorned with numerous accessories, including an emerald gem used as a hair clip. Her magical, energingly green eyes could captivate anyone who laid eyes upon her, and she wore a blue dress embellished with many gems that complemented her pearly peach magical energy, lending her a soft and delicate appearance. Relaxing on her throne, she gazed up at the intricate design adorning the ceiling of the throne room when a voice emerged from the shadows. Princess Carnelia, a male voice spoke. The assassins seem to have given up, he stated, to which she nodded knowingly. Of course they would. Derek can't risk it anymore. He knows he needs to focus as his coronation draws nearer, Carnelia replied. However, do not let your guard down. Ensure constant vigilance over my sister. Also, should anyone even whisper about the missing resource worlds, take immediate action. Understood, Princess. Additionally, there appears to be unusual activity in the east. The Yellow Lanterns have been unusually active lately, with rumors swirling in the shadows of a plan in motion. We're uncertain about the details, but there's speculation that they are heading towards Darkseid's planet. It's possibly related to Darkseid's defeat by an unknown god. Although, we have intel on what happened to the new god of Apocalypse. It seems he was sealed in a sword, now in the possession of the unknown god, who is known as the god of destruction. The shadowy figure revealed, prompting Cornelia to nod slowly, deeply contemplating the information. Perhaps this turn of events isn't entirely unfavorable. They must be devising a way to handle the god of destruction. This could be an opportunity to gain this god of destruction's favor and teach my spineless brother a lesson in humility, she remarked with a smile. If he could humble that stone, then my brother will be even easier to put down. Seek out every possible detail and report back to me. As you command, the voice confirmed, and Cornelia stood up, leaving the throne room. On Apocalypse, Steppenwolf exclaimed, "We need to devise a plan," while Granny Goodness rolled her eyes. "You think I don't know? But if Lord Darkseid was bested, then we stand no chance against this god of destruction," she retorted as he growled. "You expect me to do nothing while Lord Darkseid rots in some blade?" he questioned, glaring at her. "Yelling at one another won't change anything," one of the Furies interjected. "Everyone has a weakness. We just have to find his," another Fury pointed out. "Yeah, but someone who can revive the dead as easily as he snaps his fingers is not someone we can even think of fighting. He is on an entirely different level, even compared to Lord Darkseid," another Fury remarked. "You scared?" she was mocked by her colleague. "Oh, and you aren't?" He threw Lord Darkseid through a moon and matched his Omega beams like it was nothing. "Can you do the same?" She was met with silence. But within the next second, a yellow glow entered the planet's atmosphere. "Bickering among yourselves now. How barbaric," the man said as they glared at him. "What do you want, Sinestro? Tired of hiding from the Green Lanterns?" a Fury asked as she put up her guard. "Funny," he said dryly. "I am here for one reason, and one reason only. Apparently, your leader Darkseid was embarrassed by a nobody," he mocked as Steppenwolf stepped forward. "Choose your next words carefully, Yellow Lantern, before you become a corpse," he threatened as his indestructible axe materialized ominously. Sinestro raised his hands in mock fear. "Scary, although I am not here to start a fight. We share a common enemy now. Even if it pains me to say this, it's one we can't defeat on our own, and you know this is true," he said as Steppenwolf glared at him. "So what? You think we would join forces?" he asked, not sure whether to laugh or be angry at the suggestion. Sinestro shrugged. "Do what you wish, but once you are imprisoned in a sword, don't regret your decision, because you see, I happen to know something important about this destroyer god, something that can magical energil him, a weakness," he said. Initially shocked, they were skeptical. Someone who could best their master had a weakness that Sinestro knew? Unlikely. "What makes you think we will believe you? If you could uncover weaknesses so great, how did you not topple our lord?" Granny Goodness chimed in, now curious but skeptical. She secretly signaled to the Furies, indicating that if Sinestro was lying. "Kill this fucker," Granny Goodness thought. "Okay, let's say we believe you. Why are you here? What do you gain from our assistance? We aren't idiots. You'd better reveal what your true goals are," Steppenwolf acknowledged. Sinestro sighed. "You're magical energizing this harder than what it needs to be." "What? Do you think I am coming here to use you as a meat shield?" "Yes, I am. However, I do have a real method, a plan to bring him down for good. It's not just you all who face annihilation with this new god that appeared out of nowhere. I too will eventually cross paths with him, and thankfully I didn't, at least before I knew how powerful he is," Sinestro quipped. A ship that looked like a skull appeared in the sky with thousands of yellow lanterns surrounding it and bright green light shining above it. "With the knowledge of Brainiac and the magic of Enchantress, we came across an interesting ancient book," Sinestro revealed. "Will you join us before you become a thing of the past?" he asked with a dark grin. "Green Lantern's light? No, that's not a lantern. It's magical," Granny Goodness observed as she smirked and glanced at Steppenwolf, who clenched his jaw. "First, tell me what this weakness is, and then I will consider it," he said as Sinestro shrugged. "It's not like you could do anything with the information either, but anyone could be listening here," he said as he motioned for them to fly to the skull ship. "Join us if you aren't afraid of going against the being that desecrated your master's name," he said as he flew up towards the ship. Steppenwolf clenched his fist as Granny Goodness waited for his response. "Let's go. We will have our revenge. But do not lower your guard, he commanded as they nodded and followed him.